Now, can you tell and explain to me how she couldn't be considered a quote unquote true leader?
Yeah, I mean, just she lost all the 7 swing states that Biden won. I mean, so obviously
That's not
the
a
people
demonstrating
didn't
of whether or not someone could be a leader. Okay, can you tell me?
If she was a true leader, she would have been able to get the votes in those 7 states.
Okay, you could say the same thing about Trump in 2020.
Yeah, Biden was more inspiring, and he had more.
Wait, hold up. If Trump were actually a true leader, he would have won in 2020.
Maybe, but Biden was a little bit more of a leader. I feel like Biden did.
Oh wait, hold up. So, hold up. I have a question. Would you take Biden right now or Kamala Harris if you had to pick between the two?
Definitely Biden.
Okay, I'm sorry. You sound stupid. Why?
Oh, damn. Because Biden, I don't know. Like I said, he brought the country together. He brought a lot of Democrats, moderate Democrats, and moderate Republicans together. And,
yeah,
you know,
what
he
would
got a lot of
Harris have
deals
done
done.
that would be different than that?
I don't know. She does criticize a lot of what Biden did. You know,
what did she
tries
criticize?
to say that.
Can you even give me one circumstance of her criticizing something that Biden said?
Not off the top of my head. I mean, I had all this written down, but.
Okay, so then how are you going to use this as a complaint to say that like Biden is better than Harris when you can't even point to anything in particular? I guess I have this question then. Who would you pick, Biden or Trump?
That's a close call. Probably Biden in his prime, like Biden 4 years ago, definitely. But Biden's definitely, you know.
What about Biden right now?
It's tough because, you know, he listened to that last debate, man. He was talking kind of hard to understand.
Okay, so why would you pick him? Trump. Why would you pick him in that situation over Kamala Harris?
I don't know. I just feel like I mean, Kamala did get a lot of votes, 70 million votes, but she didn't beat Trump. Biden actually beat Trump, so.
Okay, I'm sorry. You don't evaluate who's a better candidate based upon whether or not they won. That's a ridiculous assertion. Are you saying every single candidate that won throughout history was the better candidate?
Tough call, but yes, I would have to say yes.
You would say yes. Every single candidate that won was the better candidate. Okay.
I mean, in the last 20 years, I could probably say that for the last 20 years, yes.
Okay, so then that's not true. So every candidate that wins is not just by default the better candidate. So that's not how you evaluate that. So give me an actual basis for why you think that Donald Trump is a better. Can you give me like maybe a policy of Trump's that you like?
Yeah, his immigration policies for sure.
Such as,
I mean, what is it? Title 12. What was it?
No,
I don't know.
Title 12. You're thinking Title 42. That was COVID emergency policy. That's nothing to do with Trump.
Oh, let me come back when I do more homework because you're putting me in a corner right now.
Okay.
Thanks, Parker.
Alrighty, everybody. Let's go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up, everybody. It'll help get it out to more people. If you want to support me, as always, Linktree in the bio, everybody. VC and P is in the Linktree in the bio. I actually can't say specifically what it is because I think TikTok is limiting that. Samantha, thank you so much for the $1. Thank you. I really appreciate that, Samantha. Thank you. That's horrible. Yeah, literally, that no one should have to do that. That's absolutely crazy. Elaine, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. Riley, thank you so much for the $1. Thank you. Words of advice? I would say enjoy the time that you have. Make good friends. Study groups are important. Always talk to people. Do work together. It helps you understand it more. Do research online too. Like listen to lectures and stuff. Like that will be very helpful. And believe in yourself. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Yo, what's up? How old are you?
48.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah, it's 50-50.
Like, here's my question. If you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Would you vote for one of them?
Yes. I think what hurt Kamala Harris was when
who would you vote for in that
she was asked. in that context, probably Trump, most likely.
And why is that?
I think that's what hurt her when she was asked like what she would do differently than Biden. You know, she said she didn't really have an answer to that, so I think that's what hurt her. I think Biden stepped down too late. I think if he should have stepped down a little bit sooner than he did, so it would have given Kamala Harris a chance to...
Here's my question. I'm asking why you would support
sorry.
Donald Trump over Kamala Harris, not like why other people would have done so.
Okay. I just think some of his policies are good, like not the immigration, but like the foreign policy stuff that he's doing, and
Such as?
The border. People that come over the border and stuff. My brother-in-law is a Democrat, and he's a diplomat, a U.S. diplomat, and he's hardcore Democrat. And he also says that he supports Trump's
What border policy?
Just the immigration with people coming over, and if they're here illegally, then they need to go back and go through the proper what's it called, channels to get in here like legally. And he was saying, like, the bottom line is
the issue is that it takes too long to get into our country through the legal process, and because it takes too long to go through the legal process, people come into the country undocumented. If you want to make the process go significantly quicker, well, then you actually have to vote for policies and pass policies that do so. Trump hasn't done that.
Okay, I listened to Parker.
He's also even talked about getting rid of the legal status, right, for people who are here. That have gone through the context of temporary protected status, asylum, right, and other sorts of things, which he actually has done already. People that have been in the country under permanent lawful status, right, they specifically have been detained without due process. Like, for example, Mahmoud Khalil was in the country on as a legal permanent resident, and it is the case that he specifically was detained for over 100 days without due process. So there are plenty of examples where federal courts have also indicated that, like, they're just not utilizing due process at all for the Trump administration, which is definitely like an issue.
I listen to you a lot. I really do. I'm a registered independent, and I listen to both sides, and I make my own decision on that. And I listen to you a lot, Parker. I think you're awesome. You're respectful to your guests until someone is disrespectful to you, and that's how it should be. And I learn a lot, and I don't follow politics a lot. I'm going to be totally honest with you. And one of the reasons why I did request to chime in is to speak to you. So you can school me, so to speak. I like hearing both sides. I like there's a lot of rhetoric going around about Trump and what's true, what's not, and same thing with the other side. And it's good to hear both sides and make a decision on your own. I don't think my opinion is. I think a lot of people should be independent, so they have an open mind. So you know what I mean? They're not just down with one side. Oh, I'm down with this side. I'm down with that side. It should be somewhere where people have to think, and not just. I'm not saying Democrats or Republicans are stupid, because they're not. But it's just. How can I say? Just because, like, some people who 100,000% support Trump, just like they don't see anything that he does is wrong, and I think that's wrong. And you know what I mean? No one's perfect. No one's a squeaky clean when it comes to the arena of politics, and the same thing goes to the other. But I appreciate your information, and I appreciate what you're doing, and I watch you like as much as I can on when I'm not busy, so I can learn, and that's how I make decisions on things.
Well, I appreciate it, and I appreciate you taking into account the different perspectives and trying to critically think and reason through your beliefs. And what I would say is that through my critical thought, reasoning, and looking over the different types of views that exist, right, I've seen that Donald Trump's position on immigration is definitely not the best position that you could have, right? Like, I think the legal immigration process going significantly quicker would incentivize people to go through said legal immigration process. I think that the best way to vet as many people as we possibly could is by providing a pathway to citizenships for people who are in the country who are undocumented, who have not committed a violent crime or bad crime. Because think about this in the alternative. You try to deport them, they're going to go more into the shadows and not identify themselves to authorities. They're not going to identify themselves, right, in that circumstance. So that really doesn't lead to more people being vetted, right? And if you're going to say that they should leave the country and then try to go back to the legal process, well, I mean, there's really no reason to do that. I feel like that's a huge waste of resources, right, to have them be deported in the very first place. If they were able to stay in the country, right, and they're only allowed to stay if they have not committed a violent crime or bad crime, only those that do meet that criteria would decide to go through the said process.
Right. And from what my brother-in-law has told me and everything, the vetting process already is very extensive.
It takes too long. It takes like multiple years on average, and it takes thousands of dollars as well.
And I heard you speaking with somebody before about just like abortion and everything. That's another thing I'm like in the middle of. I don't think, my opinion is I don't think it should be used as birth control. I don't think partial birth abortion should be allowed. I don't even know if that's even legal anymore.
Partial birth abortions are not allowed. Also, I just want to let you know, Republicans and Democrats, there is no difference in terms of their abortion policy after viability, because under Roe versus Wade, it would be left up to the states in terms of their determinations after viability anyway. So if Donald Trump's position is leaving it up to the states, and the other position is specifically, leaving it up to the states after the context of viability, well then, after viability, both of them are just leaving it up to the states. The only difference is federal protections for access to abortion prior to viability.
Yeah. And no, I was saying, like, all that stuff I don't agree upon, but on the end of the day, who are we to tell women what they can and cannot do with their bodies? You know what I mean?
So I guess, like, why then do you lean towards Trump? Because Trump is the one that overturned Roe versus Wade by putting people in the Supreme Court with the explicit reason of doing so.
Like I said, the only disagreements I have with, like, the abortion rights is but it's illegal now, the partial birth abortion, and people, like, some women, I can't say some, but people I know, use it as birth control, and it's crazy.
Dude, I mean, like, that would be extremely expensive. Okay, like, abortions are expensive, right? To be able to use it like multiple times would be like ridiculous to do so. Also, most abortions are from failed contraceptives, so people are utilizing contraceptives. Right, they're utilizing birth control, right, and yet it still is leading to pregnancies that are unwanted.
Yeah, and like I said, at the end of the day, though, who are we to tell women what they can?
Who are you to tell, like, what they can and can't do? So then, like, why would you support Donald Trump, who actively tried to do so by leaving it up to the states to say who and who cannot?
Yeah, I'm just, like I said, I'm learning a lot, and I appreciate where you're coming from, and I have another friend. That's another thing I feel strongly about is, even though you and I, let's say we were good friends, and you and I was a 100% Trump supporter, and you were what you are, what you support now. I think even though we disagree on our views and we don't like who we support, at the end of the day, we're going to shake hands and go have a beer somewhere. You know, and that's how I think this world should be, but that's in a perfect world.
We're going to be able to get to that point once you pass off people like Trump, because people like Trump create division in this country insofar as that we can't do that anymore. Because from my perspective, I mean, to be totally honest, Trump isn't just some normal Republican. Trump incited a violent insurrection at the Capitol and pardoned violent rioters who beat police officers on January 6th, and he called them patriots. And he still says the 2020 election was rigged with absolutely no evidence. Right? He was held civilly liable of sexual abuse. He brags about walking to the changing rooms of naked women while they're changing without their consent, where an 18-year-old came out and said there were 4 girls as young as 15 years old in these changing rooms when Donald Trump would barge in. He said he would date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years. He said he had sex in common with his daughter, said yeah to Howard Stern calling his daughter a piece of ass. Said he would be dating his own daughter if it wasn't his daughter. Right? I mean, and called his daughter voluptuous, means curvy and sexually attractive, said that she's always been voluptuous. I mean, I could point to plenty of circumstances. This isn't the typical level of a Republican, right? And those are just a few examples. I can give plenty of others in terms of how he's anti-science and how he spreads very vast levels of bigotry and hate. We're in a public health crisis, right? Because of the fact that he's put people in the head of the HHS that are specifically going around spreading misinformation, right? Like RFK, right? About random shit, right?
Yeah.
So, like, I mean, that's actually, like, big issues that affect our nation. And we would be able to, like, you know, have that beer and come together as a country like that if we did not support people like Donald Trump as this culture, like, within this culture. Because, effectively, people like Trump pull us away from being able to do that.
The best time, I always say this, one of the best times in this country was 2001, 9/12, the day after 9/11. Everybody was patriotic, you know, they had their flags out, and you drive by someone, they'll beep the horn at you because you had your flag out, and we distance ourselves from that now, and it's sad to see that. And now it's
Watch this. Let's create a country we're proud to be in, right? We are not. A lot of people aren't proud to be in this country right now because of the authoritarian measures from the Trump administration. Let's bring back specifically the values, specifically in terms of freedom, our Constitution, right? Caring about, you know, people in our communities being there for each other, you know, right? Like things like that. That will bring back this country to a point where we can unify to a significantly greater extent. Now, we won't agree on everything. That's never going to get to a point where we agree on everything. No. But we will be able to get to a point where it's actively at a point where we can, like, communicate and we can work together and we can compromise and we can come together again as a country. We will not have that with the hate and bigotry and the division supported by people like Donald Trump.
That's what I was going to say. Like, now it's very stereotypical, and sometimes I catch myself doing it, and I apologize for it. But now when you see someone with, like, an American flag in the back of their truck, you're like, oh, he's a Trump supporter, you know? And it's sad. Like I said, we've distanced ourselves a long way since that time.
And I mean, I don't think that's always necessarily true. You go to a No Kings protest, you saw a lot of American flags. You heard a lot of people saying, "Oh, we're the real patriots," right? So I mean, like, there is a lot of people specifically on both sides that are a lot about the American flag and patriotism within that respect. But the issue is that we want to be able to create a country where people feel comfortable in being patriotic. And when our country goes around the entire world and is literally, like, murdering people around the world, funding the murdering of people around the world, right, trying to be vastly authoritarian within our country and abroad, that doesn't give people that type of hope and image and optimism about this country. Right. And if we want to bring back that hope, optimism, and, like, that view of the United States of America, we have to actually live up to it. And we do not live up to it with people like Donald Trump. And I'm not saying that we live up to it to the complete extent with Democrats in office as of right now. I think that Democrats need to have a lot of work as well. But in order for us to be able to get to that point where we ask that to that degree, like, we have to get well past people like Donald Trump to be able to ask for that. And we're so far away from that right now because of the political, like, back and forth that has been created due to this. Like, think about what it was like 10 years ago, what the political discourse was prior to Trump. It was significantly better. The political discourse wasn't even close to this bad.
No. Have you ever agreed with any of the views from a Republican?
I used to be a Trump supporter when I was in high school. I grew up in a conservative Christian household. Have I ever agreed with policies from Republicans? Absolutely. I always have said if Republicans ran on policies like cutting taxes for the working class, rather than specifically massive tax breaks for millionaires and billionaires, and trying to deregulate regulations in which are ineffective, like specifically regulations that have negative benefits, and acknowledging that there are lots of benefits to some regulations that exist, I think that they would win. Because a lot of people want efficiency. They want smaller government in places where government isn't necessary or needed or helpful or beneficial, right? We want, obviously, to limit it in those contexts. We support freedom, right? We want lower taxes, right? Things like that. Like, a lot of people want that, right? And if they ran on that, like, they'd actually have, like, a like a platform people would want to be associated with. If they weren't trying to restrict people's rights in terms of access to abortion and they actually upheld freedom, people would be more inclined to go towards them against small government. Right, if they weren't so focused on driving hate towards immigrants, right, specifically, and trying to like close the border to the greatest extent without utilizing due process within the context of deportations, they would look better as well, because that's all big government. That's limitations on the free market, right? Those are issues from a Republican perspective that you could even bring up, and that type of idea of small government has been completely lost on the Republican side.
Yeah, it has. Anyways, I appreciate you, Parker. Have a great night. I appreciate you educating me on the other side, not just one side, where I'm bombarded with a lot at work and other places. And like I said, I watch you often to get educated on that side. So I appreciate it. You have a good night. Keep doing what you're doing, and I'll be listening to you tomorrow.
All right, well, I appreciate you coming up. Thank you so much. Let's go on to the next person. What's good, everyone joining in from Dean's stream? Thank you so much for the raid, Dean. W's for Dean in the comment section right now. I hope you had a great stream. How was it for everyone who's joining in from Dean's stream? If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. It will help get it out to more people. Alexa, thank you so much. I really appreciate the 9. Thank you so much, Alexa. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Absolutely. I always will. I think that's so incredibly important. Thank you so much. Thank you. Heather, thank you so much for the 10. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I will definitely do so. Grouchy, thank you so much for the 5. Thank you. Madeline, thank you so much for the 1. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Chandler, thank you so much for the 5. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
50.
Do you support Donald Trump?
I do.
Okay. If you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
I'd still vote for Trump because of the conservative views. Abortion's played a huge role in my life, and anything that can get closer to defunding Planned Parenthood for the taxpayers' money, federal or state, which I know federal doesn't necessarily pay for it. State,
because of the Hyde Amendment.
Right, but still Medicaid and some states can still do it. So
they can't use federal funds from Medicaid because of the Hyde Amendment.
That's not necessarily true.
That is true. They can't use federal funds for abortion. The Hyde
federal,
Amendment restricts
state.
that. Yeah, but if the federal funds the state, they can't use funds from the federal government to do so.
Okay, but I'm saying in a state that
the state uses their own funds, not federal funds.
Which funds come from what?
From themselves. Like they can't use the federal funds. That's how the law works.
No. I'm not talking federal. I'm talking state taxes. Do my state taxes go towards Planned Parenthood, which goes towards abortion? Yes or no?
It depends on the state you are. They can.
Well, exactly. Yes. Right. That's my biggest thing, and I think voting
okay, so vote
right
your own
more
state.
than
We're talking about the national election. Why do you support Trump?
I just said because going more conservative gets me bigger of a chance to continue down that path to defund Planned Parenthood.
There's no change in funding of Planned Parenthood from a national perspective under either administration. So I'm asking why you support Trump. It has to affect something from the national perspective.
So you don't think that
maybe from a local perspective, and we could have that conversation. Yeah. That's a separate dialogue.
Okay. Well, if you don't want to talk about that, that's fine. I'm saying in the future, if eventually my taxes and everyone's taxes go not towards funding abortions, that's why I'm leaning one way over the other, which is why I voted for Trump.
Okay. Well, that doesn't affect anything on a national perspective, so I don't know why that would be the reason. It has nothing to do with the two.
You asked if I supported Trump. But you asked if I supported Trump.
Yes, sir. But like the reason why you support Trump should be for something that has an effect on the national level. This has no effect on the national level.
So you don't think Trump could put people in place to maybe affect the national level?
No, because the Hyde Amendment already restricts the federal funds being used. There's no distinction in policy that Trump could pass that would at all change the level of funding going to Planned Parenthood.
Okay, so then I should have voted for Harris because then I have a better chance of defunding Planned Parenthood through the Democrat Party. Is that what you're saying?
Neither side's defunding Planned Parenthood. There's going to be no change in Planned Parenthood funding on either candidate from a national perspective in terms of what's going to go towards abortions. Because again, from the federal perspective, it's literally illegal to use federal funds for abortion.
Interesting. Well, I guess you're right. I was just looking at a state level.
Okay, so why do you support Trump then?
For more of Trump or the Republican Party? Because do you see them as the same? Well, he's the Republican. He runs for the Republicans, so I am a conservative. That's why I voted for Trump.
Okay, so like what particular conservative like ideological beliefs do you have?
Human rights.
Such as?
All humans' rights.
Okay, can you give me like any particular depiction? Because like I don't know what you're referencing.
Well,
like
again, that everyone should have.
What you consider
Everyone should
as a
have
human
rights.
right is different based upon your ideological beliefs.
No, I think everyone that's living should have rights. That's pretty simple.
Do you think plants should have rights, or are you saying like humans?
Humans.
Okay. So if you want to talk about human beings particularly, do you think that it would be murder to pull the plug on an individual in your family that is brain dead? I can't hear you. You swiped out of the app. I can't hear you. Alrighty. Amy, thank you so much for the 10. I really appreciate it. Vanessa, thank you so much for the $10. Of course, thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Alexis, thank you so much for the 2. Thank you. Amber, thank you for the 5. I absolutely will. Don't worry. Thank you so much. They just left, by the way, everybody. Let's go on to the next person here real quick. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed here on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Breezy, thank you so much for the 10. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Absolutely. And Victoria with the 100. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. I absolutely am. Don't worry. Thank you so much. Give me some W's for Victoria in the comment section right now. Thank you so much, Victoria. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. W's for Victoria in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Yo, what's up? How old are you? Alrighty, let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Oh, they're playing music. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
30.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yes, sir.
Okay, if you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Donald Trump.
Why is that?
He's the man.
Okay, and what makes you think that?
Just the way he carries himself, the way he acts, the way he speaks. You know,
Okay, in what way?
every way.
Okay, can you just give me a specific?
Just see how he stands up for himself.
And, like, give me a specific. How did he stand up for himself that you like?
Just every way. Every time I see him on the media.
Okay, could you give me, like, a specific time? Or a specific
No,
at all?
I don't have the greatest memory, unfortunately.
Okay, so then, like, what would be the reason why you support him? Because is there anything you do remember that you could bring up that would be, like, a reason why you support him?
Just the borders.
Okay, what about the border do you remember?
Just you know, keeping illegal immigrants, people breaking the law, coming into the country.
Okay, so name one way that undocumented immigrants who have not committed a violent crime or bad crime being in the country harms you.
It doesn't harm me.
Okay, so if you can't name a single way that it harms you, what would be the reason why you would say that you should deport people to that extent who have not committed violent crimes or bad crimes?
Oh, I don't really care, to be honest, but
So why'd you decide to come up here to debate me?
I just clicked the button and then it just joined. I didn't really expect to be on.
Okay, well. So the next person, only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Alrighty, do give it a second, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Let's get the next person up here. Alrighty. Fruit friend, thank you so much. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
20.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah, I do.
What's your birth year?
2005.
Okay, what month?
February 16th.
If you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Oh, Donald Trump, easy.
And why is that?
Yeah, well, one, I just, I'm a big fan of how he brokered a ceasefire between Israel and Gaza.
Have you been on the stream before?
What's that?
Have you been on the stream before?
On this one? No.
Have you talked to me before?
No, I've talked to Dean.
Okay. All right. You said Israel and Gaza. You understand that that's not in place currently, right?
What's not in place?
It's currently not in place right now. They've both violated. Both sides indicated that they have violated it.
Oh, well, no, the ceasefire still is in place. To clarify, it doesn't just go away when one violates. It's still
no. Both have violated. They both claim that they have violated. Given that they both claim that they have violated, it's not upheld currently.
No. I understand, but the ceasefire is still in place. Is what I'm saying. So it's the case that because
what do you mean by a ceasefire is in place? How is a ceasefire in place if both sides think that they both violated it?
Well, wait, hold on. So Israel said, what was it, like 2 days ago, that they're fine with upholding the ceasefire agreement.
Even though they violated it on multiple circumstances?
Well, to clarify, Gaza was the one who violated it first, but
no. Can you give the circumstance?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Because we can give the circumstance where Israel specifically was the one that limited the amount of aid going into Gaza.
Yeah. Okay. Well, no. So here's what happened though. So it was reported on Sunday that Tiist fired an anti-tank missile and gunfire toward the IDF troops operating to dismantle Tiist infrastructure in the Rafah area in southern Gaza.
They were trying to dismantle, so they were bombing inside of Gaza.
No. I didn't say they were bombing. To clarify.
Okay, so they sent troops in Gaza, and they were trying to dismantle things in Gaza.
No, I didn't say they were trying to dismantle things. I said they were operating to dismantle Tiist infrastructure in the Rafah area in southern Gaza.
So Israel was going in and trying to literally go after Hamas's infrastructure. So
they were dismantling Tiist infrastructure.
That unironically sounds like Israel breaking the ceasefire.
Oh, wait, hold on. What part of the ceasefire is that breaking? To dismantle Tiist infrastructure.
I'm sorry. Let's just clarify. If Hamas went into Israel and started literally going after the IDF infrastructure, would that have been a violation of the deal?
The 20-point deal? Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, so then how would it be a violation if Hamas did it, but not if Israel did it?
Well, yeah, because under the 20-point deal brokered by Trump, Hamas is supposed to relinquish their weapons so that it no longer poses a threat to Israel.
What was the process in which they would relinquish their weapons? Was it Israel going in and taking them? No, that was not the process.
What was the process, Parker?
I would have to go check, but I know that's not the process. I'd have to go look through
well, you think you know that's not the process.
But so do you want to give me a source that indicates that was the process? Because I've never read that at all yet.
Well, I mean, I can try to pull it up, or you can look it up, whatever. But I mean, it's at the end of the day, if the main goal is to dismantle HMOS, then you going in to dismantle Tiist infrastructure it would not be a violation of the ceasefire, especially if they fired the first shot at you.
You're saying that H Group violated the ceasefire?
Yeah, that's what I said.
Are you talking about the Israeli tank that hit an unexploded IED and then they just blamed H Group for that, even though like U.S. officials are admitting it wasn't H Group?
No. So what I'm talking about is the anti-tank missile that hit the IDF tank. While
the
they
IDF
were,
tank that hit the unexploded, what is it, IED that was just like sitting there,
no,
and
no,
then they
well,
blamed H
so to
group.
clarify again for like the second time, what I mean is the anti-tank missile that was fired towards IDF troops operating to dismantle TS infrastructure. Can you give me a source that substantiates the fact that it was whatever you said?
Yeah, reporters have actually reached out to the Trump administration, and Trump admin officials are saying, yeah,
From
actually,
who?
H group is cooperating with us,
Sure.
and they have not violated it.
Oh, wait, hold on. So here's the thing, though. Al Qassam, I think is his name, made an official statement saying, we have no connection to any events taking place in those areas, and we cannot communicate with any of our fighters. Give me 1 second. With any of our fighters there, if any of them are still alive, right? So basically admitting that he has no control over HMOS soldiers that are outside of whatever area that's in that he's talking about, right? Because he said contact with our remaining group has been cut off since the resumption of the war in March of this year.
So your
there's
point is
still
that
soldiers
H
out
group
there.
leadership is trying to comply, and that offshoots of H group don't actually have any ties anymore to the leadership, are
Well,
doing
wait, it's
stuff,
not that
which isn't even
well,
actually
to
addressing the
clarify-
tank point.
Well, yeah, so that would be like a straw man, right? I didn't say they don't have any ties to the group. I said they're not able to reach
No,
the group.
I'm saying that.
Well, yeah, I didn't really like ask what you were saying. That's not what I said.
Well, this is a back and forth discussion, actually. So unless you're here to give a
right.
speech,
So,
you should be
let's
actually
just
responding to what I'm
semantically
saying.
correct, right? Because I said contact with our remaining troops. That's an indication that they are still Hamas, right? They are still under the same organization. There was no separation.
Are they
There's
under
no,
the same
there's
leadership?
Well, yes, they are still under the same leadership. Which
Why don't
is
they obey the leadership then? And the
which
leadership
is,
says, hey, these are
Al Qassam.
offshoots. They're not
Well,
listening to
I
us.
literally just told you that. I said contact with our remaining groups there has been cut off since the reassumption of the war in March of this year. Therefore, we have no connection to any events taking place. So I can give you a temp grant and say, hey, it is the case that Hamas leaders are trying to uphold the ceasefire, right?
U.S. officials say that.
Okay. I'm specifically talking about this quote right here, right? With him saying that, therefore, we have no...
It was to steal the land of Palestinians.
I was going back to the West Bank and saying whether you want to say that they're illegal or not, that's fine. But that was before the ceasefire agreement was put in place. So, I mean, it was put in place like a week ago, maybe a little less, a little more. So they haven't had time to remove themselves from the settlement. Grant, for the sake of argument, so we don't have to keep pivoting back for some reason and say that they are illegal, sure. But that's not a violation of the ceasefire specifically.
That's not what I was bringing up as a violation of the ceasefire. I asked you if you condemn them.
Dude. Yeah, the illegal settlement, sure. Say again, I'll give you a temp grant and say that I do.
Okay. Well, I was just clarifying. Do you?
Okay, now can we get back to the actual ceasefire, which is the main reason I said that I agreed with Trump?
Yeah, but,
instead of pivoting away to these
you would have to
irrelevant
describe how
arguments.
that has any relevance because Trump didn't actually establish any of those conditions.
He didn't establish what conditions?
He didn't establish conditions of a ceasefire. It clearly was violated on both sides.
Dude, I just said that Israel has came out and said that they are content on upholding the ceasefire regardless of the Gazan attack on the IDF soldiers, and that they are still seeking peace. Netanyahu said, when was it? I think it was 3 days ago. He said that he had met up with defense officials and instructed them to act against TS groups, but to minimize civilian casualties.
I'm told by a source familiar with the White House and Pentagon knew that the incident was caused by an Israeli settler bulldozing running over unexploded ordnance, contradicting Netanyahu's claim that Hamas had popped up from tunnels.
Wait, hold on. What are you talking about? Popped up from tunnels? What situation are you talking about?
We're talking about the violation of the ceasefire, which was done by Israel, not by Gaza.
When was that? Can you give me the day real quick?
Yes, this was on October 19th. We have Ryan Grimm, who spoke directly with White House and Pentagon sources.
What day was October 19th?
2 days ago?
So Sunday?
Why do you bring up the most random pedantic shit to argue about?
wait,
And the
hold on,
actual
because
main argument, we
wanna
never
make sure
actually
that we're
get to it.
Yeah, Adam, I want to make sure we're talking about the same thing, right? So if we're talking about Sunday, It was more than just the firing of the anti-tank missile. There was gunfire towards IDF troops. Goofball, I don't know if you heard that part or you just skipped over it.
What's the
But
timeline?
say that they did happen to run over something that fucking blows up a tank, which is stupid and makes no sense.
Couple
Can you
years.
just answer
How
the
did
question?
weapons
Can you
get
just
into the
answer
Gaza
can
Strip?
you just answer
Maybe
the
there was a
question?
genocide happening. I don't know.
Can you just answer the question? So they
Maybe
were
if
just
you answer
randomly
any
rolling.
question me and Parker have asked you for the last 15
I've
minutes,
literally
then we'll
answered
answer one
every
of
single
yours.
question that you've asked me, by the way.
No, you
but
haven't. You bring
again,
up
I
random.
said- I
Wait,
He beat me on.
I'm pivoting. Okay, yeah. Well, I'm not going to give you verbatim, word for word, what you said in a fucking
No, just give
debate, dude.
the
I can
argument
just
that we
know
were
fucking
running
you lost the
against
debate.
each other. What was the argument he beat me on?
Well, yeah, is that you don't think it's morally impermissible to have an abortion. He says that he thinks most people or most women have been deceived into having an abortion, right? Therefore, they should not be imprisoned or whatever. That maybe the doctor should
what
be
was my
whatever the
response
fucking
to
case is. Dude, I'm not gonna break down the entire.
So you don't even know.
conversation.
It was that specifically
I just gave you a
pedophiles.
point.
So
I
pedophiles
just gave
that
you a point.
literally assaulted children before it was illegal. You don't think that they should be put in prison if you could go back in time?
Pedophiles that assaulted children before
Yes.
it was illegal.
Before it was illegal, do you think that they should be put in prison?
In this hypothetical, did they come here? Or did we go there?
Does this matter? Do you think pedophiles should be put in prison
Well, I mean,
for,
no,
for
what the f-
committing violence against children?
Well, I mean, so yeah, if they came here, sure.
What do you mean? If they came here, what is come here? I don't even know what this means. What
I
is
mean,
this?
if it's the case that these PDFs magically fucking spawned here into today's time, then
No,
yes,
I'm
they
saying
should.
you went back in time, genius.
Okay, then how the fuck am I going to put them in prison?
You are the one in this particular time period that has the ability to either put them in prison or not. You understand
that
it
time
was
period? Sure, yeah.
In the time when they did it, it was legal. Would you put them in prison?
If I'm the king, yeah, absolutely.
Okay, so you would put them in prison. Okay, so again,
If I was the king, sure.
so you would retroactively enforce laws.
So
So you have just agreed with me and disagreed with Charlie.
Well, no, I didn't, by the way. But
Yes, you did.
Even if I give you a Tim Grant and say morally I agree, I can say that you lost the topic of discussion because you weren't able to.
lost, yet you agree with
address
me.
it and break it
So
down.
wait, so then,
Wait, hold on.
so I lost.
Again, I
Yet
can
you
say
agree with
morally
my
I-
position, and you disagree
say-
with Charlie's.
Wait, hold on. Again, I just stipulated that I can give a temp grant and say I agree morally, right?
What
but
does that
in
even
the
mean?
debate,
A temp grant? What are you saying? You're going to temporarily grant the position because you just don't want to argue against it?
No, a temp grant is basically just me giving you. It's kind of like the name implies. So it's me giving you a temporary grant for the sake of argument. That way we don't have
Parker
to keep
just
going
said,
back
Yeah,
and
so that
forth.
you don't have to
Yes.
argue against me. Thank
No,
you.
it's not so I don't have to argue against you. It's so we
Yes,
don't
it
have
is.
to keep referring back to that individual topic. And
You don't. You didn't actually
getting
grant
more
it.
with
I mean, that means you're just doing so you don't have to argue.
Well, dude, my whole point is that I can say I agree morally. If it is the case that I agree morally, did you say in the debate, "Hey, Charlie Kirk, if you could go back in time and you were a king, would you put him in prison?" You didn't say that.
That's actually the argument I was providing, was that if he had the ability to either put them
Do
in
you want me to
prison or
play
not.
it right now? You want me to play it right
you
now?
can. I was there.
No,
I
you
literally
haven't, Parker.
debated him.
No, you didn't.
It's already posted on my channel. You can watch it.
Bro, you didn't ask. You didn't say, "Hey, Charlie Kirk, if you were a king and you could go back, would you put him in
I
prison?"
didn't say.
No,
I
you
didn't say if you were a king.
Yeah,
But even
exactly,
though
okay.
I didn't.
Which is why you lost.
I did. What? What do you mean? This is why I lost.
Yeah,
I said
yeah, that's why you
specifically-
lost.
I said specifically, if he went back in time and he had the ability to either put them in prison or not, would he put them in prison in that context? And at one point he said he would kill them himself if he could, and the other point he said he wouldn't retroactively enforce laws. So he actually contradicted himself. But you didn't actually watch the debate. You didn't know anything that happened in the debate.
Well, no,
You used that as a
wait,
mechanism to
Emerson-
pivot because you fucking lost every single argument. You have no actual arguments.
Parker, I cooked
You literally
you,
just
dude.
come up on my live. No, you got absolutely cooked, and that's why you had
And
to
you
pivot.
have your friend here. You have your random buddy here who just popped up out of
I
nowhere.
like how you
spawned
see how
out
he
of
just like
nowhere,
you see
bro.
how
Like,
every single
what the
point,
fuck?
every single time he loses on a point, he just randomly brings up some other
I didn't
random
lose.
point. You just lost.
I
on
just
it.
said he didn't
I just
contradict
showed you how
himself by
Charlie
saying
contradicted
that.
himself.
Holy fuck.
I just
No,
showed
he
you how
didn't.
Charlie contradicted himself in the conversation
didn't.
we had, and you gave no response to that.
Okay, I want you to tell me how him saying that he would kill them himself if he can, and then saying he would not retroactively enforce laws is a contradiction. Explain that.
He would specifically he would give them the death penalty, which would be an enforcement of his particular prescription of the law.
No, he didn't say he'd give them the death penalty. That's a legal term. He didn't say that. Hey, I would.
He
grab
said he
these
would
people up
unalive
off
them
the street.
himself. That's him granting the death penalty from his perspective. Come on, you can't
From
be
his perspective.
Yes, you
wouldn't
obviously
that
him
just be like
saying
a
that
crime
is
of
indicative
passion?
of the fact that he believes that they should be given the death penalty. I'm
Well,
sorry.
wouldn't that
can
just
you
be like a
please-
crime of passion, if nothing else?
What? Come on, you're being disingenuous.
Unaliving
If
someone.
he
due
would
to, like,
unalive
religious
him himself, he did judge, jury, executioner in his head. That's what he did. If you can't admit this, I'm going to kick you and go to the next person because you're wasting my time.
What are you talking about?
Really? What am I talking about? Are you really that stupid?
Why do you keep saying I'm stupid, Parker? You're like,
Because you are.
You're not intelligent. Liberals are fucking
Because
dumb.
either you're dumb or acting in bad faith.
Extremely bad faith.
Yeah, Adam. I didn't ask you. Like, fix your haircut.
No one asked you either.
He's
Fix
rage
your
baiting,
haircut,
dude.
dude.
He's so rage baiting. Lars, thank you so much for the $40. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Put some W's for Lars in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. Killer, thank you for the 2. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Lois with the 10. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. Lovey, thank you for the 5. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you very much. Can you thank all the gifters real quick?
I don't know their names, dude. I don't remember
No,
the names.
just say thank you to the gifters.
Thank you for the guys who sent me gifts. I guess.
Good boy.
That's fucking crazy.
Grandma
dude.
Diane, thank you so much for the 20. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Jay with the 5. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Toby, thank you for the 2. I really appreciate it.
Parker, can you
Thomas,
keep
thank you
thanking
for the
your
$5.
guests? Good boy.
Jenny, thank you so much for the $5. I really appreciate it.
Let's-
Kim with the 2. And Killer, thank you
Please
so much again for the
continue
2.
doing that. Good boy. Thank you, Parker. Like, what was that, bro? What is?
Tyler, thank you
What was
so
that?
much for the 25. I really appreciate it, Tyler. Put some W's for Tyler in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. Happy Tuesday. Happy Tuesday. What do you do? Maybe we will, Tyler. Amy, thank you for the 10. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Can you tell me why libs are so like bad faith and like disengaged from reality?
Can you say thanks to Lovey for the $5?
I want you to explain another pivot. That's okay.
Can you say thanks to Lovey
Another
for the
pivot. That's
$5?
fine.
Can you say thanks? To
You said
Lovey
you're going
for
to send me
$5?
$5. You said you were going to send me.
Can you say thanks to Lovey?
But you're not going to send me $5, though.
Can you say thanks to Lovey for the $5?
It's crazy.
Parker,
dude.
Thank you.
You're trying to like run away from the conversation, and that's
Come
fine.
on,
That's all you
bro.
gotta
I
say.
know you want to do it. Say thank you.
Rose, what are you doing, dude?
I know. You just want to say thank you.
This is your way of running away from the conversation?
No.
If you want to
say thank you.
concede, just say that. If you
No,
wanna
say
concede,
thank
just
you,
say
and
that.
we'll continue on. You're running away from the conversation because you don't want to say thank you real quick.
Can you explain what me saying thank you has anything to do with the
It
conversation?
will move the conversation forward.
No,
Yehoshua,
it's
thank you
a
so much for the
little
$5 for tell him to thank me. Now you have to thank Lovey and Yehoshua, right? Until we can go on with the conversation. Thank both of them.
Parker, do you believe in consent?
Hold up. Can you specifically answer?
Parker only believes in consent.
What'd you say? I can't. Why are you muting yourself, man? I can't hear you, man.
Fascist.
Why are you muting
Parker.
yourself, dude? Seriously, dude. This is crazy, man. Like the fact that you're muting yourself and trying to run away from the debate is actually crazy, dude.
Parker's a fascist. It's crazy.
Wow, it's actually nuts. It's actually nuts. Are you saying limiting people's free speech is fascism? So Donald Trump limiting people's First Amendment rights specifically by saying that you should put people in prison for a year for burning the American flag? That's fascism? And love you.
Absolutely insane.
Hey, I'll
What the
drop
fuck is that?
it if you say thank you. But if people keep sending me money, you're gonna have to say thank you to more people.
Can you prove that?
Yes, because you'll either get kicked if you don't.
Oh,
Volner,
you're running
thank you
away
so much for
from
the $5. Thank you. You have to say thank you to Volner too now. Can you?
I'm just going to take your concession, Parker.
Can you say thank you to Volner? Can you say thank you? You have to say thank you to
I
Christian
appreciate
as
your
well,
concession.
and
Adam,
Vanessa.
thank you for that concession as well.
Can you say thank you to
Adam, I'll just take a
Vanessa and
non-verbal
Christian as well?
from you, so I
You have to-
appreciate that.
You have to say thank you to Vanessa and Christian now as well.
Fucking kid, dude.
Yeah,
Just
say
kid,
thank you to
bro.
them. Say thank you to them. Come on, it's not that hard.
Everyone who sent me gifts, I appreciate that. There you go.
No, you have to say thank you to them. You have about 10 seconds before I kick you.
It's not consent. Shut your mouth, Parker. And Adam, shut up too. I heard you about to say something, dude.
Okay.
Yeah, don't look
you have
around
about
the
5
corner about
seconds.
systems.
You have about 5 seconds.
Parker, shut your mouth. You already lost the debate. Shut
You
your
have
mouth.
about 5 seconds.
You
Caleb,
already
give me
got
$5.
cooked.
Thank
Shut
you.
your mouth, Parker. Shut up.
Yeah,
You
about
already got cooked.
3 seconds.
You already got cooked. Suck a meat.
Okay, well, later, buddy. Wasting my time, bro. Not saying thank you. Martian, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you. He's a waste of our time anyway. He was so bad faith. It's actually unbelievable.
Yeah. What day did that happen, though?
Yeah, actually, like, what day did he do that? That's so crazy. He's like, when did this happen? It's like, it's the most irrelevant question ever.
Yeah.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
37.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yes.
Okay. If you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
I would never vote for Kamala Harris.
Would you vote for Donald Trump?
Absolutely, I did.
Okay, for sure. John, thank you for the $5. Thank you. So, why would you vote for Donald Trump?
Because, like people are saying, he stands on what he believes. He's the only president that comes out and doesn't take no crap from nobody. He does what needs to be done, and it's not pussyfooting.
Okay, so you're saying he doesn't take any crap. So why was he taking crap from Putin? Because they were conspiring behind his back?
I really don't have any knowledge of that.
Yeah, he was complaining about him and Xi Jinping conspiring behind his back.
Like I said, I have no knowledge of that, so I can't speak on that.
Okay. Why did he let the Dems do Russia? That was all bullshit against him under his own perspective. Why did he let the Dems rig the 2020 election under his own perspective?
The only election that was rigged was when Joe Biden won.
Okay,
That's what
so
you just said.
Yeah, that's what I just was referred to. Can you tell me why you think that Joe Biden rigged the election in 2020, but he couldn't rig it in 2024?
Depends. Could you tell me anything that he's done in 40 years prior to being president?
Yeah, prior to being president, yeah. I mean, the ACA is something that he helped get passed under the Obama administration. That's an example.
So here's my question. Take a man with dementia. Would you let that person run the country?
No, Trump should not be running the country.
What would make you think Trump would have dementia?
So the same reasons that you would say are applicable to Joe Biden would also be applicable to Donald Trump. So if you think that this is applicable to Joe Biden, it must be applicable under your view to Donald Trump, right?
Well, Donald Trump can complete a sentence. Joe Biden reads.
No, I don't know. I mean, not coherently. I mean, he might be able to complete a sentence, but that doesn't mean that sentence was coherent.
Right, and Joe Biden, not from Trump.
Do you want me to give you examples of Donald Trump not making coherent statements?
Sure.
Okay.
And then I see the disinfectant where it knocks it out in a minute, 1 minute. And is there a way we can do something like that by injection inside or almost a cleaning? Because you.
That's just one example. I can give you more. Here's another one right here. This one is, one of my favorites, might I say. One of my favorites I've ever heard. He's actually might be the smartest person, I've ever.
Whale strikes, but you have a better chance of being struck by lightning than hitting a whale with your boat. There has only been, listen to this, one such whale killed off the coast of South Carolina in the last 50 years. But on the other hand, their windmills are causing whales to die in numbers never seen before. Nobody does anything about that. They're washing up ashore. I saw it this weekend. 3 of them came up. You wouldn't see it once a year. Now they're coming up on a weekly basis. The windmills are driving them crazy.
I ain't gonna lie, that was stupid. And that's one thing I'll say. Trump says some things he probably shouldn't say. He's probably done some things he probably shouldn't do. But I've never seen a president fight for the country as hard as Donald Trump.
Really? Can you tell me one thing
fight the
passed?
country.
Yeah, literally. Can you tell me one thing that he's influenced to get passed that has been fighting for the country in a positive manner?
What do you mean?
Can you name one policy that Trump influenced to get passed that benefit the average American, for example?
Sure. I mean, currently, with the shutdown, taking money for these illegal immigrants that are getting food stamp benefits, and they want to stop that. And
undocumented immigrants are not getting food stamps.
Actually, it's already been released that they're saying they illegal
I think
immigrants.
you're mixing up the talking points also. The Republican talking point is that they're getting Medicaid and the ACA. Right. Which also is not true. So just so we get our talking points straight.
Okay.
Okay.
So
another topic I want to talk about is
wait. So given that that's not a policy that he passed to benefit the average American, could you name a policy that he passed to benefit the average American?
Not off the top of my head, to be honest with you. I'm not even gonna lie to you.
So then how could you say that he is like one of like the only candidates in the modern era to like fight for Americans, but you can't even name a single policy that he passed to do so?
I mean, you can just tell it's not. He's fighting for the average American,
But you
Well, I
can't
don't
name
know.
one policy that Donald Trump has passed to benefit the average American. Yet he's fighting for the average American like no president before. Because I can mention policies passed by Biden to benefit the average American. Would you like me to give you examples?
Sure.
Yeah, the Bipartisan Infrastructure Bill, the CHIPS and Science Act, the PACT Act, the Inflation Reduction Act, the American Rescue Plan. Those vastly helped the average American.
In what ways?
Yeah, for example, like the infrastructure bill invested into roads and bridges and clean drinking water, right, for Americans specifically by getting lead out of the drinking pipes so that we have better and more clean drinking water. High-speed broadband into rural communities, right, and through the Inflation Reduction Act, the largest investment in renewable energy ever, and the $35 cap on insulin for those that are on Medicare, right, which is incredibly important. The PACT Act specifically for veterans, expanding access to the VA, right, for those that are exposed to burn pits abroad and toxic substances. Right. I can also point to the American Rescue Plan, expanding the child tax credit, which reduced childhood poverty in this country by 45% when implemented, which is the same child tax credit that she wanted to extend. Those are just a few examples.
Yeah. See, I don't know.
Can I ask you, what is something he could do to lose your support? What is like the red line with Trump for you?
To lose my support.
Yeah, what would he have to do?
I mean, I see what you're getting at. You know what I mean? The convicted felon. I understand all
No,
this.
I'm not even getting it. I'm genuinely asking what could Trump do that hasn't yet been done that would be the red line for you?
I don't know. I guess murder somebody. I mean, I don't know.
What about like brutalizing U.S. citizens in Chicago?
I mean, like if he says murder someone, like, extrajudicially, they killed people off the coast of Venezuela where there was no evidence they had drug boats. There was 4 different boats that they killed people on, right?
I thought we were talking about Trump.
The Trump administration, yeah, which was those drone strikes. Yeah, those drone strikes are authorized by Trump and his administration.
And probably illegal.
Yeah, it is internationally legal and illegal for the U.S. to do so. It's not within our jurisdiction. And even if it was within our jurisdiction, we would detain them, right? That was the prescription of what we should do in that context.
So let's go back. Tell me this. Tell me, how did he get convicted of these files and things?
The felonies?
So didn't Joe Biden also be caught with files? Why didn't he get convicted?
He wasn't convicted for having access to the files. Push the Galaxy. He was convicted for falsifying business records in the first degree, which is a Class C felony in the state of New York, because of a predicate crime, meaning he was committing this crime in furtherance of another.
Why didn't he go to jail?
Why did he go to jail? Because he was elected president.
So he was found civilly liable, or he was found criminally liable?
He was criminally responsible for the 34 felonies. He was held civilly liable for sexual abuse.
So if he was found criminally liable, then why is he out?
Because, again, he was elected president, meaning that they did not sentence him to prison, because there would be an issue with an elected president being behind bars. What?
You think when he's out of term, they're going to send him to prison? Is that what you're saying?
Well, they've already sentenced him, so I don't know if there would be a sentencing that would send him to prison later on. But, I mean, he could commit another crime he'd get sentenced for. That could indicate he goes to prison.
Also, the documents case and the January 6th case can be brought back after he leaves office. And just so we're clear, the Trump documents case is not at all comparable to Biden having documents, because when Biden found classified documents, his team themselves reached out to the White House and said, hey, we found these, can we return them? The reason Trump was indicted for documents wasn't for possession, it was for obstruction of justice. It was for lying to investigators and not complying with the subpoena, which Biden never did.
Understood. I just wondered that because I mean, I'm not really, to be honest with you, I'm not really versed in this stuff a whole lot. I just kind of, to be honest with you, I just like Trump's stature. I like the, I mean, I like he comes out and says what he needs to say. I just feel like that's something we've lacked as a country is someone to stand up with a powerful voice and say this is what's going to happen, and if you don't like it, then this is the repercussions of that. You know what I mean?
It's not embarrassing to you when he tweets out a video of him flying a fighter jet and dropping feces on people? That's not embarrassing.
No,
it's not embarrassing for him to do that. That was Harry Sisson, right? Why is he picking on some random 22-year-old content creator? That's incredibly unprofessional.
Well, what was the point trying to be made, though?
Literally, there was none. It was literally just him in a plane dropping shit from the plane onto Harry Sisson's face. Push the meteor shower, Ryan. Thank you. What's up?
That sounds pretty funny to me. I mean, I don't know.
He should go do comedy then and resign from the presidency of the United States.
Wait, I'm sorry. If he posted a video of him shitting on me, would you think that's funny?
Kinda.
You wouldn't have an issue with that? You wouldn't think that's unprofessional? You wouldn't think that's disgusting for him to do?
Sure,
okay,
disgusting.
If a teacher, right, posted an AI video of kids in their classroom, specifically who had opposing political beliefs, getting shit on by them at a protest, they were on a plane over doing that, would they get fired? Would that teacher get fired?
Sure.
Okay, so if we would fire a teacher for that, why would we not have an issue with the president of the United States doing this?
I mean, is that something that you're saying needs to be pursued, or where are we going with it?
I'm saying, like, if you would say that's such an issue that someone should be fired, if they're a teacher, then why don't you say the same thing for people, right, for Donald Trump in the position of the presidency?
Couldn't tell you.
Also, if Biden tweeted a video of him dropping shit on Republicans, there would be like 10 news cycles in Fox News about how the fighter jet is inciting violence and the poop represents the disdain of the left for the white working class. Like, the double standards are actually unreal here. Like, remember when Biden said something about Trump supporters being garbage or trash, and they spent the next 2 weeks crying about it? Trump pulled up in a garbage truck. So they're allowed to play victim about an offhanded comment. And Trump can literally tweet fantasy AI slop of him just dropping poop on people that don't like him.
Well, see, all this is really funny because, he was president for 4 years and everybody was, we don't like this guy. He's done this, he done that. But then why do you win a second time? Are you saying that's because it was rigged? Is that your excuse
because
for
you
that?
guys voted for him.
Exactly. Why did we vote for him? Again.
That's what we're asking you.
Exactly. So, I mean, you say that he doesn't have his qualifications. Why has he been the president twice?
Because you guys voted for him. That doesn't mean he's qualified. That just means you guys voted for him. Exactly. Do you think an unqualified candidate... Wait, do you think an unqualified candidate can get elected?
Yeah.
That's what happened.
Right, with Joe Biden.
No, with Donald Trump.
Yeah, see, that's where we disagree.
But it's a fact. Like, Donald Trump is the one that's unqualified. Could you name 3 of Donald Trump's qualifications?
Multi-billion-dollar companies, wealthy businessman. I mean, that's enough right there, right?
So just businessman. So he inherited $400 million from his dad, accounting for inflation, and bankrupted 6 different times, including 2 casinos. So if you want to talk about being a businessman, I don't think being a businessman is evidence of him being a good candidate. Plus, can you name one single economic policy of Trump's that he influenced to get passed that you think was good for the average American, given that he is such a great businessman, and because him being a great businessman is going to be great for his economic policy, right?
But see, you act like those bankruptcies affected. He didn't care about that. That was minuscule compared to the overall picture.
Isn't that pretty damning to not care about your own business going bankrupt? Wouldn't a good businessman like maybe say, "Oh, why? I wonder why this casino went bankrupt." That seems pretty difficult to accomplish.
I kind of think in literal terms. I mean, if I see your bank account and it's got $50 billion in it, I'd say you're pretty successful.
He doesn't have $50 billion, and half of his net worth comes from Truth Social and from the presidency. He has doubled his net worth from the presidency.
He's
And now
right,
he wants the federal government to pay him $230 million for emotional distress. He's having his own DOJ send him a check for $230 million. That's corruption, bro. That is so corruption. He's trying to get his own friends in his own administration to approve on him being paid by the government and by the taxpayer. That's laughable. I can't even believe that this is possible for him to do. The grifter in chief.
He also takes no salary. Can you tell me a president?
He does. He actually has taken a salary according to his tax returns.
That's not what's published.
He also spent $140 million of taxpayer money on golf trips in his first term.
So here's another point. So I mean, do you think every president before now has not done things that are questionable or illegal that you just
Not to this extent.
But when it's Trump, you're picking them out. But when you go back and look at the other
to a greater extent,
this is not a new thing.
And if you go back to another person, I wasn't even on live debating, so I don't know why you're making that point. Like as if I was like a coherent individual making arguments at that particular time. Right? Like most of the life that you're referencing, like I wasn't even there, bro. Like for example, when Obama was getting elected, I was in first grade. I was barely sentient.
Well, it's not a question of when you were alive. I'm saying presidents in the past. It's nothing to do with you. It's saying look at the presidents in the past. Do the research.
Which prior president launched a cryptocurrency that buys you access to the White House?
Yeah, and a dinner with him while he's president.
But that's not the point that I'm making. Is that this is not something new. All business is corrupt. Anybody in a business or high professional capacity is not all sunshines and roses.
Can you name one corrupt thing Kamala Harris has ever done?
Be Kamala Harris. I mean, she's just corrupt altogether.
Just be herself. Being Kamala Harris means being corrupt to this guy.
It's like when Biden resigned, you never even seen her. She was never even there.
Can you tell me one thing that Kamala Harris has done that is corrupt? It can't just be being herself. That's not corrupt to be herself. That's ridiculous for you to say. Tell me one thing that Kamala Harris has done that's corrupt.
Her views.
What views?
Her views, playing the heavy feminist hand, like that's the biggest problem in the country.
Corrupt, even if that was
It's
true.
corrupt to be a feminist? Why?
Supporting
if you guys
abortion.
love corruption, if you love being a feminist, type 1 in the comment section right now. If you love being a feminist, if you love that corruption, you know what? I love being corrupt so very much. Corruption, thank you very much.
Supporting abortion.
Supporting abortion means you're corrupt. Yo, everybody, we love being corrupt. Oh my God. Supporting abortion, access. Oh my God, how corrupt.
Well, let me ask you a question. You haven't answered this yet. So, what makes you think abortion is not murder? Can you give me an example of how
we can go into that in a second? I'll answer that in a second. Can you define corruption first?
Intentionally mistraying the situation.
What? Say that again?
Intentionally disobeying or, messing with the current situation.
Messing with situation. What? So for example, like if I disobeyed my parents when I was younger as a kid, was that engaging in corruption?
It's hard for me to answer questions when you're asking me on the spot, to be honest with you.
No, like when I intentionally disobeyed my mom as a kid, right? She told me to do my chores and I intentionally did not do my chores. Was I corrupt? Was I a corrupt toddler? Or not toddler, I would like a corrupt first grader.
No, I can see how that wording probably confused you. See, I can admit when I'm wrong. See, that's the difference.
Okay, so that's not corruption. So then what has Kamala Harris done that's corrupt?
I told you I don't agree with her views. I didn't say nothing was corrupt. I said I don't agree with her views.
Okay, you could say you disagree with her views, but like you were saying that every politician is corrupt, and I was asking you Could you name something Kamala Harris has done that's corrupt? And it seems like you don't know anything Kamala Harris has done that's corrupt.
I don't.
Victoria, thank you for the 20 for being corrupt. Thank you very much, Victoria. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Lawrence, thank you for the 1. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Christina, thank you for the 20 for the corrupt money. Thank you. Adam, thank you so much for the 20 from the DNC. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Grace with the 10. Thank you very much. Lovey, thank you for the 2. That must have been the last person. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I must have not heard it. Whitney, thank you so much for the 10. I really appreciate it. Thank you. This man does not know that Parker is the Zygote Slayer. For real.
So do we think we can answer my other question, and then I'll let you get to somebody else?
Go ahead.
I asked you how abortion was not murder.
Yeah, because they're not sentient.
What sentient?
So, subjective
We're talking
experience.
about human. Yeah, see, we're using different words for a human life. So
No, I believe life begins at conception. I just don't value cellular life because I don't think it's murder to pull the plug on an individual in your family that's brain dead. So there's going to be a distinction.
So at what week is would you consider the baby alive?
Well, it's alive at conception, but medical life, in terms of sentient life, begins at 20 through 24 weeks in the womb.
Right. So it's when that organism starts and has a heartbeat, that's life at that point. So you ending that life?
It's a life at conception.
Murder.
Is it murder to pull the plug on an individual in your family that's brain dead?
So are you saying that a baby is not a baby until it's outside of the womb?
No, that's not the prescription I just stated. I would say it's a baby once it meets the point of sentience, which is 20 through 24 weeks in the context of the womb.
But see, it already has brain activity within weeks of being. So,
but not the required brain activity to produce a subjective experience.
It doesn't matter if it's surviving on a host. That doesn't make it's not an organism. It's a life.
What?
It doesn't matter
It would
if
be a
it's
living
once
organism.
brain activity is established.
It has to be an actual person.
Yeah.
It is a person.
Yeah, so it's not just brain activity is 6 weeks. So do you think abortion is okay prior to 6 weeks?
I mean, not necessarily. I mean, I would be more okay with it up to then. But in my mind, beyond a heartbeat is murder in any context.
Okay, so then it would be murder to pull the plug on an individual in your family that's brain dead because they have a heartbeat.
No, that wouldn't be murder.
Okay, so then it's not just having a heartbeat.
That's a choice that the family makes for the sake of that person not being able to regain.
Like abortion.
No, that's not. Abortion's not a choice.
What? It literally is if it's pro-choice. We think people should have the choice to get access to an abortion.
So could you have the choice to murder your uncle? Could you just do that?
No, because they're sentient. They're a person.
No, both of them are alive.
Again, there's a difference between just cellular life and sentience. That's why we don't think it's murder to pull the plug on an individual in our family that is brain dead.
Because that's not murder.
It's not murder because they aren't sentient. They don't meet the past or present and future subjective experience set of criteria. Sentient means like a subjective experience. You know how you're experiencing things right now?
Sure.
Yeah, that's what it means. That's what a subjective experience is. That doesn't start until 20 through 24 weeks. That's when we would consider it valuable. Like, for example, if you're in a burning building and you could either save 2 fertilized eggs at conception, 2 cellular human lives, right, or 1 newborn baby, which would you rather save?
Both.
No, which would you rather save? You can only either save the 2 zygotes, the 2 single-cell organisms at conception, the fertilized eggs, or the newborn baby. Which would you rather save?
I guess in your scenario, saving the 2 would be better than the 1, right?
Okay, so you would rather save 2 single-cell organisms over a newborn baby from burning alive.
Right, because in my eyes, both are the same thing. Both are the same life, regardless of their stage.
You do not value a zygote the same as you value a newborn baby. That's ridiculous.
It's still a child, and even before that, it's a potential.
A single-cell organism is a child? Okay, I'm sorry. You if you're
It
in that
seems to me like
scenario,
you're
there's no
justifying-
way that you would save the 2 zygotes over the 1 newborn baby. There's no way.
Every pro-abortion argument is the same thing. It's just you saying you support murder. I mean, that's all you're saying.
This isn't murder, like, because it is a case.
is.
Oh my god, dude. Okay. How about this? Why do you think it's? So you think, are you Christian? Is that the reason?
I'm not. No,
Okay.
I don't believe in any religion.
Okay, so, jeez, I don't even know how you come to this conclusion that you value a zygote the same as a newborn baby. That's, like, actually nuts to me. Like, genuinely, you'd rather save 2 single-cell organisms over a newborn baby? I don't even think I could convince you at this point, man. I think you're just always going to be a zygote lover, man. Like, if I had a petri dish right now with a zygote in it, and I slapped that shit for TikTok and YouTube content, and I killed that shit because I'm a zygote slayer, and that's what I do for fun, should I go to prison?
Yeah,
Yeah, you would say I should go to prison.
sure. You murdered that potential life.
I should totally do this on stream someday so that people could just refer to me as a murderer from now on. Like I would love for them to have to concede that I'm a murderer. That would be nuts. Could you imagine? Like, there's someone that leaves the live that thinks that I'm a murderer because I killed a zygote. Dude, that's unbelievable. Genuinely, I don't know how to convince you at this point. Like, if you value zygotes, I guess go ahead. But, like, I think it's obviously ridiculous to value a zygote the same as you do a newborn baby. Wait, do you value me the same as a newborn baby? Or not a newborn baby. I mean a zygote.
We're talking about when is brain activity established?
Like, for example, if it was a burning building, and it was either you could save me or you could save 2 zygotes, which would you rather save, me or the 2 zygotes?
So we're going back on this example again.
Yeah, but like, it's me this time.
So there's no right answer for me to say. You know, I mean, I understand you're trying to put me in a trap, but there's no right answer to that question. So there's nothing I can say that's going to make either one of us.
Well, I think the right answer to that question is you would save me, dude. At least
Why
I would
is that?
hope. Hey, I would just let you
Hold
know,
on,
if I was
let
in a
me-
burning building and I could either save you or 2 zygotes, I'm saving you every single time, bro.
Okay.
Hold on. What is your name, sir? Mr. Chevy? What is your actual? What can I refer to you as?
Steven.
Steven? Okay. Steven, let's say you go into like a hospital room, right? You have like 2 beds. On one bed, you have like a robot body. On the other bed, you lie down. You close your eyes, you open your eyes. All of a sudden, you're in the robot body and your living human flesh body. It's heart's still beating, everything's still there, is on the other bed. And I walk in and I'm like, one of these beds is about to explode. I should blow up the robot with your consciousness in it, right? To save the living human life of that empty husk of a body, according to your logic.
Sure.
You agree with that?
Sure.
You would sacrifice your life.
For you're using a robot,
Or
as
your consciousness, I guess, not your life. I guess you're a chat GPT now or something.
you're using a robot as an example.
No, I'm asking what you would do. You wake up one day, your human body is next to you, you're in a robot body, someone walks in and says, one of these 2 has got to go. I guess it has to be the robot body because it's not a human life, even though your consciousness is in it.
Sure.
And you'd say, okay, yep, take me away.
Who
The
can
heart's still beating. It's
say
human, right?
where the
When that
road goes, where the day goes, I'm gonna cry. Dude, there's no way you would save the biological
you're not gonna
life
change my mind.
that is not
There's no-
sentient over your consciousness, bro. You would turn your consciousness off?
Yes.
For
The
that human body to just lie there for however many years and then just decompose and never
But
do
the
anything.
human
That's
with the
more
beating
important.
heart, ending that life is murder. Ending a robot's life is not. So that's
All right, man. You know what? Maybe we shouldn't talk about abortion. I don't think we're gonna have a convincing argument here, man.
I mean, because you're saying you support murder, and you want to keep going back to the zygote thing.
I mean, I don't think
I'm
it's
telling you,
murder, dude.
Once brain
But if you,
activity is
but if you
established,
if
in
you
that
think
life,
that
that's
if
murder.
you think that me killing zygotes is murder, well then hell yeah, that's amazing. I love
That's murder
doing that.
because
That's my
the
favorite
woman-
thing to
the
do.
woman- There's a special activity that leads to having babies, and if the woman has that activity and has a baby, that's they lay down, they spread their legs. It's their problem. You shouldn't be able to just kill it.
Why,
'cause you
why
don't
is it
want
always just describing specifically like what women would have to do? right? Like it's never describing like, oh, the man specifically decided to literally fertilize the egg. It's not specifically ever like a description of his behavior. It's always a description of like her behavior or like her needing accountability.
It's both of them. I'm not saying either one is not accountable.
Well, you were only describing the
guy
action
took
of
the
the
chance,
woman.
The guy took the chance, the girl took the chance, and now that chance came to fruition. Now you want to say, well, I don't want this baby.
Okay, if someone is driving without a seatbelt and they get in a car accident, should we leave them there to bleed out because they took a risk of something happening and now we just have to, the consequences are on them no matter what?
Actually, yes. You know what? Like, they should actually have to just lay there and bleed to death. You know what I mean? Because, like, they decided to take the risk by hopping in the car.
That is nowhere near the same topic as we're talking about.
Like, they took the risk of going into the car, right?
Right.
Okay.
So what's the point trying to be
So
made
would you
here?
say that they shouldn't receive health care?
Well, yeah, they should receive health care.
Are you really not understanding the point here?
No, I'm not, actually.
You're saying if someone engages in acts that could potentially lead to an egg being fertilized, that they bear full responsibility to deal with the outcome and they can't get proper medical procedure to address it. But if someone under that exact same premise is like, I'm going to drive without a seatbelt today, you would say, actually, no, we should step in to help them actually.
Can I sue
do you
MAGA
mean
for
by-
emotional
what do you mean by-
distress? Can I get
do you mean
250
by-
million for emotional distress from MAGA?
So what do you mean by not being able to address it? Address what?
I think
Address
that
the
was
baby?
Adam. I think that was
What do
your
you mean?
point.
So what you're saying is...
No, address,
deal
what are
with
you
the
saying?
baby, what I'm saying. What do you mean by address the healthcare to address the situation? What do you mean by that?
An abortion?
Okay, so...
You're saying if someone engages in an act that ends up with the woman being pregnant, that they just have to deal with it, they took the risk, but you don't apply that same standard to other situations.
No.
Why?
Because you're just finding roundabouts ways to support murder.
I'm just testing your logic, and I'm seeing if you apply it universally or if you just pick and choose to use it for abortion arguments.
Because that doesn't have anything to do with that in my mind. That's a completely different topic.
Did you or did you not say that if someone engages in activity that could result in a pregnancy, that they're knowingly engaging in something with that risk, and therefore that it's just on them, they have to deal with it?
Yes. Exactly
Okay.
what I said.
Why wouldn't you apply that same framework to someone driving without a seatbelt?
They made the choice not to drive with the seatbelt, so
Uh-huh.
I'm not saying okay they're getting an accident. I'm not saying that they should be. Don't call nobody. Just let them.
So we
bleed
should
out.
still help people that make decisions that bear risk.
Yeah, abortion's not helping people. That's killing people.
No, it's helping the woman maintain her bodily autonomy against a clump of cells.
It's not a clump of cells. It's a baby. It's a
It
life.
is, you can say the clump of cells matters, but it is still objectively a clump of cells.
Actually, conception is a single cell, not even a clump
Right.
yet.
Yeah.
I'm guessing neither one of you have children.
Okay, here, I don't think we're going to convince each other on this point. You care a lot about children. Would you support Donald Trump if he passed a bill that cut children off of free school lunch and breakfast?
It depends on the parameters, I guess. For what? For
Say it cut
certain income level?
420,000 children off of free school lunch and breakfast on average every single month.
Not necessarily. No.
You would still vote for him?
Still vote for him.
Okay. Could you name something Trump could do that would get you to stop supporting him?
Did we already go over this?
Yeah, but we kind of already showed that you would still support him even if it is the case that he met that criteria. Like you brought up the murder point. We showed you how he literally murdered people. So could you name something that he could do that would get you to stop supporting him? He did.
He didn't.
Yes,
he gave orders to.
But he didn't. Is what I'm saying.
Yes, he did. Yeah, if I give orders to the doctor to cause an abortion, would you say that I would be accountable for that?
I'd say you and the doctor would be accountable for that.
Okay, so then Trump is accountable for murdering the people because he literally gave them the fucking orders to drone strike.
He's the president.
Yeah, so he's responsible, right? He murdered people. Would you stop supporting him then?
Was there an indictment on that?
No, because it was an act of his presidency. There should be, and currently
They're
his
saying that,
administration
yeah,
controls the DOJ. So
They're saying you can do illegal activities if you're a president. That's what you're saying.
Yeah, that's what the Supreme Court immunity decision said, actually.
So he can just go out and kill somebody on live TV, and he can't go to jail because he's.
He could send SEAL Team 6 to do it, and he'd be fully immune from prosecution. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't really buy into that.
That's in the Supreme Court brief in the decision from last year.
Oh, he just left. Okay.
Okay, wow.
Alrighty, let's go on to the next person. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. It'll help get out to more people. Let's go on to the next person here real quick, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. If you want to support me as always, VC and P is in the link tree in the bio. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Not 10.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah.
What's your birth year?
2006.
What month?
February.
Okay, if you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Probably Donald Trump.
Okay, I have a few people to thank real quick, and then we'll go on to our conversation. Octavio, thank you so much. What'd you say?
Nothing.
Octavia, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $1. Thank you. Allie, thank you so much for the 10. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Lawrence, thank you for the 1. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Raymond with the 5. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. William with the 5. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Better than the alternatives in terms of the Republican side. Allie, thank you for the 10. I really appreciate it. Thank you. And Nicole, thank you for the 10. Tess, thank you for the 5. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. As well as Phoenix, thank you for the 5. I really appreciate it. London with the 50. Can we get some W's for London in the comment section right now? Thank you so much for the 50 on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Don't say VCP, say CVP. Okay, I could say that. Either one. I don't know the distinction. Rodney, thank you so much for the 10. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Alrighty. So why do you support Donald Trump?
Because I think that with him getting shot, he had all the aura in the bag. So he is obviously the better choice because he.
That's the average Trump supporter's reason for supporting him, which is the funny part.
He actually did. He has like aura because like he actually like dodged the bullet like he was Matrix. You know, it's about you.
Oh, hello. Can you hear me?
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yeah, I support Donald Trump. Why do you think I'm here? To support Donald Trump.
What's your birth year?
My birth year? Why does that matter?
Answer the question.
I was born in 1995.
And what's your birth year? Or birth month, sorry?
January.
And how old are you again?
Why does this matter?
I have to make sure that you're above 18 years old, dude. Everyone else can deal with it. Apparently you can't. Stop acting like a child and answer my questions. If you're actually your age, you should be able to answer the quick questions, and then we can move on to the conversation. Jesus Christ, dude.
Okay.
How old are you?
You seem pretty upset right now.
How old are you?
30.
Okay. So, if you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Donald Trump.
Okay. You say you're 30 years old. Okay. I'm going to ask you a quick question. You say you're 30 years old. How old were you when 9/11 occurred?
What's with all these trivial questions?
Could you answer the question?
Dude, I was 6 years old.
Okay. When did you graduate high school?
When are we going to get to the real questions?
Once you answer this.
All right.
Just let him carry the 1 real quick. He's doing the math on Scratchpad right now.
No, he's looking up calculator app.
Can I ask you a question? Why don't you support Donald Trump?
Huh? You could ask me the question, but you can't get an answer. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, again, tap that screen, everybody. Let's go to the next person here real quick, everyone. I should be live for another hour and 30 minutes or so. Hour and 30 minutes, everybody, and then I should be getting off for today. Tomorrow, I should be on later in the day as well. Should be on later in the day, just like I was today. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 31.
Do you support Donald Trump?
I do.
Okay. If you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
That'd be Donald Trump.
Okay, why so?
Abortion.
And what about...
Okay, so y'all bring up these hypotheticals, right? About, like, if your loved one was brain dead and if you had to pull the plug, right?
Okay.
If your loved one's brain dead, they've already passed away.
Okay.
Right.
So you're kind of proving my point that you don't value cellular life, that you value sentient life, and by you identifying that they quote unquote passed away, you are not granting that you are specifically looking at their cellular life. You're looking at what is designated as medical life or sentient life.
No, because I believe in that if a woman is pregnant and I mean she has a breathing, living thing or human inside of her, right? Am I right or am I wrong?
It's not breathing, no.
Well, okay, but it's a living thing. It's a living human being.
It's living at the point of conception, but I don't consider cellular life to be what grants value. And based upon you saying that someone passed away when they were brain dead, that they would not be alive based upon that usage of life.
I mean, I don't agree with that at all.
What do you not agree with?
Like what you just said. So, with conception and all that, I do believe that God gave you two choices, right? He did. He gave you the good and the bad. And now, but now we're sitting here thinking, abortion is supposed to be good. No, I mean, okay, so if a woman got raped, yeah, send the rapist to prison, put him on death row, and get rid of him. Absolutely. But the baby has nothing to do with it.
Okay. So
why are we aborting the
What was
baby?
my question?
Do what?
What was my question?
So we know the good from the bad, right?
What was my question?
Do you know good from bad?
Yeah, man.
No, I'd really like to know your point of view on this. Do you know good from the bad?
Yeah.
Do you know right from wrong?
Yeah.
Okay, what do you think is right? Aborting the baby.
I think that's right to do. I think there's nothing wrong with that. If it's not a baby.
It is a baby.
Nope. What was my original question, man?
No, I really. So I have points on. Let me reword this. Hold on. Okay, so your question, yeah, that's right. So you know right from wrong, and then you think it's right to abort the baby. But why do you think it's right to abort the baby? Yeah, that's what I was going to jump into. Why do you think it's right?
Because I believe in bodily autonomy, right? I believe that a woman specifically has bodily autonomy over her body, right? In deciding whether or not she wants to stay pregnant, especially given the fact that it's literally not sentient.
I mean, we can disagree all night long. It really doesn't matter. But I think, like your other guest said, if you're willing to lay in the bed, you can make the bed, right?
What is going on?
I don't know what's going on at this point. I'm not following the conversation, man. What's going on?
Right. Because y'all know what I'm trying to say, but y'all are just trying to backtrack.
I'm doubting whether
right?
you know what you want to say.
Y'all are trying to backtrack because y'all don't know what to say.
I mean, I just clarified. I don't know what you're trying to say. So, what makes you think I do think that I do know what you're trying to say?
Do what?
I just said I don't know what you're trying to say. So, what makes you think I do know what you're trying to say?
Well, I mean, my point of view, abortion is wrong. And then that's why I really like this administration, because not only this administration, but it's up to the state, right? Like, they have this state now, like that'll decline. Like, we're going to do it or we're not, or we're going to do it or we're not going to do it.
Okay. So, what policy of Trump's do you like on abortion?
Well, it don't have to be a policy.
Push the galaxy. So then, why do you like Trump?
I mean, I can kind of crease in the what I like and what I don't like. But what I like about Trump, I mean, even now in my general area, gas prices are like extremely down.
Gas prices have gone up since Trump got in.
Like the best before Biden.
Nope, gas prices have gone up since Trump got in office.
Oh, I doubt that 100% because I filled up today and it was the absolute cheapest when Biden was in office.
Yeah, Biden, it was cheaper and when Biden was in office. You're right. You just made the point that I was making. So if you look at the Energy Information Administration, we can actually see it was 307 when Trump got in office, and it's 316 last time we've got the data. We actually don't currently have the data for right now because it is the case that the government is shut down thanks to your fucking daddy Trump.
But yeah, that's another thing. Okay, so now we're going to a different topic. So it's not the shutdown is not the Republicans' fault. And here's the thing with
Yes,
you people online. Here's the thing with the liberals online, like you and Dean, y'all try to divide this. Y'all really do. Fetterman, what did Fetterman say? Go ahead and pull that article up.
You tell us.
He's agreeing with the Republicans.
Okay, on what? What did he say?
On this shutdown.
What about it?
That it's not falling on the Republicans. They need so many votes. Yeah. They can own. They can own the House.
Fetterman does say that, which I haven't even seen him say. Does that change anything? Yeah. I don't have to agree with Fetterman.
Well, you don't have to, but here's the thing.
How are we the ones trying to divide when you guys are the ones making up information and trying to say that we're trying to?
Y'all will disagree with Trump just because you don't like him.
Listen. It's not just because we don't like them, because we have reasons to. Now, the specific government shutdown, right? This is because Republicans do not want to fund continued credits for the ACA, right, and Medicaid, right, Medicare and Medicaid, which is specifically obviously going to be what we want in the context of the bill, right? And has nothing to do with undocumented immigrants. They're lying, and they're saying that we're trying to advocate for healthcare benefits for undocumented immigrants.
Okay, so now we're turning another page.
This is the same fucking topic.
No, it's not. No, it's
not. Yes,
it
is. We're talking about the government shutdown.
Yeah. But here's the thing, y'all are just solely
Republicans not
blaming the Republican Party, and it's not just the Republican Party.
Hey, boss.
I mean, I can say I do what?
Why are Republicans not negotiating with Democrats?
Because the Democrats want to pocket the taxpayers' money. That's the problem.
In the first year of Biden's term, when Democrats also had a trifecta, they had the Senate, the House, and the presidency, they negotiated with Republicans, and they made concessions to Republicans. So why is the Trump administration doing something unprecedented in modern American history and not negotiating with the opposition party?
Because Chuck Schumer doesn't want to hear any of it.
No, he's trying to negotiate. They don't want to hear anything.
He is not. If you were to keep up with the news today, y'all can pull up y'all's files or y'all's.
Wait. Democrats have been trying to negotiate. They've constantly talked about negotiating. Republicans are not picking up the phone. Now, I just want to say this is hilarious. Yeah. You said this. You said Democrats want to pocket taxpayer money. One, that's the most insane take ever. You won't be able to find a source for that at all. But two, Trump literally is asking the DOJ for $230 million of taxpayer funds because of his emotional distress. You know what? I deal with a lot of emotional distress from MAGA. So you know what? How about I sue fucking MAGA in general for emotional distress? I want to sue Trump for emotional distress. That would be amazing.
Oh, that's hilarious.
No, seriously, that's him taking taxpayer funds. He's suing the fucking government for taxpayer money to personally put in his pocket.
No, okay. What is that? What is that source? CNN?
No, he said it himself, dude. What do you mean? Is that from CNN? No, it's from Trump himself.
Okay, can you tell me the source? Can I look that up?
Trump is the source, dude.
It's so bad for Trump supporters. They spend like 10 minutes denying that Trump did something, and then he just says it.
On what did he post that on? What was his exact words that he posted that on?
The Trump administration has filed a lawsuit. I'm sorry, Trump has filed a lawsuit against the Department of Justice. It's a file of a lawsuit. Look up Trump lawsuit against DOJ. Kate, thank you for the 5. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, Kate.
I mean, okay, so we're gonna turn back to the shutdown.
Maxie, thank you for the 20. I really appreciate it. And Rodney as well. Thank you for the 20. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. That's true. I do say that, but sometimes it's not convincing for people. But yeah, you were saying, sorry?
No, I'll let you finish your deal.
Would you like would you like a Fox News article where it says Trump's lawyers specifically talking with DOJ about settlement for past investigations? That's from Fox News if you want a Republican source.
Yeah, go ahead and read it to me.
What you want me to read the fucking article to you now, dude?
Absolutely.
Mark with the $3. Thank you. Okay, I'll read it to you, man.
I'm all
Let's read it. Let's read it. President Trump on Tuesday confirmed his legal team is seeking money from his own Justice Department as compensation for past investigations into his conduct. Trump was asked about a New York Times report that his legal team is demanding $230 million in compensation.
Okay. So, can I ask you one more question? Why did we pivot from the shutdown now to a lawsuit? And that was not my pivot. That was your pivot, Parker.
I'm talking about emotional distress. He's trying to sue the government for emotional distress. You brought up Democrats trying to pocket money
because of the shutdown.
So yeah, you said that was because of the shutdown, which one has nothing to do with
No,
it.
I did not say
Republicans
that.
are not negotiating.
Don't put words in my mouth.
I didn't. You said that yourself.
Okay, so the shutdown is not just because of Republicans.
It is.
It is not.
It is.
No.
It literally is. You can sit there and you can lie all you want, but it is.
Chuck Schumer wants that money in his pocket. That's why he's wanting.
Nope, they're asking to extend the ACA tax credits
overseas for a TV show that's about trans, that's about PBS.
Nope.
They want to spend that billions of dollars.
Wait, what money? Wait, what money was specifically going for? What'd you say? Repeat that.
They want to send Chuck Schumer. He wants to send billions and billions of dollars for these TV shows that pop up on my kids' TV about trans, about all this other stuff.
Wait. Can you give me one policy?
And that's why.
Wait. Hold on. Can you tell me one policy? Wait, you said your own children, so you think in the United States. So can you tell me one policy supported by Chuck Schumer to put trans people on the TV shows of your children? One policy supported by Chuck Schumer that does that.
So what did Doge find?
No, you're talking
all that missing money. Where'd it go?
This has nothing to do with people who are trans. You're talking about Sesame Street, which is not even billions of dollars, right? And it has nothing to do with trans kids or trans people being shown to your kids.
Well, I mean,
Okay.
we can disagree all day long, Parker.
What,
But
what are you
okay,
talking?
so my point of view is, I watch you and Dean a lot, and yeah, y'all have some really good points. I don't agree with a lot of things that Donald Trump is doing. I don't agree with this EBT deal because people need help.
People
But-
also need Medicaid, right?
Right? Yes, I don't
So then
agree.
why are they
I-
cutting Medicaid?
Because Chuck Schumer won't get his butt into the office to make a deal.
He literally went to the Oval Office to negotiate with Trump, and Trump just used it as a photo op and then kicked him out and posted AI videos of it.
Yeah, Trump is too busy on the toilet posting videos of him shitting on Harry Sisson that is AI generated than he is actually trying to get the government to come together to fucking put out a deal.
Okay, I mean, yeah, you can say that, but
Remember that
Hey,
one
it's
time
literally
Trump
true.
said that the
It
president
was-
is
it was
responsible
funny,
for the
though.
government
I mean,
shutdown?
you could have a little bit of a laugh. I mean, that doesn't all need to
No,
be serious.
I mean, if the government's literally shut down right now and he's not getting people together.
No, it's not. See, this is where we disagree. It's not his. It's not his fault. It's not solely on Trump.
You disagree with Trump
No,
then, because
no,
Trump himself has said that the president
Yep.
bears responsibility for
Yep.
government shutdowns.
Do you want me to play it?
No, I disagree. I
With
don't
Trump.
have-
So you
I
disagree
don't
with
have the
Trump.
time.
You
I don't
disagree
have
with
the time
Trump.
and day. I don't have the time and day to look at these news articles minute after minute, hour after hour, because I am at work. I'm
Then
trying
don't take
to
such strong opinions on
Dude,
things.
you act like people in the comment section don't go to work. Like, we're all able to
Did I
critically
say
think,
that?
and we're all
Did
able
I
to
say
use
that?
reason,
Did I say
and
that? Did I
everyone
say
here
that?
goes to work. Do you think we all
You're
just live
taking
off the
words
government or
out of
something?
my mouth, and you're trying to twist them. No, I never said that. I never
Well,
mentioned
all
your
the
comments.
liberals in the comment section that do
never-
basic levels of research, they are able to do that with a job. Are you saying you have zero free time, dude? Come on. You're on my live right now debating me.
Dude,
What are you
it's-
talking about, dude?
It's 10:20 in the evening. Night.
Exactly. And can you not do research at 10:20 on the evening on other days?
Well, when I'm at work, I get home, I'm tired, I crack a beer, I sit there and watch TikTok, and then y'all just pop up. So I'm like, well, I'm gonna
that's
try
fair and that's fine. But the point I'm saying is that at least one of the days you could have done that research. You have time. I get you're tired. Everyone's tired. We understand that. Everyone else has a job too. We get that. But the point that we're making is that you can still do the research. Right? You can still critically think about this. You shouldn't just believe things, right, because you feel like it and because you heard Trump say it.
Right. I mean, then, like I said, I don't, and y'all can count me as, oh, now he's turning his words, but I don't believe everything that Trump is doing is good. I don't believe that everything Biden did was good, but I believe some things that Biden did was great.
But why
I
do you
believe that
like
some
Trump?
things-
Why do you like? Okay, so I understand you don't have good enough research. You don't have time to look through it. So how about you go into the bibliography in my bio and you follow my friend Substack, Matt. He's a librarian. He runs a Substack. It's totally free. He goes through and he does the research for you, and then he posts that, and you can actually read through it. He links to it. Literally, he's a librarian. You can look through it yourself, right? You don't have to do any more of the work. He does it for you. I'm saying there are already social media platforms where you can find this information where people will look through it for you, right? And it's reliable.
Okay. I mean, and that's, so my point coming on here tonight was we got to stop dividing the people. We have to, because you can see your title is, why do you support Trump? See, there's just like, it's just ticking to one side. It's not, what did Trump
Because
do?
one side is doing a lot worse stuff.
Wait, and also, like,
No,
I mean,
I agree with that.
in a debate, of course we're going to debate, right? How is it dividing for us to come together and have a conversation? I would say us having a conversation about what we disagree on is actually bringing us together to a greater extent rather than pulling us away from each other. Because it's getting us to critically think, it's getting us to use reason, logic, and evidence, which inevitably will unify us. When Donald Trump spreads misinformation, that makes the country less unified. When Donald Trump spreads hatred, that makes the country less unified. When Donald Trump undermines the basic institutions that we rely on, right, that literally does divide this country. When he undermines the rule of law, the Constitution, our democracy, all of that is undermining our unity of this country. So again, I understand it sounds like crazy from a from a liberal, or it sounds like just like a liberal's always trying to go after the right. But I'm actively trying to tell you the reason why we have this level of division is because of people like Trump. If we were having debates like typical Republican Party shit, it wouldn't be like this. It wouldn't.
Okay.
Like before Trump,
No,
typical
I agree.
Republican Democrat debates were not this divisive, okay? And they would not be this divisive if it were not for
100%
Trump.
agree. I 100% agree. I do, Parker. You've got a really good point. You've got an extremely good point. Okay, so let's say Kamala Harris runs next election again with J.D. Vance. Who are you voting for?
Kamala Harris over J.D. Vance.
Why?
I think J.D. Vance. I think J.D. Vance feeds into the same ideology as Trump that specifically divides this country. And the reason why I say that is because he's super MAGA oriented. I would not say this about every Republican. Like, for example, I'll give you an example. Say the fucking candidate was Ron Paul, right? Or not Ron Paul, Rand Paul, right? Rand Paul. I don't like Rand Paul, but he is completely and radically different than the current Republican Party. You can actually have a conversation with him and disagree with him, and we can still have unity in this country. With Donald Trump and J.D. Vance, when they deny the election results in 2020, when they undermine the integrity of our democratic processes, when they try to extend their authoritarian control over our country, that is where we can't have unity. When they're actively trying to limit our ability to be in opposition, limit our free speech, when they're actively undermining the integrity of the 2020 election results with no evidence, by the way. 2020 was not stolen. There's no evidence indicating that. And if they did steal it in 2020, they would have been able to steal it in 2024 when they were in office.
Right. And I'm going to go totally off topic, but don't
Wait,
take
first,
it
real
as a
quick,
turn.
would you vote for J.D. Vance or Kamala Harris in that situation?
I mean, like Parker said, I've got to get into the actual political. Like I have to know what I'm.
Okay, that's fair. I just want to say you brought up that you want people to bring America together. J.D. Vance just gave a speech to like U.S. troops saying they should hate Democrats, right? So like, if you care about bringing people together, J.D. Vance is not the guy.
No, and okay, if he did say that, in which I'll kind of do my research before I come on these lives again. And I appreciate you, Parker, and I appreciate you, Adam, for kind of just giving me some knowledge. It's not, to me, it's not, y'all probably get off, when I get off, y'all probably rub them in the face. No, it's not like that. In your comment section, it's not like that. I voted for a man that I thought was good, that I thought was really good for our country. I did. I can't say much of anything that Biden was terrible, but I disagree with some of the stuff. But I agree with some of the stuff that he did, and I do with Donald Trump the same way. But I do see it now. When Trump got elected, that it just like the Democratic and Republican Party, they absolutely separated. Like they're like, hey, we're done. Like we're not going to do this. And that's why I see the government shutdown, because they can't come to an agreement. Hell, maybe it'd be both of them. I don't know. I need to do my research, in which I'll get offline and I'll do my research. But I'm not taking this as like a defeat. You know what I mean? I don't know.
You don't have to think of it in that terms, right? We're not trying to get you to think of it as a defeat. The reason why I'm engaging in this conversation is because it's an effective way to get people to critically think, to question their own belief system, and to show them the reality of things. The reality of the things, or the reality of what's going on, is that Republicans, right, like Donald Trump, are actively trying to keep the government on shutdown, to try to force the Democrats to trying to accept a deal in which cuts healthcare benefits for Americans and increase the cost of their premiums. That's what they're trying to do.
And I do have kids that do rely on Medicaid. So with this big, beautiful bill, I don't agree with, and the government shutdown, it's really going to impact us. I know that, and I don't like it. So I don't know what to do next. I mean, I can watch 5 minutes of politicians get at it. But all that's going to do for me is, well, the Republicans are going to say Democrats are bad. Democrats are going to say Republicans are bad.
Yeah, but you have to hear. But
I'm
here's the issue.
independent.
Here's the issue. All you hear is Democrats saying Republicans are bad, and all you hear is Republicans saying Democrats are bad. That's the issue that I'm kind of bringing up, is that you have to look into it further than that. It's not just both sides are saying each other are bad. What are the reasons why they say that? Like, think about it this way. You have family members, right? And the family members disagree on something. You hear one family member disagreeing with the other, and you hear the other family member disagreeing with the other. You have to critically analyze what each other's position is and what happened in order to know which side you're going to take. You're not going to just say, oh, I'm going to just inevitably, for the eternity of all things, be in the center. No, you're going to be like, I'm going to think through this, and I'm going to try to see which side makes more sense. Because in the reality of things, it could be the case maybe both sides are right on some things and both sides are wrong on some things. But in order to evaluate that, you have to critically analyze it. You can't just look at it as, oh, both sides are saying they disagree with each other. You have to critically analyze it. That's why we're saying this. And I think that when you critically analyze it, you're going to realize that Donald Trump does not uphold what you're looking for. He's not fighting for this country. He's not fighting for the working class. He's fighting for rich people. He's fighting for his special interests. And he's actively harming and disunifying the country.
Right. And I don't take comments too seriously. But, okay, so, and Parker, you can agree with me. Majority of your viewers there are Democratic, right? They're liberals. So what... If I'm fully Republican, or even just on the edge of being Republican, and I'm reading these comments, there's a comment that said by M. Skywalker, Trump said exactly what he was going to do. Too late for voters' remorse. We fucking told you so. Rolling eyes. What makes you think that I want to now vote for? Because I've had much worse told to me when I was in Dean's Live, and see, I'm on the mend of them, Republican. I'm Republican. I'm sliding to Democrat. But what makes you think that I like? Because the hate that I've got from Dean's video, it really made me really second guess. Do I want to join Parker's Live because he's got 6,000 people in it on TikTok? Do I really want to get that hate? Like why do the Democrats why do they have so much hate?
Wait, that's not specifically a Democrat or a Republican thing. That's you go in a debate space with people you disagree with. There's inevitably going to be people on there that disagree with you. And I'm not saying I agree with the people that are saying that. Like, I think that we need to have a bit more open-mindedness with people changing their minds, being regretful about their vote, and doing better. Because it is the case that inevitably it leads to people changing to a greater extent. But is someone necessarily wrong when they claim that, like, oh, this is what you voted for, and you have to acknowledge that, and, like, honestly, they don't really have, like, maybe a lot of empathy for people who are in those positions because they inevitably hurt people? I understand that perspective, but what I'm saying is that, like, maybe a better way for us to address this in conversations or when trying to engage with other people is to give them a little bit more grace and leeway so that they can realize how they fucked up, because if you do it so directly, it's less likely someone's going to realize that.
Right, and I do agree with that. I do. But no, Parker, Adam, I thank you for your time. I'm probably going to have a lot of messages in my TikTok about.
Sure. But think about it this way. When you do the research, when you change your mind, right, inevitably speaking, people are not going to be against you doing that. Think about it this way. I used to be a Trump supporter. When I was in high school, I used to support Donald Trump, right? And I've changed my views. You can be accepted and changing your mind. It's not that there's no one on the left that is willing to accept you. If that were true, I wouldn't be able to be on a live right now in front of over like 9,000 people, right? And to have a platform to the size that I do. Same thing with Dean. Dean used to also be. So we have been accepted, and you will be accepted. It's not to say everyone's going to be happy with you. People are going to have disagreements with you. Some people are still going to be mad with you. But not everyone within a group has to accept you in order for you to be within that group. Because not everyone on the Republican side is happy with you. There are people on the Republican side that if you didn't agree with every single position that they have, they would be really mad at you and they would respond similarly. Right? That would happen if you join a Republican live and you disagreed from a liberal perspective. That's the reality of these different types of disagreements. Now, how do we get people to come together so that they don't have those types of disagreements? Well, we stop having such hateful stuff in our politics like people from Donald Trump. People have that response because of how fucking terrible Donald Trump is and because the effect it has on their life. you're hearing a different story and you're thinking of a different story when you're thinking about Donald Trump than they are. And that's why they're responding the way that they do. So what I'm saying is that from your side, from their side, we need to have more grace for understanding each other's perspective. We can understand. Doesn't mean we have to 100% agree. We can understand where each other are coming from, and we can try to have a conversation from that. But in order for us to be able to understand them, we have to actively listen to what they're saying. We have to try to think of it from their perspective, try to put ourselves in their perspective or in their shoes. And we have to be genuine in our response. And I think that I've done that. And I think that you are trying to do that. And I think that the more you try to do that, the more you're going to realize that I was doing that from the very start, and that and you actually more that you agree with me, right? And that really it was just a difference in the information that we had.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you hit the nail on the head. So I'm going to let somebody else come in and speak, but I'm going to keep watching. I'm going to see what you do. Like I said, I've been kind of watching Dean and Parker. So I hope there's no hate. There's no hate from my end to you. Like the stuff I said in the beginning, I don't promote hate. I love each and every one. So, man, I hope y'all have a good night.
And I'm going to give you this as well. And this might be different from other people, but I don't hate you. I hate the views that Donald Trump has. I hate the views that he perpetuates. And I do hate the vote that you made. But I do not hate you as a person. And I think that we can come together and we can unify. And I believe that we obviously as a country can redeem ourselves and come together. But we have to work together to do that. We have to be on the same page to do that. And I really think that you're taking the first necessary steps to do that, man. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank y'all for the information. I really do. I really do.
Hey, I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Yes, sir. Y'all have a good night.
You too.
You as well. Right there. So you see how so many people will have they'll come into the conversations where they think, oh, this type of conversation, this type of debate is dividing this country. It's pulling people away from each other. And then through the context of the conversations, inevitably it pulls us together. Having conversations will get people to humanize each other, will get people to understand each other to a greater extent. And for a lot of people who are conservatives, it's the first time they've ever heard a liberal do that, right? Because of the social media discourse that we have. Really important to do that. That's why I think these lives are so important. That's why I push to do these all the time. And, with certain people, with the right people, obviously it can happen. Now, not everyone is going to have that response. Not everyone's going to be like that. And that's the inevitable reality with things. But there's so many people out there like him, like how I used to be, that can change their minds, that really have those original intuitions, that simply just have different information as us. They have a different story about how the world's operating right now. They have different information as us. And it's not that they have different values than us necessarily. It's that they have different information. It seems like they have different values because of how they're supporting someone so vastly different, but through conversations, you can get people to realize that they actually have the same values and agree, and that they just had different information. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
22.
What's your birth year?
2002.
What month were you born?
December.
Okay. If you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Ooh, that's a hard question. Let's see. I'll have to go Trump.
Okay, for sure. Let me say thank you to a few people, and then we'll move on to our conversation. By the way, if you're on YouTube, make sure to hit that thumbs up, everybody. It will help get it out to more people. I would really, really, really appreciate it. Let's try to get to 3,000 likes for the 3,600 people here on YouTube. I would really appreciate if you do that. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. Let's try to get to 1 million likes as well. Green4, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $2. Absolutely. London, thank you so much for the 20. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Jolish with the 5. Thank you so much. As well as London, thank you so much for the 50. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, London. You can put some W's for London in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, London. D, thank you so much for the 5. Brian, thank you for the 5 as well. Silver, thank you so much for the 10. Raymond, thank you so much. Really appreciate the 2. Kathleen, thank you so much for the 5. Really appreciate it. Jolish, thank you so much for the 5. Raymond with the 2. Zombicus, thank you so much for the 5. Rodney, again, thank you so much for the 20. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Iden, thank you so much for the 5. I really appreciate it. Mackenzie with the 5. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. And Adam with the 100. Can we get some W's for Adam in the comment section right now for the $100 on Venmo? Thank you so much, Adam. W's for Adam in the comment section right now. Thank you so much for the 100. I really appreciate it. As well as if you want to support me, as always, CVP, you all know what that stands for, the ways to support me, Linktree in the bio, as well as you could support me over YouTube Super Chat in the description of my YouTube, as well as long as Adam's up here, make sure to support Adam as well. Alrighty. So, why do you support Donald Trump?
Abortion.
Okay, what about
morals and LGBTQ?
Okay, what's wrong with the LGBTQ plus community?
It's against my religion.
What's against your religion?
LGBTQ.
Them existing?
Okay. Yeah, like, are gay people existing? Is that against your religion?
Well, it's not them existing. It's just against my religion.
What's against your religion? What particularly?
The homosexuality.
It's not specifically the sexuality under your perspective. There's nowhere in the Bible that says that. Under your perspective, it's probably the action of engaging in intercourse.
It's not that. It's just everything that they do. Pushing on kids, right?
How are gay people pushing being gay on children?
Let kids decide what they want to be. Don't, because at my local school...
So don't push them to be straight, right? Stop forcing it on children. We shouldn't be sending children to Sunday school. That's pushing it on children, right?
No, it's not.
What? That's totally pushing it on children.
Grant them
taking
eternal
them
life.
to Sunday school?
It grants them eternal life.
Okay. So I would say that you're saying it makes their life better, right? It makes gay people's lives better, specifically just to accept them to a greater extent in society.
Really?
Yeah.
Still against my religion, though.
How is it against your religion to accept gay people? Isn't that what Jesus calls you to do? Love thy neighbor?
Exactly, you're right. But
so you're told to love the LGBTQ plus community. Do you love the LGBTQ plus community?
I do, actually, but the fact is that it's still wrong. I'm not gonna love your sin, okay? It's sin.
What's the sin?
Sin is bad.
Describe what the sin is.
Being gay.
Being gay is not a sin. What verse is that?
Dude, my pastor that I go to, he talks about it's not right. He's
okay,
not any political affiliation.
What verse says it's a sin to be gay?
Want me to find you one?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. In the meantime, while he tries to find it, everybody, give him a second. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up, everybody. How much you want to bet? He brings up either Paul, Leviticus, something like that. It's going to be either a verse written by Paul or it's going to be something from Leviticus. Watch it. Lisa, thank you so much for the $17 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Lisa. I can't see it. We'll see if it gives me a flag. Oops. Again, if you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up, everybody. Let me see how many likes we have on YouTube. We're currently at 1,600 likes. Try to get to 2,000 real quick, everybody.
He says it's going to be a flag if we talk about this? Because I want to get your podcast.
No, it was what I said.
Oh, so yeah, it's Leviticus 18:22, I think.
Okay. Leviticus 18:22. That doesn't say that being gay in of itself is wrong. That your interpretation of that verse says that gay intercourse is wrong. Now, do you also take Leviticus 25:44 through 46? Where literally God says that you can own people as slaves and you can pass them down to your children as inherited property for life?
Yeah, well, here's the thing with that.
Do you accept that verse in Leviticus?
Morals can change over time. You act like they can't.
Oh, wait. So then morals can change over time. So we don't accept this verse in Leviticus. Morals change over time.
I can... No.
No? So we do accept this verse. Therefore, you do think it's okay to own people as slaves.
All the Old Testament laws were abolished after Jesus died on the cross.
Okay, so the Levitical laws that indicate that gay intercourse is wrong under your perspective, those Levitical laws are not actually upheld right now. Therefore, you can't use it as a reason to say that gay intercourse is wrong. So try again. What is the reason why gay intercourse is wrong under your view?
Doesn't produce anything.
Oh, okay. Do you think it's wrong to engage in intercourse if it is the case that one of the partners is infertile? Like particularly, for example, when women go through menopause, are you saying that you would stop engaging in intercourse with your wife?
Repeat that.
If you engaged in intercourse with your wife who was infertile through the context of menopause, would you say that that would be wrong?
Would I...
Are you going to stop engaging in intercourse once your wife goes through menopause and becomes infertile?
What's menopause? I'm sorry.
Menopause?
Yeah.
Okay, all you need to know is that there's a certain point where people become infertile, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's all you need to know, okay? So they become infertile, right? Is it wrong to engage in intercourse with them, given that they have now become infertile?
I mean...
they're in a marriage. Is it wrong for them to engage in intercourse?
I mean, no, because they're in a marriage, so I wouldn't say it's wrong.
Okay.
But they're not producing anything.
Yeah, but there's no production of anything.
Yeah, well, here's the thing, engaging like oral and crap. That's just gross. Like,
You think oral is gross, dude? I mean, that's a you thing.
gay oral.
Oh wait. Why is it only gross when they're gay?
69 crap. I've seen lots. All right. Did
you say you've seen lots? You've got to be trolling, dude.
What I mean, like, I'm not gonna say it, but like, my friend showed me some crap years ago on PORNHEB.
Did you ever look it up yourself?
No, of course not.
That was the most guilty no I've ever heard in my life.
I don't think myself. They showed me that crap. This was back when I was like.
You said you've seen it a lot. You didn't just say you saw it once, right? You
Yeah,
said you
I
saw
mean,
it
I've seen it a lot,
right?
though,
Like,
because like they show me this shit, bro. Like, fuck. Would you make out with me if gays aren't wrong? Make out with me right now. Make out.
okay, they're totally trolling.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's go on to the next person, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Yo, what's about?
How you doing?
Apparently, Dean just said that they're not a troll. Are you serious? Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm not a troll, or that last guy?
No, the last person. How old are you?
I'm 31.
And do you support Donald Trump?
Oh, yes, sir, I do.
Okay, if you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Definitely Donald Trump. I actually have a question real quick. I actually have a question to ask Adam, if you don't mind.
Okay.
So, Adam, in your roundtable talk, you said that Trump was authoritarian because he was sending troops into Portland, into Oregon. And do you actually denounce that now? Because now the fact that the Ninth Circuit actually ruled that he could do it, do you
What'd they
actually
rule?
say that? Huh?
What did they rule specifically?
That he can.
That he can federalize them or that he can deploy them?
That he can federalize them. The second part's actually.
Can he deploy them?
Yes, he can.
No.
He actually can. Was he able to deploy them? And was he able to deploy them in California?
Yeah, that was months ago. This is not
Okay,
the same
so what's the
pretext
difference
being used.
between doing it in California and doing it in Oregon? It's gonna. Okay, so you were wrong about that.
Wasn't it indicated that he couldn't do it in California anymore?
Yeah,
No,
he also lost that case.
No, he didn't lose that case. He could do it.
Wait, what court case indicated that he could do it?
Huh?
What court
The
case
fact that
indicated
they were
he could
there.
send-
The fact that they were there.
No. They were there,
That's not
and
how
then
that
the court determined that he could not go because of the fact that the governor did not okay it.
No, they
So,
they
by the way,
could
here's
only
my
be there
question.
for a certain
Do you
amount
think-
of days.
Do you think that Trump deploying the National Guard is to address crime?
Yes, absolutely, but it's also to
This is
protect
the reason why
facilities.
you're
It's
wrong.
also
Let
to
me-
protect facilities.
Let me explain as to why you're wrong.
Okay, Parker, I was in the military, so don't try to sit here and talk like you know more than me, because you don't. I promise you that.
I don't
Real
know what
quick.
you being in the military has anything to do with the point that I was just about to make.
You guys, listen. Adam was wrong because he said that Trump was authoritarian for sitting there trying to get troops over there. When
Yes,
legally,
because he is authoritarian for that.
This is the point. This is the point. He's legally allowed to do it. That is what the court ruled, that he is allowed to do it.
Can I ask you a question? I know it all.
Do you deny? Do you sit there and deny that he's allowed to do it?
Yes, he's not allowed to deploy troops.
No. The judge, the same.
Why
judge,
was the TRO
right?
granted? What are you talking about?
What was the judge that actually?
Why was the TRO granted? Why did the judge
What was
grant
the
TRO?
judge? What was the judge? What was the judge's name that actually made
Why
that
was the
ruling that
TRO
sued-
granted?
What was the judge's name that
was the
made that
TRO
ruling
granted?
against Trump? The Trump administration. Do you know her name?
TRO granted. Judge Immergut?
Adam, do you know her name?
Judge Immergut?
Okay. Do you know what also she's done in the past? She's
Don't
had
really
several
care.
cases overruled because of her unconstitutional way of ruling, right? She's had
Her
so many Second Amendment
unconstitutional way
cases
of ruling?
Adam, can I talk for a second, please?
I know
just
it all.
don't
Name
talk
one.
Can I
random
talk
shit.
for a second, Adam?
Name one. I know it all.
Huh?
Name one unconstitutional ruling.
Parker, I'm not going to do your own research. You can look it up yourself. You have a
Wait, you
computer in
just
front
made
of
the
you.
claim. What do you mean? You're the one who made the claim.
Just because I make a
Substantiate your
claim, that
claim.
doesn't mean that I have to sit here and give you every single evidence, so that way
I'm
you
not asking
have
for
to, I'm not
every
doing
single
your homework
evidence.
for
What's
you,
one
Parker.
example of
just asked one
malpractice?
example.
No,
from Judge
you guys
Immergut?
are you guys are sitting here and you guys are pivoting. Adam, let me finish my statement.
Pivoting
and
by
then you guys can
asking
ask me
for one
questions.
example of
Can
what
I
you
ask-
said to be
can I
true?
ask- Can I finish my statement?
No,
real quick?
you said something is the case. We asked for
Parker,
one
let me
example, and you
finish my
can't provide
statement.
it.
Let me finish my statement.
Knows
Finish
it all.
the statement you started then by
His name is
substantiating.
I know it all. By the way,
And I'm trying to tell you guys, but you guys won't listen. And then Parker, I'm gonna own you on the Bible in a second because you were completely wrong about that.
Okay, try ahead.
It's funny how you act like you know everything about the Bible when you actually know nothing about it.
I don't know everything about the Bible, but I know more than you. Can you name the first 4 books of the New Testament?
Are you kidding me? Really, Parker?
Go ahead.
Genesis. Ready? Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, and Numbers.
That's of the Old Testament. I said the New Testament.
Oh, sorry. I thought you said Old Testament. John's. So the first book is Matthew, Luke, Mark, and John.
You said them in the wrong order. It's Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John.
Oh,
That's
whatever.
the gospel.
It's the same 4 books.
So, by the way,
though,
you know
whatever.
more than me. You couldn't say it in order, right? And also, that's actually crazy.
Because my mind's thinking about this court case, and look, like this is how you're
about this?
pivoting.
Can you
Just
name
because I didn't.
Wait, no, you said the
just
Bible. You
because I
said you
didn't
know
put
more
them
than me about the
in-
Bible. Tell me the 2
I
commandments.
do know more than you about the
Okay,
Bible.
then tell me
Okay,
the 2.
Parker.
Tell me the 2 commandments
Parker.
that Jesus grants you in the New
Parker,
Testament.
what? Okay, Parker. What's
Name the 2 commandments that Jesus grants you in the New Testament.
You've asked me a question.
He
Let
can't
me ask
answer
you
the
a question.
question. Name the 2 commandments that Jesus grants you in the New Testament.
What's the last book before the New Testament?
The last book before the New Testament?
Yeah.
I'd have to.
Okay.
Think.
Yeah, just shut up then.
It's
Adam, let me finish my
Genesis,
statement.
Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, Deuteronomy. What would be the last one before?
The last no, that's dude. You're talking about the Torah, right? I'm talking about the Old Testament, the full
That is
and
the Old
complete Old
Testament.
Testament. That's not the full and complete Old Testament.
Wait,
that's what you're talking
I'm
about.
not
Is the
saying that.
Torah?
I never said it
specifically.
was the full and complete Old Testament, but that's in the Old Testament.
I said the last book of the Old Testament, and you were just naming the
What is
first
the other? What is the
books of
other aspect?
Torah.
Wait, name the book of the other aspect of the Old Testament.
The Old Testament is everything before the New Testament, Parker.
What is it? It's the Torah and what else?
It's the prophets, the major prophets, minor prophets, the Psalms, it's a bunch of books, Parker. I'm not going to go through all these books. I just showed you an example
You can't
of
even
your.
reference
What's
any
the
of the
4?
other ones.
What's the 4 first books of
What
New Testament?
I asked you was
And then
basic
I
information
asked
because
you-
it was the gospel, by the way. It
What?
was the
What about the gospel? Okay,
When I asked you
Parker.
for the gospel. That's a very basic point.
What about the gospel?
I asked you just what the books were. You couldn't even name me the gospel in order.
In order. Okay, did I name them all?
After a bit, you took a while.
Okay, Parker, because you know what, it was. I had other stuff on my mind. All right.
Okay, that's fine. But
And
I
you
don't know why
didn't-
you're.
you
I don't
didn't
know
name
why
the
you're
last book of
so
the Old Testament
egotistical.
either, Parker.
You're so egotistical. Like I know more than you about the Bible.
I do because dude.
Well,
'cause
I would
you-
hope that you as a Christian know more than an atheist.
Okay, so
then if you know so much more, tell me what are the 2 commandments Jesus gives you in the New Testament?
to love one another, and then to love one another, and to love one another, and to. This is, I say to you, the commandment. Love one another as I have loved you, and then to also. The second one I want to say is believe in him.
No. Okay, so yeah, go ahead. Go back to your old point. The fact that you would
What's the second one then, Parker?
The fact that you would even try.
What's the second one then?
Hold up. Pause.
Just tell me.
Pause. Let me make my point.
Just tell me.
Let me make my point. So the fact that
Just tell me.
So the fact that I will tell you, be quiet. The fact that you literally are trying to describe that you know more.
Are you
than
talking
me about the
about
Bible.
keeping his
Oh my
commandments? Is that what
God.
you're talking about?
Oh my God, bro.
Keeping the.
Oh my. Okay. Yes, I will let you make your point. Will you let me finish? Okay. So let me make this point, and then I'll describe to you. That's fine. I will get there in a second. Okay. Right. You try to say that you know more than me about the Bible, and you're going to be so
100% do.
egotistical, but
100%
you
do.
yourself don't even know the 2 commandments as a Christian yourself in the context of the New
Just
Testament.
because I don't
ingrained by
know those
Jesus.
specific things doesn't mean I don't know more than you. All right. So
Wait, no. The fact that you would feel so confident to say that you
I do know
so
more than
much
you,
more.
Parker.
No, the fact that you would, the point that I'm
No,
making
okay, so Parker, name
he won't
John
even let
1
me
and 1.
finish.
What-
He
what
won't
is-
even
what is
let me
John-
finish. The fact that you'd feel so confident, right?
Don't
in
start with the
saying
me
that
stuff, Parker.
while
That's
not
just
knowing the
dishonest.
two core teachings of Jesus in the New Testament is embarrassing.
That's not the two
embarrassing.
main core teachings of Jesus in the New Testament. Okay, so first off,
It's
what does
not.
Matthew
Wait, those aren't the
28:19
two
say?
core teachings.
What
What?
does Matthew 28:19 say?
Wait, I don't know.
Okay, so you don't know that, but I know that. So how about you shut up,
Wait,
Parker?
wait. I'm sorry. I have to know a
You're trying
specific
to sit
verse.
here and you're trying to
Wait.
nitpick
What's
little
1 Samuel
stuff.
15:3?
Hey, Parker, what does John 3:16 say? You should know that one.
By the way, I don't have to know every single verse. That's obviously the one
Okay,
given by
that's my
everyone.
point. I don't have to know
Hold
every
up.
single verse too. So shut up.
That's the point that I was making. So you
You're
made
not
that
making a point.
You asked
Parker.
me about
You're
about a random specific verse. What does this random specific verse say? Right? I
You
don't
asked
have
me
to know
about a
that.
random specific verse too, Parker, and just because.
Wait, I don't. Can you let me finish, man? I understand that you want to speak. I understand that you don't have the ability to chill for a second, but it's okay, man. The point that I was bringing up to you, right, was about the two main aspects that Jesus teaches you about in the context of the New Testament. What you asked me for was, what does this one specific verse say? Okay, those are vastly different things to ask for.
Because Parker, what you're talking about is a specific verse too. I know it. I just don't remember the verse.
What?
Jesus had a lot of teachings throughout the Bible,
No,
right?
but
Because
it's-
what you're
it's the-
talking
it's the
about
two- it's the
is when
two
he talks
core.
about this is my new commandment to you that I give to you, right? Those were verses, Parker. So just because I don't remember the verse word for word, that doesn't mean I don't know it.
That's not what I was. No, I wasn't asking word for word. I was asking for like the general idea.
Okay, Parker, it's literally a statement that he makes when he says this is the new commandment that I give to you. That's a verse that he says specifically.
Okay. So
Okay, so that didn't get us nowhere at all, Parker.
yeah,
Like,
because
I did the same thing you did to
okay,
me.
by the way, the point that I was bringing up was that again, you were so egotistical about what you know.
I'm
about the context-
egotistical.
Yes, you are very egotistical.
You're not egotistical.
No. All right.
You know?
You're incredibly.
That's something an
egotistical.
egotistic person would say.
That I'm not egotistical.
I mean, they would deny it.
So anyone that just says that they're not egotistical would be egotistical under your view. You're stupid as fuck, dude. I can't even believe that I have to have a dialogue with you and act like you're
All right,
making
so
a coherent
let's
point.
just get to the. All right, stop crying about it, Parker. Let's get to the point.
Yeah,
So
we
Donald
can
Trump.
go back to how you violated your own oath that you took.
How did I violate my own oath? What did I do to violate
You took
my
an
own
oath to
oath?
defend the Constitution and uphold the Constitution, correct?
How is he? Okay, so how did he violate the Constitution when the court ruled that he was within his
Well, I got
presidential
you with a few things.
authority to do it?
That's not what I was referring to. Donald Trump specifically has violated the Constitution on plenty of actions. One, he said he called for the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution. Two, he's violated.
Was he president at that time?
Yes.
He was president at that time?
Not when he called, but specifically when he incited the violent insurrection at the Capitol.
Oh my lord. Okay, so why didn't he get convicted of that?
Why didn't he get convicted of incitement? Because I think a necessary aspect of the incitement was the fact that he pardoned the violent.
So he didn't do it. If he didn't do it in a court of law, he didn't do it.
No, he was still indicted for January 6th.
Okay, he was indicted,
then you
but
accept,
did he
so
get
you,
any
so
kind
you
of
accept the
punishment for
felonies.
it?
So then you accept the felonies against Trump, right? Because it's in a criminal case.
Yeah. But they still have an appeals process, so that
Oh,
doesn't
and
mean
he lost
anything.
the appeals process. You accept the civil case against him, determining that he sexually abused Eugene Carroll, right?
Hey, what year was that? Did that happen? Do you know?
It said 1995, 1996.
Okay, so what year did it happen? You gave me 2 years. What year did it happen?
It was within that year. The year between
that
1995
year?
and 1986. Yes.
That sounds like 2 years.
No, it's with. Do you understand that between 1995 and 1986 is within 1 year?
Okay, so do you know the fact that she didn't even know when that happened? Do you know what her cat's name
Those are the
is?
years that she
Do
specifically
you know what her
said.
cat's name is?
Someone's cat's name means that they weren't sexually assaulted. You sound
Hey,
stupid.
Parker, do you know what her cat's name is?
Her cat's name being Vagina doesn't mean she wasn't sexually assaulted.
Okay, does she paint rocks and trees?
Wait, I'm sorry. How does this mean she wasn't sexually assaulted?
Does she paint rocks and trees?
How does this mean she wasn't sexually assaulted?
I'm asking you a question. Does she, or yes or no?
I'm not sure.
Yeah, she does. And not only that,
So?
but
Paint
she didn't
rocks on
remember.
trees? Like,
okay,
what's
Parker,
the issue with that?
She didn't remember what year it happened. It happened over two
Said
decades
1995,
ago.
1986. And also, again, she said that specifically. Now, you say that doesn't remember the year. There are plenty of victims that don't remember the year. That's actually very common because the trauma gets people to not remember certain aspects of things that occurred.
I mean, I would pretty much remember when something like that tragic happened
Wait,
to
so
me.
have you been assaulted?
Yes.
So you've been sexually assaulted. So because you specifically were sexually assaulted and you remember every
I wasn't sexually
characteristic-
assaulted, but I've been assaulted.
Okay, we're talking about sexual assault, of course.
Okay.
So, then how are you to make a claim specifically on what it's going to be for someone else and how they're going to go through the context of the trauma if you've never been sexually assaulted yourself? You can't
Because
even make
that's a pretty big deal, Parker. You would probably remember what year.
I know multiple people that have been sexually assaulted. They don't know the specific date. They don't know the specific year. You're telling me it didn't happen to them?
Do you know why she painted her trees blue?
No, answer my fucking question. No, you think that's rage bait. You think it's funny? You think it's funny to deny victims? If you think that's a funny thing,
dude, she's not a victim. She's not a victim.
Yes, she is. Answer my points. If you don't answer my points, I will kick you. You think it's funny? You think it's funny that I'm mad when someone literally is not trying to engage legitimately with the fact that someone was sexually assaulted? That should make you mad. If that doesn't make you mad, that's you. That's an issue with you. Okay? You laughed at that like that was fucking rage bait. I'm sorry. That's insane.
What are you talking about? She made the whole thing
to rage
up.
bait on someone's sexual assault. You're a disgusting fuck.
She made the
You're a
whole thing
disgusting
up.
fuck.
She made the whole thing up.
If God,
Nobody
no,
believes
give
it.
me any reason to believe that. Name
If-
one
okay,
lie.
if
Wait.
anybody believes
Name
that,
one lie that Eugene Carroll. Name one lie that Eugene Carroll engaged in.
Name one lie.
Yeah.
That when she said that her trees need to breathe, that's why she paints
No,
them blue.
I'm talking. What? This is nothing. That's
Go
not a
look
lie.
it up, dude. This is a documentary.
What the fuck does this have to do with the context of this?
That's what she said. She just said a lie. Trees need to be painted blue to.
What the fuck is this guy saying? Can you give me
what she
what is
said.
this
You
guy
said
saying,
point
dude?
out a lie.
What is this guy fucking saying? Respond to my points, please. You're trying to rage bait right now. Respond to my points.
Told you a lie that she said.
No, I'm saying a lie in relation to the essay case, please. And that's not even a lie she engaged in.
Okay, so so Parker, what were the dates that she originally gave?
You see how he's not answering my question and instead he's asking another question? I'll give you 10 seconds. Hey. I'll give you 10 seconds to answer my question. If not, I'm going to
Why?
kick
Because
you.
I'm pushing back on it?
No,
like
because
I'm
you're not
supposed to?
answering the question. I asked you a direct question and you're not answering it. And you're asking me a
Because
question
I'm trying to give you
instead
an
of answering
example,
mine.
Parker, of
No,
something
answer
that
my
she lied
question.
about.
I will let you ask a question as soon as you answer my question. Please.
Okay. So she lied about the original dates. They kept getting.
She
they
never
were
lied.
So
What was the lie?
The year, Parker.
What was the lie? Tell me what a lie
She
is.
said 1995 at first, and then it went to it was late 1995, early to 1996, and
That's
then it
not a
went
lie.
from
Saying it's between two separate dates does not mean that's a lie,
Parker,
you fucking
she
idiot.
originally said that it was.
I can't believe I'm talking to you right now. You are actually one of the dumbest people I've ever talked to. How the fuck do I have to talk to someone like you and actually expect to get a
Parker,
legitimate
because you don't know
response?
what you're talking
I'm
about.
sorry.
Did she say
I
this
don't
or
know what I'm
not?
talking about. I don't know. You didn't even name a fucking lie. That's not a lie. Do you know what a lie is? Can you define what a lie is? What is a lie?
She said it was earlier 1995.
What is a lie? What is a lie? He doesn't know how to answer questions.
Yes, I do. You just keep muting
What is a
me.
lie? What is a lie?
That's not going to get nowhere by
What
muting
is
me.
a lie?
Not the truth.
That's not what a lie is. When you
It's literally that's literally
a
what
lie
a lie
is when you deliberately or intentionally tell someone false information.
Yeah.
Right? That's a lie. Okay? Name one time that E. Jean Carroll deliberately and intentionally gave people false information, right, in relation to the essay case. Name one time.
I mean, you won't accept the thing that I'm giving you, so
That was not her deliberately or intentionally giving false information.
how would she go in not
You see how
knowing
we
the
can't name it?
specific time
Not
frame,
knowing the
right?
specific time does not mean you lied. That's not
2
deliberately
decades
giving
ago,
false
yes, it
information.
does, Parker.
Does
It
this guy
shows
hear
that she
himself? Do you hear yourself right now?
20
I'm sorry.
years, 20
Do you think if anyone in your life were listening to this conversation, they'd think you're smart? Every single person you've ever interacted with in your life, if they were watching this conversation right now, would think
Is
you're an
Donald
absolute
Trump the
idiot.
president
Would
still?
think you're an absolute idiot. If your fucking parents were watching this video, they would be disgusted with the fact that their son was fucking describing this on the live.
Oh,
It's actually
crybaby,
insane.
Parker.
Engage
Get
with
over
the point that I've
yourself.
just engaged with the
Stop
points.
freaking crying about it.
Actually engage with the points. You're crying about the fact
No,
that Donald
people
Trump is a
like
horrible
her-
person and you can't acknowledge it. You're coping because you can't fucking acknowledge it.
Can I answer? Can I make a statement, please?
If you
Without
actually
crying
respond to what I
about
have to
everything
say.
2 seconds. Okay, so let me just say this: people
Wait,
like her who make
actually, how
up
about this?
these.
Did you eat lunch yesterday?
Did I eat lunch yesterday?
Yeah.
I eat lunch every day.
Okay, name the specific time.
The specific time?
Yes.
11:30.
That was a specific time you ate lunch?
Yes, sir.
Name the specific time you ate dinner.
It wasn't a tragic event, so I think around 5 or 6, maybe.
Okay. So this guy's lying. He gave a time period that it could be within. Therefore, this guy's lying. He gave 2 separate times. He's lying. Look at this guy lying about when he was eating dinner. Look at this guy. What a liar. He must not have ate dinner, chat. He must not have ate dinner because he lied. He brought up a time period that it could be in between. What a liar.
Dude, you are crashing out right now. I hope that gets clipped.
I hope it does too.
Dude,
I hope it does
okay,
too.
so first off, one thing about your little analogy that is wrong is...
Dude, you just got dunked on and his only response was, oh, you're mad. I hope that gets clipped. You hope you getting dunked on gets clipped? Yeah, I hope it does too.
Can I just respond, or are you just going to keep muting me?
Go ahead.
Okay, so first off...
Illuminati, thank you so much for the 10. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Illuminati, thank you so much for the 10. Mariana, thank you so much for the $5. Maya, thank you so much for the 2. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much for the therapy bill. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Darling, thank you so much for the $2. Desiree, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $1. Thank you. Carmen, thank you for the 10 as well. Thank you.
Yeah, that's all the Democratic donors right there.
Yep,
so,
definitely, man.
So,
definitely
yeah,
Democrat
same thing,
donors.
Adam.
Victoria, thank you for the $10 from the Democrats. Oh my God, thank you so much, Victoria. I appreciate the $10 from the Democrats.
Who's that? Who's the guy that they say is getting funding Antifa? Is it George Soros? Is that who's paying you, Parker?
Oh, you think George
Soros funded by the Soros?
Do you actually believe that, or are you just trolling at this point?
Dude, I don't know if that's true or
Sarge,
not.
thank you for the 2. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay,
Whitney, thank you for the 5. Starch, thank you for the 5. Vanessa, thank you for the 5. Thank you so much for all the DNC money. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
When you stop getting paid, can I make a comment?
Yeah, go ahead.
All right, so eating.
Well, Juliana, thank you so much for the $5 for the DNC payout. Thank you so much. Puppy, thank you so much for the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Crashing out right now, Parker.
No, you said as soon as people are done sending me money. 9 Lives, thank you for the $3. Thank you so much. London with the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. JT, thank you so much for the $5 for the DNC Illuminati. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Juliana with the $5 for the DNC. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Victoria, thank you for the $2.
Minor
Thank you.
transgender
Bailey with the $1. I
surgeries.
really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Sorry, you said that you would go as soon as I'm done getting paid. So there you go. I'm done. Go for it.
You're done getting paid? Okay. So, first off, eating dinner isn't a tragic event. Not only that, it didn't happen 20 years ago. And
Gabe, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you so much, Gabe. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
I must have muted myself. My bad.
Huckleberry, thank you so much for the Viking. Thank you so much. Rodney, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Thank you. They said Carol paints her trees to protect them from bugs to designate where an old riverbed was. Literally, he's just such a liar. Jolers, thank you for the $2 for the DNC cash. London, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much.
She paints her
Stephanie with the
trees blue to
$10 for the
help out with
Antifa payout.
bugs.
Thank you so much.
Is that
Ryan
more
with the
sane?
$20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Rona Lee with the $25 for the Democratic buddy. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Rick with the $20 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Rick. I really appreciate it. Lois, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. George, thank you for the $5 as well. Thank you, George.
Hey, Parker, are you getting less and less viewers every single month?
Well, there's 7,000 people on the TikTok live, and there's 3,600 people on the
Well,
YouTube
I know,
live. I
but
think I
that's
have over
nowhere
10
near-
people concurrently watching the live is enough. Honor, thank you for the
That's
$2.
nowhere
Thank you.
near-
Juliana, thank you so
That's
much for the
nowhere near
$20 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Juliana.
Are you mad that
Luke
Dean's
with the
better
$1.
than
Thank
you?
you so much, Luke.
Are you mad that Dean's better than you? That he
Chase,
actually
thank you
lets
so much for the
talk?
$2. Thank you. McKenna, thank you for the $1. You're clearly
Are you mad that he's more genuine
He's
than
so
you?
mad. He's so trying to rage bait right now.
Are you mad that Dean is like better at
No,
debating than you?
I'm not a narcissist or egotistical maniac, and I'm
And he's
happy. I'm actually happy for my friends. Christian, thank you for the $2. Tess with the $3. Thank you. Chase with the $2. Thank you. Lucia, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. Tara, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much, Tara. London with the $2. Thank you. Katie with the
Parker
10.
has to buy
Christian
that
with the
dress.
2. Daisy with the 5. Liz with the $1. Thank you. Rebecca with the $30. Thank you so much to not have him talk.
Hey, Parker,
thank you so
do you-
much,
do you-
Rebecca. I appreciate the $30. Thank you very much.
Do you
Gibbles, thank you
empathize
so much for
with
the
Eugene Carroll?
$5. Thank you.
Do you
Fabian,
empathize
thank
with
you so
Eugene
much
Carroll?
for the $50 for the Democratic money. Thank you so much, Fabian. I really appreciate
you
the
empathize
$50 for
with
the
Eugene
Democratic
Carroll?
money. Iceland, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. Ryan with the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Knight, thank you for the $5 as well. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Do you empathize with Eugene Carroll?
With E. Jean Carroll, absolutely.
You do. So you place yourself
on
in their
Realty. Thank you
shoes?
so much. I really appreciate the $20 on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you. I really
place
appreciate
yourself
it.
in
Thank
her
you.
shoes?
It's crazy that they don't believe you. It's actually insane. London, thank you so much for the $3. Raymond, thank you so much for the $3. Thank you. Chris
Do you
with the
place
$10.
yourself
Thank you
in
so
her
much.
shoes, Parker?
Megan with the $3. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I like how you're
Why are
trying
you
to.
stalling so hard?
Wait. Okay. So when you say this, I like how you're trying to. Are you trying to bring up the Nick Fuentes point? Like, I think
Yeah,
he's about to try that. I think he's about to try that. I know you're obsessed with Nick Fuentes and Dean, but like, that's crazy. Sam, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much, Sam. I really appreciate it. Thank you. It is a bit unhinged. I do agree, but that's the time. I tell you. Whitney, thank you for the $2. Zork,
I mean, I
thank you
have
for
to do
the
something to
$2.
get your
Jessica with the
attention.
$10. Thank you, Jessica. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Amanda
too scared
with the
to talk,
$30
Parker.
from the DNC. Thank you so much. Autumn with the $20. Chris with the $10. Megan with the $3. Thank you very much. Katie with the $1. Mark with the $1. I really appreciate it. Paris with the $5 for the Democratic dollars. Jessica with the $10. Thank you so much. Kelly with the 10. Mariana, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $5. Thank you. Nancy with the $6. Thank you. And Umbrelli, thank you for the $100 on PayPal. Can we get some W's for Umbrelli in the comment section right now? For the $100 on PayPal. Thank you very much. Can we get some W's for Umbrelli in the comment section right now? Can you say thank you to Umbrelli for me? I would really appreciate it. Say thank you to the Democratic donors.
Umbrelli.
Ryan, thank you for the $20
Umbrelli,
for Make 'em Rage. Thank you so much, Ryan.
For sending that fake money to Parker.
The fake money? Are you trolling this? You've got to be trolling, dude. Lois,
money
thank
to
you so much
Parker.
for George and Aunt Tifa. Thank you so
George
much.
Soros? Did you
Aunt
just say
Tifa
George?
and George, thank you for the $100.
Did you just say George?
Thank you so
Did you
much,
just say
George
George?
and Aunt
So you
Tifa.
admit
Thank
it?
you very much.
All right, so you admit
The
it
Martian
now.
with the $2. Yes, yeah. George is sending me so much money, dude.
I can tell, bro. Is that a
George
new
sent
chair?
me.
Did you
George
get a
just
new
sent me
chair?
$100. He just sent me $100.
Did you just get a new chair?
Dankus, thank you so much for the $2. Beep, thank you for
Did
the $2.
you have to pay a tariff
Delaney
on
with the
that chair?
$5. Thank you so much from George. Katie with the $5 to keep him mad. Thank you very much.
Did that chair
Thank you for the
cost an
dragon.
extra tariff?
What's up?
Did that chair get tariffed when you bought it?
I got it before the tariffs.
Oh, you got it before the tariffs? You don't like
Shelby,
Trump's
thank you for
tariffs?
$2. Did Donald Trump's gift shop mugs get tariffed because he buys them from China?
Yeah, I'm sure he
Heather,
did.
thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Shelly, thank you for the $2. Stephanie, thank you so much for the $20 from I Know It All 17. Thank you so much. Aiden, thank you for the $5 from the DNC. Chelsea, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Katie with the 5. Abigail, thank you for the $10 for the Democratic money. Grandma Diane, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you. Steph with the $5. Thank you. Thank you. How does it feel? Can you say thank you to all the Democratic donors?
I mean, I already know that they fund that money. They try to get you
Eliana,
and
thank you for
Dean
the $1.
paid.
And what evidence do you have that I'm paid by the Democratic donors? Is it me just saying it right now? Kathleen, thank you for the $2. Thank you.
No, it's I don't have any actual evidence. I just assume that.
Kaylee, thank you for the $50. No shit, you literally believe in Trust Me Bros all the time. Kaylee, thank you so much for the $50 from the DNC for Fuck Trump. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, Kaylee.
What do you have in that diary?
It's actually your sources.
My sources?
Yes, look.
So you just have an empty journal right there?
No, it's actually just like your sources. It's the Trust Me Bro book. It's the list of MAGA sources.
List of MAGA sources, okay.
Yes.
That's good to know.
Hey, I know it all. What did you open with again? You were saying something about the National Guard being allowed
I wanted
to
you to denounce it, but you said on the round table thing that he was an authoritarian.
What did I say on Roundtable? Just so we're accurately characterizing my argument?
You were saying that he was authoritarian for sending troops from red states into other states.
What was my actual argument, though?
The actual argument, I don't remember the actual topic of it.
I said that he was authoritarian for calling the judge an insurrectionist and a terrorist for dissenting against his deployment.
You know why you know what her dissent was?
Let's not shift the goalpost. Can the president call random judges terrorists if he doesn't like their rulings?
If they act like it, yes.
Okay, so you're also an authoritarian then. That's good to know.
No, I mean,
can you define?
That's
wait,
good to
hold on.
know.
Can you, wait, I know it all. Can you define terrorist?
I'm not going to say that word.
Can you define it?
Somebody that uses terror, extreme violence, terror as a way to have a political movement or their ideology, religious ideology.
So how was the judge doing that? How was the judge doing that? How was the judge doing that?
Okay, so do you know why her dissent in the first place?
He's not going to answer.
No, because you guys don't even
it's
know about
unhinged.
the
Because it's
dissent.
unhinged to call a judge a terrorist if you don't like her ruling.
Because she absolutely is. She's going against the Constitution, just like Kamala
Did you also support when Trump said that J.B. Pritzker should go to jail for not agreeing with him?
J.D. Pritzker.
That
J.D.
was another
Pritzker,
thing I brought up on that episode when I said that Trump's an authoritarian, is that he threatens governors and judges he doesn't like.
Okay,
with
somebody's
jail.
saying he should go to jail. That doesn't mean that he's going to put him in jail. If he
I
wanted to
think
put
when
him in jail, why
chief
hasn't he
law
done it
enforcement
yet?
officer in the country says someone should go to jail
Why
and they have
hasn't
a
he done it
proven
yet?
track record of politicizing the DOJ, I think we should take it seriously.
Why hasn't he done it then?
Why hasn't he done what?
Put
You haven't read
him in jail.
NSPM 7 where he specifically lays out labeling people that are on the left as like domestic T. I don't want to say the actual word anymore, but people that are part of T groups.
Excuse me?
Do you know what NSPM 7 is?
No.
Okay, it's a national security memorandum signed by Trump, which specifically designates people who disagree with him politically and NGOs and people that print signs and T-shirts as being subject to IRS and DOJ investigation, simply for non-violently protesting Trump.
Non-violently?
So yeah, he's an authoritarian.
Non-violent protest?
Yes.
Was the LA riot a non-violent protest?
Shifting the goalpost is like your
Was
best
the
friend in
LA
this
riot a
conversation.
non-violent protest? Yes or no?
Completely not related to what I just
Was
said.
it a violent protest? Yes
Address
or
the words that came out of my mouth,
you don't
and then I'll
even
do
know
the
what
same
you're
for you.
talking about. Was it a violent
No,
protest?
it was
or no?
peaceful. I was
Show
there.
me an-
It was peaceful.
It was a peaceful protest.
Yes.
Burning
Yes.
cars and throwing
Wait,
rocks.
wait,
on
I'm sorry. There was no burning cars where I was. So if you're gonna say
There wasn't a
there's-
burning car on live
Yeah,
TV.
if there was burning cars in some areas in LA, does not mean that overall
So there
LA
was
was
no
a
burning
riot.
cars, and now there's burning.
I'm sorry. There being one burning car. There are burning cars.
Protest, right? Burning
Hey,
cars
hey,
is
hey, do you think there's a burning car in any fucking Republican states right now? Yes. Does that mean there's a fucking riot going on in the Republican states? No. That's so stupid.
They burned a car on January 6th.
They literally assaulted police officers.
Okay, did they assault police officers on the LA riots?
I mean, were they pardoned by the Democrats?
Did they? Oh my lord. Were they attacking police officers? They were hiding underneath a bridge, lighting their cars on fire, Parker.
Wait, now they're under a bridge.
You're saying the
video,
LA
the video was
riots
not
were
the way the videos of the fire on the cars on fire were not specifically under a bridge. I don't know where you're getting that from.
Parker, are you kidding me?
The cars on fire, that was like specifically
The
like
squad cars that were on fire underneath the bridge.
maybe we saw different videos. I didn't see any video. Of a car on
Apparently, you
fire
didn't
under a
look at
bridge.
any video.
I did, but
Adam
I didn't
thinks
see any
those were
car on
peaceful.
fire under a
Adam
video.
thinks those were peaceful. Oh, those
No, you
people were
actually
peaceful.
never responded to my point. You just randomly brought up LA in
No,
response
because-
to what I was
because
saying
you-
because
you-
you know
you
that
think
you're
that's
wrong
a
and you're
peaceful
unhinged and you're an
protest.
authoritarian.
Because you think that's a peaceful protest.
No, because
And
you
that's
hate
not a
you hate
peaceful
this country.
protest.
You hate the Constitution.
So
I
his
hate the
argument-
country and I hate the
Wait,
Constitution.
do you think
Yes.
do you think January 6th was a protest?
I believe that it was an insurrection.
Oh, so Trump incited a violent insurrection at the Capitol?
Not Trump. Trump didn't do it.
Wait, so Trump didn't tell
Trump
them to go
used
to the
it.
Capitol?
Trump. Okay, he said to go to the Capitol.
Wait, so wait, you can see this. Did Trump?
Did he tell them to go?
Wait. Did Trump pardon violent insurrectionists?
I'm sure he did, but some of them didn't get due process. Some of them didn't get due process.
Yes, they
If
did.
would
They
have
did.
got
He
due
was.
process.
DJ Rodriguez was convicted. That's due process, dude. Do you know what due process is? And also, now you have an issue with due process not being given to people.
Excuse me?
Now you have the issue with due process not being given to
American
people.
citizens.
The Trump
need to
administration
get
is not giving
more
due process.
than illegal immigrants.
There have been lawful permanent residents that have been given due process,
And
they're
citizens.
in the country
What due
legally.
process have they not been given?
They've been
what-
detained without due process, without going in front of a judge.
Hold on. The people living in the Chicago apartment complex were denied their Fourth Amendment right. And actually, there was a constitutional law professor from Georgetown that said this is the greatest violation of the Fourth Amendment, perhaps in American history, where you have Black Hawk helicopters pulling up on an apartment complex, using flashbangs, kicking down doors, breaking in windows to detain U.S. citizens.
Today, to detain U.S. citizens.
Yes.
Okay, just like everything else, you're probably twisting and telling half-truths about that.
Is that like when you twisted and told a half-truth and said that Trump's allowed to deploy the National Guard to Portland, even though Emmer gets second
he
TRO?
absolutely is.
Even
He
though Emmer gets
absolutely is.
even
Did
though
they
Emmer
rule-
gets second TRO is still standing and says that no state's National Guard can go to Portland, which is why the Trump administration is requesting to also get that TRO appealed.
Okay,
It still prevents him
Is that
from
not
deploying
part of
the
the
National
process?
Guard. So you opened this conversation with a fucking
Is
lie,
that not
just so we're
part of the
clear.
pro-
Just so we're clear. You opened the conversation with a lie.
Is that not part of the process?
Matt, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Rhiannon, thank you so much for the $11. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Rhiannon. Thank you. Jessica, thank you so much for the $1. I really appreciate it. Juliana, thank you for the 10. I really appreciate it. Haley, thank you so much for the $1. Ellen, thank you so much for the $25 from Soros. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Chelsea, thank you so much for the $2. Amrafel, thank you so much. I really appreciate these $60 on Venmo. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you from the DNC. I really appreciate it for fuck Trump, ICE, and the GOP.
He's gonna run away now. Watch.
Oh, he's gonna run away. Run away.
No,
If
have
you're
a good
scared.
night. I'm telling you
If
guys
you're running,
good night.
if you leave right now, it's because you're scared.
I gotta go to bed. But thank you for the
Oh, he's
conversation.
so scared. Now he has to go to bed. Okay. Audie,
no,
thank
I
you
do.
so much
Thank
for the
you.
$5. Thank you.
Sweet dreams.
Carrie, thank you.
You guys
10.
make sure to
Thank
kiss
you
each
so
other
much.
good
I
night,
really
all right?
appreciate it. Thank you very much. No one's gonna miss you, buddy. No one's gonna miss that guy. That guy was such a waste of time.
Also, I forgot to do this earlier. Shout out to Kaylin for the 50. I don't know if I'm mispronouncing her name. Kelyn. Thank you for the $50 on Cash App.
W's. Alrighty, everybody. We're going to go on to the last person here for tonight, everyone. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. Let's try to get to 3,000 likes. I would really, really, really appreciate it. I would really appreciate it. Make sure to hit that thumbs up. Let's go on to the next person here for tonight, everybody. The last person here for tonight. If you're on TikTok, also make sure to follow me if you haven't already. We're back on the main account. Make sure to follow. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 21.
Do you support Donald Trump?
I mean, I'm Republican. I'm not necessarily a Donald Trump supporter anymore, but I am a Republican.
Okay, if you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
I wouldn't have voted for either one of them.
Okay. So the next person, only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Nutella, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. Thank you so much. Shane, thank you for the $2 as well. Rodney, thank you so much for the 10. Thank you. Seriously, though. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay, let's go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello?
How old are you?
I'm 18.
Do you support Donald Trump?
I'm kind of like in the middle of like a lot of like political ideas. So like some of the things that like
If
Trump
you could go back in
says.
time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
I don't think I would vote for anyone in.
Okay. Let's go on the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Again, only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Alrighty. Dude, that last guy was so insufferable.
I know.
I'm always like, I think at the end of live, sometimes I'm like, I always want to be more nice today, or like I want to be super respectful with people. And then you get a debate like that. And like, it's just impossible. It genuinely is impossible. Like there's
Also,
no possible
a guy with
way.
the name I Know It All saying you have an ego or you're narcissistic is like
Yeah.
crazy. Like,
yeah, that's like crazy, bro. Like, come on. This is crazy. This is actually nuts. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Samurai, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Why is it that you say, oh my God? Oh, I say, oh my God, it's just a figure of speech. It's literally just a figure of speech. Like I say Jesus Christ all the time. That doesn't mean I believe in Jesus Christ. Right? Is like the Lord and Savior. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 21.
Okay. If you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
The deep state.
If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 19.
Do you support Donald Trump?
I do.
Okay. What's your birth year?
2009.
Wow, that made no sense. 2009, bro. That's diabolical, chat. By the way, if you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up, everybody. Let's seriously try to get to 3,000. I think it's been like a few weeks since we got to 3,000. I think we've been like at 2,000 every night, which is what we're about right now. Let's try to run it up to 3,000, everybody, before we end it for tonight. And again, if you're new, make sure to follow me if you have not already, everyone. We do this content every single day. Alrighty, let's try to get the last person up here for tonight, everyone. Also, make sure to follow Adam if you have not already, everyone. If you're here on TikTok, he does lives all the time. So make sure to check out his streams. Alrighty. I also, I saw you on a roundtable recently, Adam. How was that?
It was rage bait for like an hour and a half, pretty much.
I think I was supposed to be on that roundtable, but like I couldn't make it on that day. I think I was doing, I forgot what I was doing, but.
You know Matt Nuclear from the Amanda Seals Surrounded? Yeah, he was on there. He was one of the most bad faith people I've ever debated in my entire life.
Absolutely diabolical. Yeah, and then I debated the other guy you've debated. He's come up on my, I think that's his name. What's it called? The other person than Matt. I've debated him a while back. He was like libertarian-esque, like when I debated him.
Yeah, he's always debating about Trump's tax cuts and stuff, I know.
They're saying Matt Nuclear owned you. I don't think that's true. On what point? On what point? I'd love to see what they said. Wait, actually, they said that in the comment section. Let me invite them. Yeah, what's up? How old are you?
21.
Do you support Donald Trump?
Yes.
Okay. If you could go back in time, you could either vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. Who would you rather vote for?
Definitely Trump.
Okay. And real question, right? Like, what point did Matt beat Adam on?
I actually didn't watch the entire video, but I saw a clip, and he said, like, I think he was trying to compare January 6th to, like, the worst thing that happened in the world, so definitely disagree with that.
I didn't say it was the worst thing that ever happened in the world. The topic was political violence, and I said January 6th is the most threatening act of political violence in modern American history because it was an attempted coup to change the results of an election. Which
that was an unhinged day, though.
And that entire segment was me educating Matt on what actually happened on January 6th, which he was unaware of.
Yeah, I just don't think that January 6th you could say is like the worst thing that happened in American history. I just think that's ridiculous.
I said modern American history in terms of political violence. That was the biggest threat to America, which is true. I specifically said in the last couple of decades when I was talking to Matt. So.
Yeah, I think the left has far and away committed more political violence.
When did the left attempt to coup the government?
I think the left has many times enacted political violence in this country. So I think that like one instance is like a drop in the bucket.
A Tesla catching on fire versus an attempted coup of the U.S. government. I don't hold those in the same regard. So when has the left ever tried to
setting on fire, rioting?
The U.S. government.
Like
one thing I wanted to bring up is that these weren't qualified into that particular overlook and study because they're nonviolent, right? Those Tesla attacks did not lead to like lethality.
Nonviolent. Firebombing somebody's Tesla.
Or not, I didn't mean to say nonviolent. I meant to say non-lethal. That's what I meant to say.
Okay, that's hilarious. So, okay.
That's true. They looked at lethal violence. That's particular analysis that they were.
So like if you destroy somebody's property, you just don't consider that in your mind. That's not in your moral code to consider like doing that, or like I saw
it's violence. I didn't mean to say that it was non-violent. I didn't mean to say that. I meant to say that it was non-lethal.
I mean, but when your data sets are admitting that, I mean, I can't really take your data seriously if you're just saying,
Do you think counting a handful of Tesla bombings would have changed the massive discrepancy between right-wing and left-wing violence that's shown in like virtually every single study on this, whether it's the Cato study, the CSIS study, even Trump's own DHS in his first term said that there's a real risk of right-wing political violence in this country?
I like how like every single left-wing argument is like, well, what did this guy say? Because like I've seen
what did this study say? What did these officials with expertise say?
I've seen so much manipulation in these data sets. I mean, I don't think I can really just take your word at face value. I'm sorry.
Okay, so what manipulation have you seen in data sets?
I've seen prison gang violence be counted as quote unquote right-wing violence. I've seen Islamists be counted as
wait, in what study?
Violence. I believe it was the Cato study, wasn't it?
No, the Cato study did not do that. What are you talking about?
Once again, I don't necessarily have all these at the top of my head, but I do remember.
Why
like,
are you
like,
picking
like
issues
most
with the methodology of studies if you don't even know which study you're trying to critique right now?
So I'm supposed to know each
No,
and
you're
every
not
study.
if you're making a point, then yes, you are supposed to know. If you didn't make
I'm
that
just
point, I wouldn't ask you that question.
I'm just referencing what I've seen from data sets. It's not like I know each and every single institution and what they're.
What I'm saying to you is you can nitpick any methodological error with any study, but when multiple studies from multiple different groups all show the exact same outcome, despite having different methodological issues, like the CSIS issues are going to be different than the Cato issues, et cetera, and you're assuming that every issue undercounts right-wing violence, I'm sure there's also examples of them undercounting left-wing violence as well, like on both sides, right? When you have multiple studies, multiple administrations, including Republican administrations, that all say the primary source of political violence in this country up until 2025 was the right wing, you can't just deny that because you don't like it.
Well, I can deny it because I've seen the methodology be.
Well, sure, you can deny it, but you'd be wrong to deny it then. I'll clarify.
I know, but you're just kind of source dumping right now.
I'm referencing studies. I'm referencing specific examples.
I get that, and once again, I'm referencing manipulation that I've personally seen. So, like, can you just agree that this is like kind of a
Well, you haven't personally seen manipulation of data. You just
I haven't.
probably saw
You
political
just
commentators
claimed that
do
you saw manipulation. That wasn't just like we asked you for like a specific where you saw
Oh
manipulation.
yeah, like
You
I've
couldn't bring it
seen
up.
specifically in these studies, like the George Floyd riots, like things such as like racial riots not be counted. So
What? I mean, again, those would be counted under left-wing violence if there were specifically violence involved, like the particular
in
cases.
an
of
ideal
violence.
world, that would be the case. But once again, like
No,
I'm just
I don't know what specific one you're referencing that this wasn't taken into account.
the Cato Institute, the ADL.
The Cato Institute and the ADL did not say that.
Also, if you don't trust them, what about Trump's own Department of Homeland Security?
His own Department of Homeland Security.
Yes, in his first term, said that right-wing violence, especially white nationalist violence, represents the greatest threat in terms of political violence.
I mean, I'm sure that's his opinion, but
No, that's not an opinion. That's an expert.
that is his opinion. He said that
The opinion based on what? It's not just an opinion if it's based on actual
It
evidence.
doesn't matter what it's based on; it's an opinion.
It doesn't matter what it's based on.
Yes, it doesn't matter what it's based on. If he's
Okay, I
dropping
think,
an opinionated
call me crazy. I think if something's based on evidence, it ought to be taken seriously. Maybe you disagree.
I mean,
that's fine.
Like, what is everything's based on evidence? Is the evidence correct? No.
Not everything's based on evidence. None of Trump's claims recently have been based on evidence. The claim that the left is more violent than the right is not based on evidence. See the difference?
Okay, but that's both of it's opinionated. Though.
And one opinion is based on evidence, and one isn't, and you don't see the distinction there, which explains a lot about your argument.
Okay, but once again, that's just your opinion, is it not?
So true.
Okay, yeah. I mean, so ridiculous point. So,
but that's just your opinion, though. That's a ridiculous point. That's your opinion.
But we're just giving each other opinions. So like.
No, but that's your opinion that we're giving each other opinions, though.
Yeah, I know. I'm not the one trying to.
That's your opinion. No, you don't know. It's your opinion.
Yeah, but I'm not the one trying to moralize and trying to act like opinions.
Well, it's your
like
opinion that you're not trying to
legal.
moralize. I think you are trying to moralize. That's my opinion.
I'm not trying to. I don't care. I just care about the facts. So.
No, but that's your opinion that you don't care.
Sure.
See how annoying that is?
I mean, but it's the game that you're playing.
Thanks.
I mean, it's what you're bringing up first. So, I mean, yeah. I mean, but
you still never answered the initial topic you brought up. What example of left-wing violence in the last 2 decades was more of a threat to America than January 6th? We have yet to hear an example. I'll save you the trouble. There isn't one.
Well, I mean, like after the Roe v. Wade situation, like we saw Lucy Kavanaugh get attacked. We've seen like people.
I said something that represented a greater threat than January 6th.
Well, I thought you meant like left-wing violence examples.
Yes, left-wing violence that represented a greater threat than January 6th to America. Was there another attempt at coup I didn't hear of?
So hold on. So it has to be by the specific criteria of quote-unquote attempted coup, or else the left.
No. Not. Maybe someone tried to blow up the entire United States and succeeded. I mean, I'm here, so I'm going to assume that didn't happen. But just any example of political violence from the left that was more serious than January 6th in the last 2 decades.
More serious, just one example.
Compare those. On the 2020 debate stage, Joe Biden said 1 million times that he disavows all violence and that the protests should be peaceful, as the vast, vast majority of them were peaceful. To the extent that people looted, you're assuming that they looted for political reasons. What about people that just wanted to loot, took advantage of the protest to loot, and they weren't actually ideologically doing that? Versus look at Trump. Trump didn't condemn January 6th. He pardoned the perpetrators, and as it was happening, he was happy about it.
Okay, see, this is the problem that I have with liberals. Like you like to bring up this like really like niche point about, oh well, a Democrat is about this, but if Democrats are constantly
How
like
is it a
overstating
niche point?
it's a niche point because it's irrelevant. It's just it's they're, of
The
course they're going to say
political
that.
leader of the
Of course
side
they're
you're
going to
accusing
say.
of violence,
Of course
disavowing
they're
the
going to put
violence is a
oh, he put
random
a
point.
PR statement out. He put a PR statement out. So therefore, I must say that oh, the left is fine because
No,
Joe
no, no,
Biden
no.
put
Just
out a
so we're
PR statement.
clear, Biden condemned violence at protests. Trump never condemned January 6th. Is that just a random argument?
Biden pardoned in Portland like multiple rioters who attacked Capitol buildings, and they were leftist Antifa members,
Such
I
as?
believe. So what?
Give us examples of this.
Give us examples, because like there was no.
I believe
one
they were
committing
protesting
violence.
ICE right
There
after
was no-
Biden got elected.
There was no person that was committing violence that Biden particularly pardoned.
Right after he was elected, there were protests in Portland, right, about ICE, and
If it was a protest, then
the
yes,
protests were
he would have pardoned people just protesting, but not.
okay, but they were attacking federal buildings though.
By doing what?
What?
By doing what?
What do you mean by doing what?
What were they, how were they attacking the buildings?
I mean, I don't recall, but I remember they were putting up picket signs. They were like doing what they normally do, just attacking federal.
They were putting up signs.
Wait 1 second.
At a
You guys have-
protest, they put up signs.
Not just put. I mean, like they literally attack federal agents. You can look the situation up, man.
By doing what?
I don't.
What do they do?
What they attack officers
But what? How do they attack them? With words?
with words. Look, once again, I don't recall the entire situation, but he pardoned them. They obviously they would have had to commit
Why
a
do
crime.
you keep bringing up situations that you don't recall as like your key
Hold on.
piece of evidence when you're debating us?
If they were,
Maybe
if they were
bring up
arrested,
something you do recall if you're going to make an argument.
okay, wait, hold on. But see this: if they were pardoned, would that not mean that they committed a crime?
Say it again?
If they were pardoned, would that not mean that they committed a crime?
By being pardoned by definition, you committed a crime if you're being
Yes.
pardoned of the crime.
So they were criminals. So Biden pardoned criminals, right? Who protested, who were Antifa.
Did
who were
we
protesting.
forget my initial point? Which is,
What is
can
the
you
point?
list something that is worse than January 6th from the left and still I've heard nothing?
I was listing multiple points, and then you like.
Yeah, but okay,
No.
how are the BLM quote unquote riots, they were protests, how are those worse than January 6th?
How were those worse than January 6th? Well, people's property were being burned down. You know, American citizens were actually hurting.
Okay.
This
So
insanity.
let me ask you this. What is more of a threat to this country? Property damage or a coup?
Property damage, people being murdered, and probably
That's more serious than an attempted coup.
If it happens consistently from the left, I would say that that's more of a danger.
Okay. ICE is doing domestic terror right now, so yeah.
It's doing domestic terror by
yeah. When ICE is specifically violating people's Fourth Amendment rights, right? I definitely think that's an issue. They're not identifying themselves. They're literally not utilizing warrants. They're stripping people out of their communities who have not committed violent crimes and bad crimes that have been working in their communities for generations, in some circumstances for 20 plus years, in some circumstances that have built entire lives and families here.
So I have a question. So what would be your solution to the millions of illegals that were imported in here, like illegally?
So undocumented immigrants that are in the country that have not committed a violent crime or bad crime should be given a pathway
really
to
don't
citizenship
care.
where they
I
don't
really
have to
don't.
leave the country.
Can you say that again?
Undocumented immigrants who have not committed a violent crime or bad crime should be given a pathway to citizenship where they do not have to leave the country.
Why should they be given a pathway to citizenship?
Because they do not harm this country by being given a pathway to citizenship. Our current legal process takes too long, so we want to incentivize people to go through said legal process, and we want to ensure that the most amount of people who are already in the country are vetted.
So millions of illegal immigrants should be just rewarded for immigrating illegally.
Why are you calling these people illegal immigrants? Just so we're clear, when you talk about the influx of people during Biden, like more than half of these were legal asylum seekers.
Yes.
I don't consider asylum seeking to be like you can call it legal.
They are documented in the immigration
legal
court
process
system.
when it is.
Okay, but like this is it's basically like feeding the bear, right? Like you just hold out a bunch of food and then all the immigrants come over.
No, not true. If you come to the border and you claim asylum, you have to pass a credible fear interview, which only about half of them pass. And then even after that, you have to see an immigration judge, and they're only granted asylum 30% of the time. I did the math on this on my stream once. For every 100 people that show up to the border claiming asylum, at the end, only 19 get it.
But aren't they like let into like staying at like in a so-called sanctuary city?
What? No
Aren't
one
they
gets
asylum
let
seekers?
in. You have to pass a credible fear interview to even get in.
Yeah, but
Otherwise,
like
they turn you back.
Did he not let people in to seek asylum?
Under the
who
legal
passed
process,
the
yeah, we didn't have
interview,
enough
yeah.
judges to
So they were
adjudicate
let
their
in.
cases.
So they were let in
Legally.
legally.
Yes.
Okay, I guess that's where we fundamentally disagree. I guess.
You disagree
Okay,
with
so
the
what-
Immigration and Nationality Act?
Yeah, like
What?
you disagree with us on a fact that it was legal.
I
You
disagree
can
with
say-
allowing.
You can say you think it shouldn't be legal. That's a fair point to make, which we would disagree with, of course. But the point that we're saying is that like you can't disagree with us on the facts. This makes no fucking sense.
Disagree on what fact?
It was legal.
Technically legal, yes.
Okay, so then why are you saying illegal immigration?
I still don't see this how this overall has anything to do with the entire point of like what would you do about the millions and millions of
I
illegal.
literally answered every single thing of what I would do. Do you want me to say again?
But you said a legal pathway to citizenship, right?
Yeah, for people who are in the country have not committed a violent crime or bad crime and are here undocumented.
And then I asked you why should they be given a pathway to citizenship?
Yeah, and I described. And did you hear my description?
I would love to hear it again.
I want the most people to be vetted as possibly we can. It's best for the economy because I want to increase the level of population. The current legal immigration process takes too long. So if it is the case that they went through said legal immigration process, if they have not committed a violent crime or bad crime, it's likely that they would have been allowed to stay anyway or to go through said legal process. So in efforts to make the legal process go quicker, for people who are already in the country and documented and for people who are going through the legal process, that would be required.
Okay, so for you, everyone who's here right now, we should just say, ICE, just stop what you're doing. Just let everyone in.
Who has not committed a violent crime or bad crime. Still deport people on the condition that they're going to be put in a prison in another country if they have committed a violent crime and bad crime.
All right, I disagree with that. But so then on to the next point. Would you agree with shutting off all immigration and all illegal immigration, or are you like, or what is your position on that?
Say that again.
Like, what is your position on then like further immigration enforcement after that?
Okay, if we get to a point that we have a quick legal immigration process, that means everyone who would be going through the process undocumented would not qualify to the set of criteria that I've mentioned, meaning that they would specifically be someone who has committed a violent crime or bad crime or has that type of criminal history, meaning that we would deport them.
Okay, I just fundamentally like this is why I just disagree with you guys' immigration policy because you want to admit people just willy nilly, right? Like I just
Well, right now we're also just talking about following the law, like law and order, right? That's ICE is not doing that right now.
We're
either.
just letting millions of illegal immigrants
Also,
in.
I have
law
a
and
question.
order.
So if someone is trying to legally immigrate to the country and they were held civilly liable of sexual abuse, would you let them legally enter the country?
If they were what?
Yeah, if you were able to determine whether or not someone legally gets in the country and every other way that they were trying to get into the country, they were allowed to get in, and there's only one characteristic that you have to look over in order to determine whether or not they should be allowed in the country. They were held civilly liable of sexual abuse of a woman, forcefully penetrating her vagina against her will. Given that that's the case, would you let them legally enter the country?
I sense this is a very loaded question, but probably not.
You wouldn't?
Well, what country were they from?
Does it matter what country they're coming from?
Yes.
Really? Tell me. What country could they come from where you'd let them come into the country?
Probably a non-third world country.
Okay, so like if they were held civilly liable of sexual abuse in, say, for example, Germany, you would let someone immigrate to this country from Germany if they were held civilly liable of sexual abuse.
Well, why does it matter what I would do though? What about the law?
Okay, I'm asking you what you think the law should be.
I mean, but you're asking me about what I think, right? Like, obviously, I think that I would.
Really? Yeah, I'm asking a person I'm debating what they think. Really, dude? No, wow.
I would have to see the case, but I don't think it's a matter of think. I think it's a matter of law, and depending on what the law says,
I'm asking what you think the law should be, dude.
What I think the law should be, like, as if I'm like the president or something.
Yeah, like if you were the president, dictator of the country.
Well, yeah, if I was the president, I wouldn't let anybody in. So
you would do no immigration.
Well, I would do selective immigration. Actually, my bad. Right, I would do selective.
Okay,
but like
so
that,
would you let someone held civilly liable of sexual abuse enter the country legally?
Well, I would have to see the case, like I said before, right? Because we know a lot of lying happens.
So you would let some people held civilly liable of sexual abuse legally enter the country?
Yeah, like I mean, like is held.
He just said, "Yeah,
what?
That's crazy."
What?
Bro is nicer to people that are civilly held liable for sexual assault than like actual asylum seekers.
Well, at least they tried to come legally, so I mean.
The asylum process is legal, dude.
I do not. The asylum process is not legal.
Yes, it is. You don't even know how the asylum process works. Explain to me how it works.
Explain to me how it works. Explain to me how it works then.
Do you know? You're the one who's complaining about it. I already explained.
Explain it. Explain it.
You show up to a port of entry or other point at the border. You go to someone at Border Patrol and say, hey, I'd like to claim asylum. Then you have to pass a credible fear interview. And only if you pass that interview are you scheduled for a court date at immigration court.
And are you trying to tell me that you like were in a coma and you didn't like see how that was abused?
How would that be abused if, again, for every 100 people that show up, 19 of them are actually getting asylum?
Because thousands of people are showing up at the border trying to seek asylum.
Okay.
And when you have Democratic governors saying, hey guys, maybe we should stop all this.
We actually had Democrats in the Congress trying to pass a law that made asylum, I actually disagree with part of it, that made asylum harder to get and would have hired more immigration judges because this was an efficiency problem. And if Trump cared so much about government efficiency, he wouldn't have come in and fired all the same immigration judges that have to adjudicate these cases. He wouldn't be sending ICE to immigration courthouses where people are following the rules. Despite knowing that Trump is doing this, they're doing the right thing. They're choosing to be brave and go to immigration court. They're still getting detained by ICE.
But did you know, like those resolutions, like that you're talking about, like those would have admitted so many immigrants in at one time, right? That was a Trojan.
Which resolutions?
The one that you're talking about, that bill, right?
That bill was like very tough on immigration. There's like left-wing criticism of that bill, if anything. What are you talking about?
Criticism doesn't mean anything, right? Like I don't.
Just an opinion.
Well, there's like really far left people who like consider like Joe Biden like a fascist. So.
Well, no. It wasn't super far left people. It was saying that they're making asylum harder to seek. They're making it easier to turn down asylum claims. And they're also hiring and beefing up Border Patrol. One of the best aspects of that bill, though, was hiring more immigration judges so that when someone comes here to claim asylum, they're not waiting for 3 years in limbo.
Yeah, but we don't want an immigration process that lets people in like.
Yes, I don't know who we is. Every single poll on this shows that people do want asylum seekers to come here and seek asylum.
Well, not the right. So I mean, like that's
the American public in general.
I have a question. If you were in the country during World War II, right, and people were trying to immigrate to our country, fleeing from the Holocaust, would you let them legally enter our country? Would you let them seek asylum in our country?
Well, probably not. Once again, like, do you disagree with?
But the German guy who was held liable for sexual assault, the German guy gets to come in, but not the actual refugees.
Oh, but like, bro,
no, he just said Holocaust victims shouldn't be allowed into our country. If you knew that they would be killed, if you do not let the,
well, if I knew that they would be, now you're adding that in. You're adding that in.
He's not adding that in. That's already the standard for get asylum in this country.
Yeah, no, seriously, I'm serious. Like, for people who are trying to come to our country, who are fleeing the Holocaust, they were at threat of dying. Because if they were sent back to the country they were fleeing from, that would be the country that's trying to exterminate them.
So Palestinians should have let Jews in. That's your opinion. So they should have just let all the Jews in and just acceded to like having.
They didn't even have sovereignty.
We're talking about in the United States.
But you're talking about if I was the leader of the country, but like I want to apply this to the other place that had that happen. Like you would have shamed the Palestinians for not wanting potential Holocaust people in. Is what you're saying?
It's not. No, that's specifically the establishment of an ethno-state, right? Without the rights of people, or if it's legal.
But did you agree with Jewish? Did you agree with Jewish immigration there?
What'd you say?
Did you agree with Jewish immigration?
I disagree with establishing a Jewish ethno-state based upon apartheid and colonialization.
But
that's not what I'm arguing for. I'm saying Jewish refugees to the United States.
So you agree with Jewish? So you disagree with it in one place, but you agree. But in the United States, I have to agree with it.
I think you should agree with it in the United States. Yes.
I think that's insanely hypocritical.
You're making a false equivalency here. You understand that when Jewish people started immigrating to what was called the British Mandate for Palestine, the Palestinian people were not the ones letting them in. It was the British government who had sovereignty over that area. Yes. And I'm just going to go out on a limb and say, if you gave the Palestinian people a state and sovereignty, they probably would have accepted refugees.
Okay, but they knew they were going to die. Like, remember? I mean,
no, this started in the 1880s. They knew this.
When you said
again, notice how you never answered Parker's question or my question. You just brought up something else to deflect from the point.
You know they're going to be victims, but you won't let them into Palestine. That's rich to me. Okay.
Wait, if
I literally just said the opposite.
Yeah, you didn't say the opposite.
If specifically we were living there, we would be okay with them immigrating to the country. Given that it's immigration, there's a difference between immigration and stealing and taking people's land and killing
and like people. Settler colonialism. Yeah,
there's a huge distinction between immigration and that.
I think that's a forced distinction. They immigrated to Palestine.
Between colonizing a land to establish a state versus within the format of a country's rules applying for asylum?
That happened years. Okay, so you disagree with all of the immigration that happened to Israel itself, right? During the all the
Are you
programs.
not hearing what we're saying right now?
Who granted
I'm just
the
saying. I'm
authority?
just trying to
It
get
was,
about
it was
what you
specifically
disagree.
colonizers that granted the authority, not specifically the people that were living there. And again, like what Adam said already, is that if the people were living there had that determination, they would have taken, right, people in terms of immigrants and people who are migrating. So I don't know why we're talking about this when we're asking you about the context of the United States. Given
Well,
that
it's
we've
because
already
you said
addressed
that
this,
you know that you're going to be unalive, and and then now you're trying to backtrack in one area.
Yeah, I'm asking.
Then force me to push into a position in the other.
I'm asking you, do you think that we should have specifically taken in Jewish refugees during the Holocaust?
I think that just like Palestine, we had a right to not take immigrants in.
I'm asking you, what do you think that we should have done?
What do you think? I think we should have done exactly what Palestine did and everyone else did, and say, hey, like, I agree, I see what's going on, but I can't help you.
Okay, so you're saying that you would let people who are Jewish die, right, in the Holocaust, well, because you would not provide them a pathway to the United States, when we could, when it would have no negative impact on our country, when actually the immigration of people who are Jewish coming to our country was actually very positive.
No, I would not.
Also, it's super gross the way you're just like misrepresenting and lying about what's happening in Gaza and what happened in Israel and like the origin of that conflict.
How am I lying? They immigrated there. Like I don't get.
No, they colonized.
They immigrated first, okay, and then
What country were they immigrating? They went there to establish a state. Palestinians were not mad that they were there. They were mad that they were trying to establish a state and usurp their sovereignty on their land.
Were they trying to establish a state in the United States?
No, Holocaust survivors were not coming here to establish a state in the U.S. They just wanted a place to stay.
So they didn't want to establish a state in the U.S., but they did want to establish a state in Palestine. Is what you're saying?
Yes. Maybe if you just
They were
do
just trying to
history,
survive.
that'd be great because there was no official state there. That was the British mandate for Palestine. It was like a colonized place, whereas the United States was a sovereign state with rules about seeking asylum that are outlined in the Immigration Nationality Act, which you don't even know.
So this is hilarious. So you think that without the
It's
Holocaust,
hilarious.
without the Holocaust happening, they would have immigrated to Palestine and colonized it? That's what you think?
I literally just said the opposite. People started going there in the 1880s, but the fact that you keep deflecting,
you're saying
the fact that you keep
specifically with
deflecting
the
to
Holocaust.
Palestine and not actually engaging with the
Because
topic
it's
at
hilarious
hand.
how the double standards you're putting on. Like
We're asking for your standards. Also,
my standard is. So should a state be? So a state should be allowed to enforce immigration policy. That's my standard. Like depending on how I
the
want.
U.S.'s immigration policy, if they enforced it correctly, allows people to seek asylum and get granted asylum if they're in fear for their life. You're the one opposing our immigration laws.
Correctly in this instance just means what you want. Like I see that very clearly. Oh, they should just
What
let
are
them
you
in.
even saying right now?
I'm saying that your standards are selective, right? That's what I'm saying. Because you don't think it should be enforced.
We
Chris is
literally have
repeating the
already
same thing.
answered these questions multiple times, and you're still deflecting away from the question. I'm going to give you 15 seconds to answer our specific question, or I'm going to kick you.
Okay, go ahead.
So will you answer the specific question?
Yeah, go ahead.
Do you not remember it?
And, okay, I thought you were going to restate it. Restate it again.
Would you accept Jewish asylum seekers and refugees into the country during the Holocaust?
During the Holocaust, given the specific context of not knowing what was going to happen, no, I would not.
So you wouldn't say that they should not be allowed into our country. You're against asylum across the entire board.
Yes, I'm against asylum because I think it's abused, and I think that
If
in
you
the recent
know
time,
that the person will die if they do not get asylum in our country, would you be okay with it?
well, if I know specifically, as if I had like foresight into the future, yeah, obviously, but that's a completely different scenario.
So you'd be okay with it given that you do know. Okay. So in the context of asylum, right, it's incredibly relevant because it's they're being persecuted based upon a protected class, meaning that their life is at risk.
So how do you know that?
We have an adjudication process. You're saying, oh, if I had foresight, I
But
could
they have
predict
to
the
be
future.
here. They have
The
to be here
entire
too.
court process,
They have to
when
be-
you
they have
seek
to-
asylum, the entire court process when you seek asylum is the judge determining, is your life actually at threat? That's the whole
Okay, but
point.
they have to be here to seek that asylum, so therefore I don't want it.
What?
So they have to come here to seek that judge to adjudicate that issue, don't they?
Yeah, that's how
Okay,
that
so
would work.
then, so they have to come to the border, claim asylum, And you know that.
So you oppose us enforcing immigration law as it currently exists.
I oppose allowing
Just say
for a system that is
Just say that
clearly,
sentence.
that is clearly being abused.
Just say that sentence. You oppose us enforcing immigration law as it currently exists on the books.
I oppose us enforcing immigration law as it currently exists to be abused. That's what I oppose.
Where'd abuse come from?
Abuse comes. Do you not see the abusive tendencies of this?
How is it abusive when 19% of them actually get to end up staying in the country?
It's abusive because they all swarm to the border and then they come and claim asylum and then they're allowed to stay for long.
So is it the formation in which they walk towards the border that constitutes abuse? If they walk in a single file line, will you be happier?
Abuse constitutes giving them houses, giving them all sorts of stuff to stay here.
Abuse constitutes giving them. What are you even talking about?
They're given housing, they're given healthcare, they're given.
You know what? Wouldn't it be really nice if they could just see an immigration judge expediently, so they don't have to wait in limbo for 3 years?
Wouldn't it be nice if they just weren't allowed here at all?
No, that wouldn't be nice. That'd be pretty mean.
It would be nice.
Fucked up.
If they immigrated like legally instead of coming
Like by seeking asylum legally, by like coming to a port of entry legally. Like
yeah,
the
so
thing
like
you oppose?
you want people to like not commit crimes, right?
Yeah.
And you want to hold people accountable for committing crimes, right?
Absolutely.
Okay, so then like why did you vote for Donald Trump given that that would mean that he's not held accountable? Because like he really wasn't sentenced to prison because the fact that you guys voted for him. So if you wanted criminals to be held accountable, you wouldn't have voted for him in the very first place.
How is he a
He was
criminal?
convicted of 34 felonies.
If he was really a criminal, I think that the left would love him and they would want him
He
released. Just
literally
like
is a criminal.
and alive the Ukrainian girl. I think if he was a criminal,
Wait,
he
no,
would
no,
have
no, no. Don't say if he's a criminal. He is a convicted criminal.
Convicted of what?
34 felonies.
34 felonies.
Yes.
Do you know how rigged those felonies were?
Tell us.
They were not rigged. Okay, so now so if we could just say that criminal cases are rigged, well then all these criminal cases against undocumented immigrants, all of them are rigged.
Okay, but it was just about some fraudulent paperwork or something like that. You know, like it wasn't really like
It was a campaign finance violation that constituted the pretext to upgrade those charges to felonies.
Yeah, so it's just like a loss of paperwork for like the undocumented immigrants as well.
a loss of paper. You mean like storming
it's
a car?
it's just an issue with paperwork. So
Russian-
why is an
you're
issue with
comparing-
paper? Wait, why is the issue with paperwork only a problem specifically in the context of undocumented immigrants, but not with Donald Trump? Seriously,
Well, because
it's an
they're-
issue
because
with paper. It is literally an issue with paperwork in
Are
terms
we
of
giving Donald
undocumented
Trump free
immigrants.
stuff? Are we giving him free stuff for his crimes or no?
Yes, he literally wants $230 million from the government because of the fact that he is experienced "quote unquote" emotional distress for being targeted for the crimes that he's committed.
I think this is a bit different than like I think he's asking. I don't know about that. I think that's a little bit
No,
different
he's
than like
suing
being.
them. He's suing them. Yeah.
Yes, he's suing. I think.
And you know who determines whether or not he gets it? His own administration.
His own personal lawyers
His
who work
own
at the DOJ now,
personal
who defended
lawyer.
him in those criminal cases.
No corruption detected at all. Zero. No corruption detected.
Okay, well, even if I'm an honest person. Even if I would agree with that, I still think that the left is really corrupt for what they're doing with illegal immigrants. So I mean, that's fine, right?
What? How are we corrupt?
I think you're corrupt.
Actually, can you define corruption?
What would you define letting millions
Don't
of
ask me a
invaders?
question. Answer my question. Can you define Can you define corruption?
Define corruption.
Yes.
Is this your favorite gaslighting tactic or something?
Gaslighting? What is gaslighting? bro?
Gaslighting? Like
You want me to define corruption, right? You want me to
Defining
define
terms equals gaslighting.
You want me to sit here and define words with you all day, define semantics as if you don't know the
I'm not
word
asking you
corruption.
to define words all day. Like I'm asking you what corruption is, just to clarify.
Yeah, do you want
because I
to stay on topic, dude, or do you just want to
This is on topic. It's not gaslighting, and I'm not going off of topic.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to ask me what I think is corrupt, fine. But you're going to ask me like, oh, what's the definition of this word? Like,
Yeah. What does corrupt mean? Like I'm asking you how you're using the term.
I think corrupt would just be like if say you're like a political leader, right? You're wielding your power and you're abusing it. That's a short definition I would give.
An abuse of power?
Yes, an abuse of power for all your own personal gain.
Okay. So sure, if you're saying an abuse of power for your own personal gain. So are you saying you said Democrats are doing that? So
Yes.
you're saying that we personally gain from immigrants coming to our country?
I think you personally gain from all of your narcissistic policies, but that's one of them.
How so? How do we personally gain?
I think Democratic politicians personally gain from all of their narcissistic policies, but I think you
narcissistic policy.
Wait, what
What-
narcissistic policy?
DEI, illegal immigration.
Can you name one? Can you name one DEI policy that you disagree with?
All of them. Right?
Name one specific one.
One specific one. One specific DEI policy. Well, I mean, I've seen these policies in action. Like, it's just like we're like, oh, well, we have to make sure that a Native American gets a job. It's just kind of ridiculous.
Wait, so you're not naming a specific DEI policy that you disagree with. So one, you just claimed that like Democrats have narcissistic policy, but then you specifically couldn't even mention any of the narcissistic policy.
So you asked me to say one.
These are just buzzwords. DEI is just a buzzword to you. You're not even.
It's a buzzword. So DEI, it just doesn't exist anymore. DEI.
No, not to you. Not in the way that you're referencing it, because you don't even know what it is. We know what DEIA is. We know what diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility is. We can give you explicit examples of it.
All right, then educate me, Parker.
Yeah, for example, or I'll give you explicit examples of DEIA, right? It's going to be specifically for people who are disabled, right? Different types of ramps for people who do not have the ability to walk, right? Ramps so that they can specifically, utilizing their method of mobility, right, be able to get up to different buildings. So having that in the context of different building, right, is an example of DEIA, because it's increasing, right, equity, accessibility, and inclusion for disabled people.
Have we not had ramps for like centuries? Like, what does that have to do with DEI?
Wait, what do you mean? Wait, saying we've had DEI for centuries then? But no, we have not had DEI for centuries.
We've had ramps for disabled people for quite a while now, before DEI was even implemented. So what are you talking about?
Okay, but that's DEI. That's an example. And also, I think the Electoral College is DEI, and that was specifically like at the inception of the country. So the Senate and the Electoral College are DEI for small states.
I think you're expanding the
Are
definition.
going to help Republicans.
I think you're expanding the definition so that you can avoid.
No, it's diversity, equity, and inclusion for small states.
What does that have to do with DEI as it's known as today, Parker?
Because it's literally increasing the access to determine elections without actually it being dependent on one vote equals one vote, 1-to-1 vote. It's specifically that like each state gets a certain amount of electoral votes based upon their senators, which is given to each state regardless of population.
So how would you have it to where it wouldn't be DEI?
Yeah, you would just do popular vote.
Popular vote?
Yeah.
So like tyranny of the majority?
What do you mean tyranny of the majority? You just mean the majority determines it. Wait, so then are you saying that Trump being elected was the tyranny of the majority?
Well, I thought you said the Electoral College was DEI, dude.
It is. But he won by popular vote too.
Okay, he won by popular vote and the Electoral College. Why are you trying to derail?
Are you saying that you prefer DEI?
I don't prefer any option. I think it's all just lesser of two evils. But like, this is a complete derailment.
No, do you prefer DEI, like Electoral College versus no Electoral College?
Electoral College or no electoral? I prefer Electoral College, I would say, but I don't think that either.
Okay, so you like DEI when it helps.
I just said neither are two options, are good options. But this is that's different from DEI.
You just said that you support the Electoral College being in place.
Are you comparing like DEI in companies to the Electoral College, like the way the government's ran? Like
the Electoral College is DEI, dude.
How are they the same?
Also, you don't even know how DEI works in government hiring. I can give you a specific example that Trump made a big deal about in terms of the FAA hiring air traffic controllers. He said, all these plane crashes are happening because of the DEI hires. If you read the actual DEI policy of the FAA, they specifically said, we are not lowering any of the hiring standards. What DEIA, is expand the applicant pools. They hire in places that are not connected to these places through networking, right? If you want to work in DC or on Wall Street, it's all networking, right? So what DEIA tries to do is to expand that to people that don't already have one foot in the door. Maybe they're living in a rural community, an urban community, wherever it may be. DEIA also, by the way, has helped like poor white people from like rural areas. So this idea that it's like we're going to lower the standards and bring in the trans or whatever the fuck you think it is not attached to reality. It's not what DEIA is.
This is what I'm saying about narcissistic policies, because like you're saying, okay, so you say that they're not gonna lower the standard, right? That's what you're saying.
They didn't lower the standard. I'm describing to you an actual DEI policy that existed
But then
in
the way
federal
you
hiring.
described it, right? Oh, we're gonna look in places, and we're gonna look in specific places, not hire off merit. We're gonna hire in specific places.
They're keeping the same standards and expanding the applicant pool. Do you know what that means?
Quote unquote standards they're using. They're hiring and selecting based off qualities that have nothing to do with standards.
You're just making stuff up now. Okay.
I'm making stuff up. So I think you just don't get how contradictory that is.
Have you read the FAA DEI policy that I'm referencing?
Well, you just explained it to me, and it sounded contradictory.
How does it sound contradictory to say we're going to expand the people that can apply for the job, but keep the standards the same?
So you're going to expand the people that apply for the job, and you're going to keep the standards the same. So you're saying that we're going to look for diversity, but at the same time, we're going to keep
Instead of saying, hey, this job is only open to people that graduate from Georgetown and have one foot in the door because they have all the right connections, we're going to go to poor areas and see if anyone here also meets those standards to hire them.
But that's discrimination.
That's discrimination?
Yes,
To allow more people to apply for a job?
Well, to select those people based off the fact that, oh, I just want to get diversity in, right?
If someone, hold on, if someone's born into like
the applicant pool, you are not listening. It's not determining who they select. It's increasing the applicant pool.
Increasing the applicant pool.
Yes.
What does that have to do with DEI?
That's what DEI is. Oh my
That is not
god.
what DEI is. It's about diversity, equity, and inclusion. I've seen it in practice.
Yes, diversity, equity, and inclusion in applicant pools.
Also, like, what did you see in practice? Did you see some evil cabal of libs like sitting on some table saying, "Yes, that white one, throw his paper in the trash"? Like, what did you see? What did you witness?
I saw the most soyed out people of all time, like talking about how we want to hire more Native Americans.
What do you mean by soyed out? What do you mean by soyed out?
They're saying they want to expand the backgrounds.
Did you break into like a college admissions back room or where did you see this?
Dude.
No, I saw this at a little site.
He's like, I actually saw a private phone call from Dean and Parker, the biggest soy liberals you've ever seen in your life. And they actually were describing this themselves. They were saying they themselves are throwing out the applicants of people who are white men. They're throwing out their applications.
Deep state back at it again.
Oh, you don't believe victims anymore? That's crazy.
You're a victim of DEI?
I'm a victim. You don't believe my experience anymore, right? Okay.
Wait, of what? Of what are we talking about?
Oh, so you're saying that I'm lying, right? That's what you're saying?
With what? I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, you're saying that I'm lying about the.
I was just asking for proof that you're not lying. Like, give us some specifics of this supposed, like, you have looking through the looking glass, you've deciphered like the truth of DEI. Where did you see this?
Well, I saw this at a company.
Which company?
Do I have to like say the company, right? Like,
what sector was the company in?
What sector? It was like it's like a hotel or something like that.
And you witnessed in the hiring process, they were like, yes, bring me the black applicants, throw the white ones in the trash. Like, what did you witness
They were
exactly?
literally talking about like diversity, how they wanted to hire more diverse people, things such as that nature.
What's the issue with that?
I think the issue is when you're focusing on a person's skin color and a person's identity.
No, you're changing now. They never said, hey, let's focus on this person's skin color. They said, hey, let's be more diverse with our hiring.
Yeah, like for example, like historically,
for
example, historically, companies that didn't hire women, should they have had a thought process to maybe we should hire women? Should they have done that?
Should they hire women?
Why should they hire women? What? You don't think that they should have that process? Because historically speaking, women were not allowed into the workforce to the same degree as men.
They weren't? Where's your proof of that?
Is this guy disputing that women were not in the workforce before?
Dude, this guy doesn't know feminism.
What was the law? What was the law that said,
do you know what first wave feminism was?
What was the law that said, hey, women, you can't work? I want to know that law right now, right immediately.
Dude, women weren't even allowed to own property at one point. What are you talking about?
We're talking about the work.
Literally, we can actually give you those laws. I'm not trolling. The fact that you're questioning this is actually nuts, dude. We can actually give you those laws, by the way. We can look that up and give you the laws.
So no woman has ever worked.
And now he's changing. You're saying no woman ever in the history of anything had a job? That's not what you were initially claiming. So don't shift the goalpost.
So you said that companies didn't allow them to work. I want to know the thing that said, hey, you're not allowed to work here. Like legally barred, like Jim Crow style. Tell me.
So you want me to give you specific companies, I'll give you for that did not hire women historically?
I want you to give me like a policy.
Wait.
Like,
you want me to give you companies that historically did not hire women?
Give me a specific policy.
Wait, why aren't we talking about companies? We were talking about companies, like not hiring women.
A specific policy by that company that said, "Hey, we're not hiring women."
Yeah, so give a specific policy that restricted women from having access to a job.
Yeah.
How about the laws that restricted women from having bank accounts?
Why are you switching the topic?
Wait, but like if you don't have a bank account, isn't that an aspect of like you getting a job or a
They
credit
didn't
card?
have bank accounts.
Yeah, like it literally was not allowed.
Okay, like this is just not even, and more stuff that's not even true. I swear.
What are you talking about?
There are literally examples of women who own bank accounts.
How
You know
about
that,
this?
right?
Do you remember when women didn't have the right to vote?
Oh my God, it moves like it moves. Working, voting, bank accounts. Okay, yeah, I do remember that.
Women's earnings were legally the property of their husband. They weren't even able to earn a salary.
Like I said, do you not? I literally have examples of women who are allowed to have a bank account. Like, you realize that, right? I have literal counterparts.
So do I. I'm sure my mom has a bank account.
There was
Like, what are you
one
talking about?
example of a woman having a bank account. This is quite literally exactly what racist people say specifically about slavery. They say because there were some people who were black that were not enslaved, that means that slavery wasn't bad because it was applicable to people who are black or racially based, which is a ridiculous standpoint. It was absolutely, racism was a huge aspect of how it was quote unquote justified by people at that time, right? That's how they tried to justify it, which is disgusting and abhorrent, right?
It wasn't just
That's what
one
we were
woman.
calling
Though,
it.
like, you're unhinged
It's the
right
same
now.
reasoning.
So
What's that?
It wasn't just one though. It wasn't just one. So I don't know what you're talking
Also,
about.
I don't know why you would die on this hill. If you just like literally Google like points in history where women were like legally prohibited from working, there's like a whole handful of Supreme Court cases, company policies, state and local and federal laws that prevented women either from working a certain number of hours, from keeping their salary from work. I mean, if they're married, they have even less of a chance. Like, what are you talking about?
I specifically remember multiple counterexamples to your
You
argument.
remember the women's suffrage? What do you remember? Were you there for that as well? Women were not allowed to keep the money they earned from working.
Yeah, there's there's actually something you can look at from the Department of Labor. It's an overview of between 1920 through 2021. And you can actually see that the Women's Bureau was established specifically in 1920, specifically to formulate standards and policies which shall promote the welfare of wage-earning women, improve the working conditions, increase efficiency, and advance opportunities for profitable employment. Do you disagree with this?
Wait, did your own example not just disprove
Do you disagree with the Women's Bureau
Wait, hold on,
being
can you say that again?
established? Do you disagree with the Women's Bureau being established? Because this actually is DEI, like a method that they specifically gave the Bureau the duty to formulate standards and policies which shall promote the welfare of wage-earning women, improve their working conditions, increase their efficiency, and advance their opportunities for profitable employment.
And what does this have to do with anything?
That's DEI.
That's
Do you
DEI.
disagree
How?
with it?
How is that DEI?
It's literally diversity, equity, and inclusion and accessibility for
What do you-
women
You realize
to
you
be
have
able
to
to get
explain
into the
it.
workforce.
You realize you got to explain how a women's bureau being created is DEI.
It's literally a policy that says they're going to formulate standards and policies to promote the welfare of wage-earning women, improve their working conditions, and increase efficiency and advance their opportunities. That's literally DEI. Like equitable opportunities, inclusive. Like, do you think DEI is only race?
So giving somebody an opportunity is DEI.
Literally. It's literally a mechanism to increase opportunities. Yes.
I don't have a problem with a specific place saying, "Hey, I want to like increase opportunities with women." I have a problem with.
Okay, so then you're okay with DEI. So then why are you saying that's narcissistic
That's not DEI.
policy?
That's not
Wait, do you
DEI.
think it's narcissistic policy to implement the Women's Bureau in the
No, I don't.
Department of Labor?
Because it has nothing to do with DEI.
It is DEI. That's literally DEI.
It's specifically saying, "Hey, women, you're going to do your thing over here, and then men, you're going to do your thing over here." That's what I think is fine.
What?
That's
This
literally
is
segregation.
saying it's going to increase working standards and labor standards for women and increase opportunities for women. I don't know what's not connecting. Wait, so
it's
then
not connecting because it has no correlation.
So
It
if we
doesn't.
advocated for policies specifically to increase, to formulate standards and policies which shall promote the welfare of wage earners, improve their working conditions, and increase the efficiency and advance opportunities for profitable employment for people who are black, would that specifically be DEI?
No, it would not. That's not DEI.
Okay, so it sounds like he agrees with it in practice, but not in like just saying it's DEI. So it sounds like you disagree with the word.
It's a no word.
Yeah,
That's
DEI
like
is
basic.
no
That's
word.
like basic civil right. That's like a basic civil rights.
Yeah,
thing.
that's DEI. That's literally
DEI is not
Civil rights sounds pretty good.
DEI has nothing to do with like civil rights saying, "Hey, we're going to improve your standard." That's like saying like child labor laws are like DEI. That's ridiculous. It's ridiculous, bro.
I mean,
and then your own points disproved you when you said, "Hey, we're going to improve
if
working."
you think that this is disproving
women
me,
didn't
that's
work.
just really sad, man.
So you lied and said women didn't work. They worked, and then you're lying and saying that
I
this is
didn't
DEI.
lie. When did I lie?
You said that women couldn't work, and then you cited the law that said women could work X amount of hours.
Wait, no, this is specifically to change this is to change the conditions for how people were working. I'm saying that it is the case that women were not allowed to work to the same degree as men, and there were societal conditions that limited them from being able to work. So there needed to be DEI specifically to improve the working conditions and improve women's ability to work to a greater extent.
You said not allowed to work though at first, and then you said like, okay, improve
literally.
work.
For example, there were plenty of marriages that existed where the conditions of society forced women into these conditions of marriages and forced them into conditions where they couldn't work because they were supposed to be specifically working at the house, right? In terms of that, like specifically doing domestic labor.
Parker, if you had the opportunity not to work, would you not work or would you work?
I would work.
You would work. I mean, that's just your.
I like doing this.
Yeah, but I think most people would say, right, that they wouldn't want to work if they have the opportunity to work.
You understand that domestic labor is working. It's just not
domestic labor is working. So going shopping and cleaning something is working to you.
Bro, he thinks women who stay at home in terms of like being stay-at-home moms, right? You think that they're just like shopping. Like, dude, you have to get a grip. My mom was a stay-at-home mom. My mom would work constantly all the time. She was constantly doing things. The fact that people demean people who are stay-at-home parents and the work that they bring is actually disgusting and horrible.
You
and the fact that domestic labor is constantly diminished creates this idea of a double shift for women, because women specifically are often told specifically and societally enforced to a greater extent to do domestic labor while also working in the context of the labor force, because of the fact that people do not view it as work, which is insane. And this type of idea needs to change. The fact that you don't view it as work is disgusting.
If I take a day off at home, if the woman takes a day off at home, is she fired or I think there's a pretty big difference that you're trying to gloss over.
Do you think stay-at-home parents do work?
I think that they do work, but not to the extent that like labor, like wage labor is. That's ridiculous.
Yeah, they're just not paid for their labor. It's unpaid labor.
What?
It's unpaid labor. Just because it's unpaid labor doesn't mean it's not labor.
Okay, doing the dishes is unpaid labor. Would you compare that to doing a factory job? That's ridiculous.
Well, it's domestic labor, and I think it is a job, like in the context of
I think you're trying to equate.
It's not just doing the dishes, bro. It's not just doing the dishes. You don't get it. Taking care of children, running a household, setting up everything for the children is absolutely a constant job, one that you oftentimes don't get a break from.
I think so too. But I don't think you can compare it to an actual job.
No, what do you mean compare it to an actual job? It is an actual job.
No, like an actual wage job where you're getting paid like per hour.
Wait, just because you're not getting paid for it doesn't mean you're not providing something.
I'm not saying you're trying to. I'm not saying you're not providing anything. I'm just saying you tried to compare it like as if it was like in any way equivalent at all.
It should be viewed as them engaging in a job or labor, because they are fulfilling something necessary for the context of that relationship.
But
it's a job necessary.
Which political group hates on that and then says it's like so bad though? That's your side. So like I'm not the one demeaning that.
Do you think people working in childcare have jobs, or do you think they don't actually have jobs?
Childcare, like daycare?
Yeah. Is childcare, people who work in childcare, is that a job?
I don't even think daycare should exist, but like, yeah, that's a job.
That's the stupidest thing I've ever heard. You think daycare shouldn't exist?
I think in an ideal world, like people would raise their kids on their own, but I mean that's just.
You mean they wouldn't be able to work? They're supposed to have the kid. They're supposed to have the kid at work.
Yeah, I think you should. I believe that a traditional structure like where the mom is staying home and then the guy's just making all the money. I think that's preferable to me. But yeah.
And in that context, do you think that women are engaging in a job or labor?
I think they're engaging in a very important job for society. Actually,
so they do. So you said they don't have an actual job. You agree now that they do have an actual job when they're a stay-at-home parent.
I don't get why you're trying to equate the two jobs.
And
Like,
also, by the way, he just advocated to enforce the very things that we just said that were a reason as to why we needed DEI to a greater extent. So actually,
would be no enforcement.
you're saying women should go back into the house. Is that what you just said?
What?
You just said women should go back into the house and they should be stay-at-home parents.
I think that preferably that's literally the best. Why would you want to be?
No, preferably they would do it. Preferably they would fulfill the particular role that they would like to.
Well, see, the thing is, that would be great, but there's a lot of brainwashing going on, and like they're not able to fulfill the role that they would like to because they're being told that they need to work, which is kind of ridiculous to me.
Society indicates you need to work. Everyone needs that. The reality of the world is that we need to work.
Why didn't they work before? They didn't work, and then they started working. What does that tell you?
Yeah, women did work in the context of the fucking household. Again, you keep trying to run this argument. They did work.
You keep this is just derailing the conversation. Okay, labor in the workforce. Okay, in the workforce, like the actual workforce, compared to not in the actual workforce. Okay, can we just agree on that?
I mean, in the general sense, I would consider domestic labor a part of the workforce.
I don't even know like how I can like comprehend that level of idiocy.
In a colloquial sense, I'm using it that way.
So in the home, I guess you have a dress code. I guess you can get fired if you come in the wrong dress. I guess I don't know, like maybe you have to pay bills when you're at home.
I'm currently on my job right now. Who can fire me?
What?
I'm at my job right now. Who's gonna fire me? I'm in my fucking pajamas right now. I am unironically in pajamas right now at work.
Are you a stay-at-home dad?
Who's gonna fire me?
Are you a stay-at-home dad?
No, I don't have kids.
Okay, then you're not doing a job then, I guess.
I mean,
What?
he's kind of sunning you right now.
You
so I
think
guess
this
in
isn't
that
a
sense.
job?
I don't think this is a job. I think this is a pastime. I think this is
Moira, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much, Chan. I really appreciate the $3. Thank you, Geoff. Thank you so much for the $10. GX, thank you for the $10. I really appreciate it. Jersey, thank you for the $10. Asim, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $5. Emily, thank you for the $5. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much for supporting the lack of a job. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
What do you do, Parker? Like, I don't really think that this is like an actual, like, I think you're like conflating like factory work, right? Or something that's actually like.
This is a job. I run a business, dude. This is a business.
So wait, you're your own boss then? You don't have a job. You're your own boss.
That is, wait, do you think people who are self-employed don't have a job? Are you stupid?
What?
Do you think people who are self-employed have a job?
I think you're your own boss. I think you're working for yourself.
So Donald Trump, when he was a CEO, doesn't have a real job.
Well, like once again, like you're conflating so many different types of jobs.
Oh, Trump didn't have a real job. Until he became president of the United States, Trump didn't have a real job.
So you think
Michelle, thank you for the $10. Thank you. He thinks entrepreneurs don't have real jobs. That's this guy's.
Go make a sandwich and do the hardest thing to do in the world, Parker. Go do that.
You just tell me to go make a sandwich? Why'd you just tell me to go make a sandwich?
That's a job. Like that's a job, right?
I'm currently working a job right now. Jason, thank you for the $2. Thank you.
But if you were to go make a sandwich, that'd be unpaid labor.
Michelle, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you.
It would be unpaid labor if you went to go make a sandwich.
So?
But you consider that unpaid labor.
Yeah, what's your point?
I mean, but my point is how ridiculous you sound claiming that like everything you do inside of your house is unpaid labor.
Yeah,
just calling it ridiculous without explaining why it's ridiculous is ridiculous.
It's ridiculous because of the way you're trying to inflate the language to make it seem like it's equivalent to like wage, like an actual wage paying job.
It is domestic labor. And also, by the way, you just tried to say that I don't have a real job even though I am paid. What type of reasoning is that? You just said it wasn't a job because they're not paid. But when I am paid, you said I don't have a real job. What are you talking about?
I consider like real job to be something that's actually productive to society to me.
Yadira, thank you for the $5. This is productive.
How's it productive for you to call like,
so if it's not productive, why'd you join the live?
I think it's productive because you're brainwashing people into your narcissistic.
Okay, so you do think that these types of conversations are productive to engage in?
Yeah, absolutely.
Wow, you just conceded.
This isn't a job. Like, are we working on the clock?
Thank you so much for the $10. Thank you.
Oh, you on the clock
It's a job for me. It's a job for me because there's fucking 8,000 people in the stream, 8,500 people in the stream.
So you're on the clock.
I appreciate you're amazing. What's up?
So you're on the clock right now. You're grifting really hard right now.
I'm grifting. Can you define grifting?
Yeah, grifting is when you like hold all of your political beliefs, not because of you believe them or not, but just because like you're getting incentivized to do them.
Okay, so you think I'm a Trump supporter? You think I'm a Trump supporter?
No, I think you're a left winger.
No, so I'm a left. So I'm not grifting then. I actually hold the beliefs.
Left wingers grift all the time, dude. It's just the most insane.
Wait. So you just said I don't have the beliefs, and then I do have the beliefs. Which one is it?
Well, you have
Pick it.
beliefs that are in Trump. Like people
$3.
on the right
Thank you for the $5. Thank you so much, Victoria, with the 5. Jay, thank you for the 5. Jillian with the $1 for the grift. Soothing, thank you for the $5. Thank you.
And look at him grifting right now.
Iris, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. You don't even know what a grift is.
You're being incentivized to hold your beliefs right
Courtney,
now.
thank you for the $1. Me being paid does not mean I'm grifting. It would be if I dishonestly hold a view.
Okay.
So I am a liberal. I actually do disagree with Donald Trump. I think that Donald Trump is a horrible person. Do you think I don't actually believe that?
Do you disagree with anything on the left?
Yes.
Like what?
I disagree with Democrats' position on Israel.
On Israel?
Yes.
Why?
Because
Why?
I think that Israel was committing a genocide or is committing a genocide.
And why do you believe that?
Because it meets the definition in the Geneva Convention. They are destroying in part or in whole the Palestinian population.
Has the population been destroyed in part or in whole right now?
Yes, in part.
Okay, so you believe that's happening right now? Where's your evidence of that?
They've killed confirmed over 60,000 Palestinians, plus many of them that are under the rubble. We could point to the fact that they were starving Palestinians intentionally by not allowing enough aid to go into the region, which is a war crime.
And
Orange,
the
thank you
actual
so much
death
for the
toll
$5.
is probably over 200,000.
Exactly, literally.
200,000?
Yeah, because of people that are under the rubble and people that have died due to starvation because of the intentional effects due to Israel. Those are specifically just confirmed direct, like 100. Like we have really, really good reason.
This is what I mean by grift. I mean the 200,000 number. Isn't that like a number from like the Gaza health industry? Or?
No, it's from the Lancet study that estimates the number of excess deaths in Gaza as of last summer was 186,000. It's been over a year since then, so it makes a lot of sense to say that Israel's genocide in Gaza has caused over 200,000 excess deaths.
Well, when the actual health health ministry in Gaza says the complete opposite and says less, then I have to believe that you're grifting.
The health ministry is undercounting.
It's under
Yeah.
So okay. So
word is
we should
describing,
investigate. We should investigate. We should investigate the Gaza health ministry. We should definitely investigate the immigrant.
Which is why many groups do, and then they verify their numbers.
Yeah, I think we
And
need
they
to
have been
investigate.
verified. Jennifer, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you. Amariana, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. Thank
That's
you.
what I mean by grift.
Anna,
You-
thank
you
you for the
only
$5
disagree
for the
with
grift. Thank you so much. Rhiannon, thank you for the $33. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. For We Love a Man with a Job from another self-employed member of the workforce. Thank you so much, Rhiannon. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much for
But you
supporting the
only
grift.
disagree
Supporting
with
the
Democrats
grift. Thank you so
because
much.
of
I
the
really
grift.
appreciate it. Thank you.
Because
We love
free
grifting.
Palestine.
I love
Free
grifting so
Palestine.
much.
I'm not a
Absolutely.
grifter,
Free
but free
Palestine.
Palestine.
I just got a
Yeah,
grift
man.
real quick too.
That's
Thank
a-
you, Myra,
that's
for
a
the
literal grift.
$5 on Cash App.
You're literally grifting. You're
W
only
Griff.
disagreeing.
Thank you so much. Amanda with the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, Amanda. I really appreciate it. Seriously, though. Thank you so much, Amanda. So many people literally undermined it. Jillian, thank you for the $6. Thank you so much for the grift. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Also, you know how insane it is to say like, "Oh, what do you disagree?" And you only bring up like one thing, and it's literally a grift, right? Like it's actually crazy.
Dude, you couldn't even define what a grift is.
A grift is
Jennifer,
when
again,
you're
thank you for the $10 for the ongoing grift.
That's a
Pamela,
trap.
thank you so
That's
much
a
for the $5 for the grift. Thank you. Thank you so much.
That's big. He's
What is
grifting,
it?
so you're grifting, so you have to say, "I don't know what grifting means," instead of actually like defending yourself because you know you're guilty.
So me just saying thank you means me grifting?
No, you saying that I don't know what grifting means, like that's a classic like tactic that people do
Well,
when they get caught.
based on the way that you defined it, I'm not a grifter. Alex, thank you for the
Not a grifter.
$6.66 for the grifters for life.
So you're not being incentivized to support the
think of the
demographic
dollar.
one in every single area except for one.
I believe everything that I say on the live.
You believe everything you say.
Yeah.
Truthfully.
Yes.
I mean, I don't believe you, but I mean,
You understand there's more money to be made by being like MAGA.
Yeah,
No,
but
have all the good,
like,
all the good
genuinely-
Russian money coming in.
Do you think that I'm not smart enough to, like, if I actually was grifting, be able to grift on the right? Like, I could totally be a grifter on the right. Like, if I specifically wanted to, I have enough intelligence to do that.
I think you can make money on the right, definitely, but I think that the left is an entire grift. You see guys like Hassan, right? Like you see a lot of grifters on the left that make tons of, like he's literally in a mansion, right? Like he's literally in a mansion grifting, right? I
The
mean,
one
like,
fucking example that you have.
yeah,
Kevin,
the,
thank you so much
the
for the
one
10.
largest.
And he's, I don't think he's grifting.
Mind you, this guy says that he's a
No,
socialist.
I
and
definitely disagree with him, but I don't think he's grifting.
You don't think he's grifting in $1 million mansion, claiming
No, I
that
don't
he
think
hates
he's
rich-
grifting.
You don't think he's grifting in $1 million mansion, right?
No,
Like,
wait. Having a mansion does not mean you're grifting. And I don't think
Grifting is when
I
you
mean,
have
I'd
a
have to see
mansion.
his house. I don't know if he necessarily lives in a mansion. I'd have to look.
he lives in a mansion and he claims he hates rich people so much. Like, you can't think of a bigger grift than that. Like,
He doesn't necessarily say that he hates rich people. And by the way, when he says that he specifically disagrees with certain types of production mechanisms, that doesn't necessarily mean that he's fulfilling those production mechanisms himself.
did you not see that one photo where he has like the Eat the Rich shirt on? Or are you like,
Yeah, and he pays taxes in California. He pays his fair share.
well, he's the rich, bro. Like, I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah,
but
and
like,
he pays his fair share. In California, when you make a lot of money, you pay a lot in taxes. Okay? If you are living in LA, I think you pay a fair share. I genuinely do. Now, the issue in terms of LA is going to be, oftentimes the fact that we pay a lot into the federal government that we don't get out. So a lot of the taxes we're paying, we don't actually benefit from here in LA and in California, which we could be benefiting from if we specifically had that federalized in terms of how much we were paying in taxes. So what I'm paying in California, I think I'm paying a fair share. I think I pay enough here in California.
I think that if you live in California and you have enough for a mansion and you have enough for an extravagant lifestyle, multiple cars, and you're claiming that you hate rich people, I think that that's a grift. Like, to me, that's like the textbook definition.
I think he pays enough in taxes. I think that's totally consistent with his worldview, especially because I'm pretty sure he even runs his thing through a cooperative. Like, he runs his business through a cooperative. Like, his business is a cooperative.
So, like,
that's a socialist business. That's like a socialist method of organization.
I mean, but he still, at the end of the day, keeps the profits. He still, at the end of the day, distributes it. I mean,
that's totally in alignment with market socialism.
No, that isn't.
Yes,
that's
it is.
capitalism.
I used to be a market socialist, so it's actually cooperatives, democratically run companies, are a form of socialist method of organization of production. Okay.
Well, you can have democratically run companies in capitalism. So, I mean,
yes, and so you can have socialist run businesses in a capitalist structure. The reason why it's not considered socialism is because there's no mandate for the cooperatives in terms of production. What's up?
I said, Hassan is the organizer. He's the CEO, effectively, of what he does, regardless.
Because they democratically elected him to be the CEO.
That argument just gave me like a migraine, but I mean,
yeah,
I still
because you don't know what market socialism is.
No, because that's actually so they democratically quote unquote elected.
He's a grifter. You could give so many other better arguments than what you're giving
Hassan
right
Piker
now.
was democratically elected to his own company, wow, like that's how it was socialism.
Yeah.
He wanted his own to be the king of his own company, and that's why socialism is contradictory.
Yeah. Do you think socialism means you can't make money?
I think socialism means that, it's a contradictory system, right? Where you claim that it's not capitalism.
I disagree with socialism, but it's not a contradictory system.
But he democratically elects himself, and he is a CEO. But
It's
you're
not
claiming
just
that
him. There's other employees that democratically elected him.
Employees, but it's still a capitalist structure.
Yeah, he's one of the employees. That's not a capitalist structure. Having employees does not mean it's a capitalist structure. You can have employees in a socialist structure.
They democratically elected him. They democratically elected him. He's the head of the company. He's the CEO. He effectively is the CEO. He is a capitalist.
CEO does not mean you're a capitalist. You don't understand socialist method.
He owns the means of production. He owns the entire means of production.
It's democratically owned, and that's why they elected him.
They elected him to democratically own it, but he still owns the means of production.
Yeah, come on. There's so many actually legitimate critiques of Hassan. This is a dumbass.
That is a legitimate critique.
Also, you know that being a CEO and an owner is not necessarily the same thing, right? A CEO is just making decisions. They don't necessarily own all of the company in question.
Jay, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much, Jay. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Gabrielle, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $10. Thank you.
So you're saying that he's not so he's not a grifter, but like once again, back to the whole overall point that you only disagree with the Democrats on one entire thing. And
Rowan, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $31 on Venmo. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Kevin, thank you for the $10 for Grift Harder. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Can you say thank you to everyone for supporting the Grift?
Congratulations, everyone. You're brainwashed.
Hold on. Can you also thank Anna for the $5 and Myra for the $5 more for also helping me grift as well?
Yeah. Thank you guys for being brainwashed. Thank you guys for, giving your money to shills who,
Thank you for supporting the brainwashing and the grifting. I really appreciate it. Thank you, everyone.
Yeah, I mean, it just must be so easy to be left wing when all you.
ASAP, it wouldn't be possible without people like you to come up here and make our points for us by being so extremely unable to articulate anything that makes sense. Thank you so much.
How am I? Okay.
Thank you so much. We couldn't do it without you, man. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much for supporting the grift. I seriously, ASAP, like, I really appreciate it. Like, you support the grift. Like, if you weren't here, I wouldn't be able to do what I do every single day. I wouldn't be able to debate people. I wouldn't be able to make the money I do. Like, Gabrielle, thank you for the $5 for the brainwashing, and you know, Daisy, thank you for the $10 for the grifting. Like, they sent me that money because you decided to complain.
I mean, that's cool, but you're still a grifter. You're still brainwashed. You still only disagree.
Thank you so much for supporting the grift. I seriously, the more that you call me a grifter, the more grift money that I get.
You support everything just because other people believe it. I mean, like, that's literally what's going on.
I seriously, I don't believe anything that I say on the live. Not a single thing do I mean.
I think you have a lot of emotions.
I disagree with every single thing that I say on the live. You know, I argue every single day for things that I don't actually believe. You know, I totally do that. Yes.
I think you're very emotional.
$5.
And you just can't handle the fact that you download all of your beliefs from other people. I mean, it's just.
Yes, I download my beliefs from other people. Yes, I download them because I'm not a real person. I download them into my brain.
Look, man, let me actually tell you something. I was actually
Courtney, thank you for the $1. Thanks for brainwashing me and grifting. You're welcome. I love brainwashing people on TikTok. It's so fun.
I was a leftist at one point, and then I unbrainwashed myself because, like, I was like,
"What am I?" Brainwash yourself. Unbrainwash. What did you do to unbrainwash yourself? Can you tell me?
So you dirtied your brain?
I mean, I just saw how, like, depraved all of your arguments were. It was just like, it was a wild experience for me. Like, I mean, I don't know how to say it.
Now you follow real heroes like Matt Nuclear, right? He's a real smart one.
You want to know something crazy? I want something crazy. Like, genuinely, like, if I was grifting, I would still be doing something good. Like, I would actually still be benefiting the world, dude. Did you know that? Like, that's the crazy thing. I'd still be benefiting the world if I was grifting. That's the crazy part. I can't even believe that. Right? That's nuts, right?
I have no clue what you're saying right now. You sound like you're heavily medicated right now. I don't know.
I am heavily medicated.
Yeah, like, are you good?
Rohan, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $100 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Rohan. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Put some W's for them in the comment section right now. Thank you so much, Rohan. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I have to be heavily medicated to deal with you.
Yeah. I mean, you read intersectional theory, Marxist queer theory, or whatever, and, you know, now you're a leftist, man. Like, that, you really free thought your way over here. I mean, this is crazy.
I'm not a leftist. I'm literally a liberal, dude.
Okay. I don't see I just a difference without a distinction, to me.
Yeah, so a leftist would be someone who's anti-capitalist. I'm not. I'm a social democrat. I'm a liberal. Yeah, I'm not anti-capitalist.
But haven't you, like, literally agreed?
Like,
with, like,
I'm anti-capitalist within certain respects, but I'm not, like, anti-capitalism as a whole. Does it make sense?
So, like, certain respects, like what? So do you think? Do you think we should tear down capitalism?
Like, I believe in safety nets and social and, like, regulations and stuff.
Well, that's not capitalism. That's actually no.
That is capitalism.
That's actually my position on that.
Define capitalism.
So Trump isn't a capitalist because he believes in some level of social safety nets.
I mean, it's a spectrum, but, like, it depends on, like, how, like, you know, how much freedom you want to allot to, like, private landowners. But yeah.
So then again, Trump is not a capitalist.
He's not a full capitalist, but he's definitely a capitalist.
So I'm not a full capitalist. I'm a capitalist, though.
You're far left.
I'm not
a left thug and lunatic.
Like, genuinely, like, I'm not, like, a far left person, right? Like, if you think that I'm far left, then far left is good as fuck, dude. Right? Like, genuinely, like, if you think I'm far left, that's crazy to me. Because genuinely, like, I'm kind of like a moderate on the world stage, right? Like, I'm kind of like a moderate when it comes to economic systems, comparative to socialists. Like, I'm still a liberal. Like, I'm still technically like leftists would consider me right wing, unironically.
Probably, like, someone who's like Stalin, but yeah, sure, like, but like
not all leftists, but a lot of leftists consider me right wing just because I'm a liberal. Tattoo, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. So it's crazy that conservatives view me as the most left possible, and then leftists view me as conservative. Like, that's the crazy part.
Well, I think that just shows how crazy. I mean, that just shows how crazy the left is that you're seen as, like, somebody who's far right.
So I'm not the left, then. You just described that I'm not the left because I don't view that.
I think that shows how schizophrenic the left is. If somebody
don't
considers
use that, don't say that.
Okay, then how crazy the left is because they think that somebody of your caliber is like, you know.
Like, obviously, I'm not a right winger, but like from the world stage in terms of economic views, I'm technically a moderate because I'm like a social democrat. Like I'm
social democrat. That's pretty. That's pretty. That's pretty left. I'm not gonna lie.
Like
to you.
it's
Social
left for the United States, sure, but like it's
like
not
you're
like
not even
leftist.
not even like liberal. Like what's the one that's
Like,
next
social
to like
democrats are liberals.
social democrats are not liberals.
Yes, they are. You're thinking
then, like,
democratic
okay.
socialists. You're thinking democratic socialists. There's a distinction
I mean,
between
once again-
social democrats and democratic socialism.
Social democrats are basically like Democrats who think that like socialism can be achieved democratically or whatever, right?
No. Those are democratic socialists. Now, historically, social democrat did mean that, but the meaning has changed over time. Social democrats are literally just like further, like more liberals, like very liberal.
Okay, like give an example of like someone in U.S. policies, right?
Like I mean, me.
You, but like, would you say like AOC, like, or is that like
I
we're talking about? Like,
AOC might define herself as a democratic socialist. Like I think AOC and Bernie technically define themselves as democratic socialists, but I think that they like are advocating for social democratic policies.
So, like social
social
safety net.
democrats and democratic socialists will advocate for the same policies in the short run. So that's why they're in a coalition, right? We advocate for the same things essentially, like in policy, because they're advocating for our policy, but we think that this is the end goal, whereas they don't think that's the end goal.
Okay, but give me like examples of your policy because I'm actually like really
Yeah, like
interested to-
universal health care, like Medicare
universal.
for all.
Do you believe in like a?
Healthcare is a human right. Like I believe in universal childcare access.
You believe
Public
healthcare is a human right?
universities.
You believe in free public universities?
Yeah, like not every single university is free. I'm not saying private universities are free. I'm just saying there's a free public alternative.
So you think that people should? So you think that we should subsidize college universities?
Yeah.
Okay, so you believe healthcare is a human right? You should subsidize college university. Anything else?
I mean, I can keep going. Those are just a few like typical things.
I mean, just give three. I like three. I would say.
You want me to give you more?
Yeah, just one more. Just one more.
Paid
So I can,
vacation
like,
leave?
Paid vacation leave?
Yeah, and paid maternity leave and paternity
Okay.
leave.
I mean that seems to me that seems very very far left, like extremely far left to me.
What?
So you believe that healthcare is a human right, so we should have single payer, like no private option, right? You believe that
I'm okay with the private option as so long as that the public option is good. But I wouldn't mind a single payer either. Like if we can get a single payer passed, I would be okay with that.
I just think that like all forms of like subsidized welfare are just inherently not good ideas, right? Like
You understand that single payer is the most efficient way to run health insurance, right?
Okay,
Like
then-
economically speaking.
That's weird because people come all across the world over here for their treatment. So if it was the most efficient, then why do they come all across the world over here for their treatment? That makes
Because we
sense.
have high quality of care, not high
Yeah,
coverage.
it's high quality because it's
There's actually a
more
lot of
efficient.
Americans that go to Canada for cheaper medication and cheaper
True,
healthcare.
for insulin and stuff, yeah.
Do they go for their medically assisted stuff like their that you know what I'm talking
Yes,
about?
they literally go because it's cheaper there.
It's cheaper in Canada. It's probably cheaper and it's probably worse healthcare.
No, I know people in my life that have gone to other countries for healthcare. I mean, for
but-
example, all of the people who go to Turkey to get their hair their what is it called
Transplant?
again? Hair transplant.
Yeah, it's because they have specialists there though. That doesn't negate my point though. That literally strengthens
No,
my
that's
point.
why people come to America. We have some of the best specialists here. Exactly.
Yeah.
But our actual coverage is dog shit.
We have the best specialists because we have the best innovation, right? And that doesn't happen when you have
Why does single payer prevent innovation? You can have high reimbursements with single payer as well. What is the actual connection to that?
well, it prevents innovation because it stifles the market, it stifles competition like crazy, right?
Hold on, you don't want competition in health insurance. You want consolidated risk pools that lowers costs. Why would you want competition in health insurance?
You want competition so companies aren't forced
I mean,
to.
competition could help. It's just that competition doesn't create good conditions in the context of this market because of the set of circumstances. So there's an issue of not being like if we were to assume that there's perfect competition, that's true, yes. But there aren't conditions that create competition in the context of healthcare, right? Or create an incentive for that. And oftentimes they create an incentive for collusion, right? For profits
Collusion?
because of the fact that the demand curve is so fucked in healthcare. Because people need healthcare, like it's not a choice, so it's inelastic in nature. Meaning that like if there's a huge percentage change in the price, there's not going to be as much of a change in the percentage of demand.
I mean, but do you not realize that like one of the main problems with our system right now is the lack of competition?
No.
I mean,
Really?
if you increase competition, that could better the set of circumstances, but it wouldn't fix the set of circumstances because ultimately there still would be an environment for greed and profit, which they're trying to get. So if they can get
Okay.
away with increasing their prices, they will, and all the other people in the market will as well. That's why,
they're-
like,
but
even
they're-
Trump supports like a $35 cap on insulin. Like, he specifically supported that because the markets break down in these circumstances. There isn't good circumstances for competition. There isn't good circumstances for pricing to come down. There isn't good circumstances to increase innovation.
Or you can remove patents. You can open up the market. You can make sure that there's more companies producing insulin, so there's not just the same.
ASAP, do you know what a risk pool is in health
Risk
insurance?
pool? Elaborate.
I'm asking, do you know what a risk pool is?
No, I don't.
That's one of the reasons that actually counterintuitively competition isn't necessarily a good thing in health insurance. A risk pool is, for example, like the people that are cost sharing on the insurance. And the broader the risk pool is, the more people that are covered by the risk pool, the lower the actual average cost of care is, which is why you see countries that have a single payer system have the cheapest care because everyone healthy in the country is in the same risk pool as everyone unhealthy and poor. When you have rich, healthy people and unhealthy, poor people all in the same risk pool, the average cost is lower. That was the entire point of the individual mandate under the ACA.
Wait, so you're saying
If you splinter off more risk pools, it can work. Like a public option does still work, but ideally, I think I'm pretty left on healthcare. You want to have a consolidated risk pool where there is actually not this splintering off of risk, where it's like disproportionately higher prices for some people.
I mean, but for you to say that the prices are lower in those companies because they have a lower risk pool, I mean, I feel like that's just the most.
No. Having a consolidated risk pool means that all the different risk factors are in one place. You don't have one health insurance plan that's only covering sick, unhealthy people, and then one that's like super cheap because its entire risk pool is like young, healthy people with a lot of money. You want to actually have a diverse, broad risk pool to lower those costs.
Okay, so you would support a more free market that would have a more diverse product.
No, I would support a single payer system.
A single payer, but wouldn't a single payer system like reduce that risk pool?
No, it would consolidate the risk pool into one, which is what I'm saying.
But that's less. But you just said you want to.
Do you know what consolidate means?
Consolidate means turn it into one.
Thank you. So when I say we should consolidate the risk pool, you think I'm asking for more risk pools?
You said you wanted a more broad risk pool, and then now you're saying you want to
Yes, a more broad risk pool that encompasses everyone, which would be a consolidated risk pool.
But it would be under one specific, like.
I don't even know why we're debating this if you don't even know what a risk pool is. I mean what
I
is
don't
your
know.
actual reason
This is
for
what-
opposing
this is
universal
controversy.
health insurance? What is the actual reason? Because someone once came to America for a treatment this one time?
No, because I just think the system is more inefficient. You wait like a long time for healthcare. I just think it's nonsensical to have a system
That's
where
not necessary for like
And not to
that's
mention,
not
it wouldn't work.
necessarily true in a single payer public option system.
it wouldn't work here because we have so many like different diverse groups. Like it's the same. We already see the strain on things.
Having different diverse groups does not mean it would work. It would not work here. What?
Because it puts
How
strain-
does
it puts
having
strain-
different diverse groups limit how good health insurance operates?
Because when you're importing tons of illegals and tons of immigrants,
Undocumented
right? It puts a
immigrants.
strain on
Oh
the
my
system.
God.
It puts a strain on the system, right? It
No, it
objectively
doesn't.
does.
No, it doesn't.
It
No, it
objectively does. It objectively
They
does.
also don't
People
qualify
into
for any subsidized health insurance.
Exactly.
do.
So no, they don't.
Well, actually, for immigrants
health
or
insurance.
like, which ones?
Undocumented immigrants do not qualify for federal health insurance.
Well, they do if they get injured or something like that.
So if you're talking about like in emergency circumstances,
But I'm talking about
do you
in
think
this
they should
instance, I'm talking
die?
about
Like,
the-
for example, if someone's dying, should you be like, "Yo, are you in the country legally?"
I think you should probably patch them up and then send them up.
Before you save their life, should you clarify if they're in the country legally?
Yeah, I think you should check that because like what?
That's not even the current law. You have to give stabilizing care to everyone.
I'm kicking him off. That's so ridiculous. I'm sorry. It is so absurd to say that you're going to check if someone is whether or not they're a citizen prior to saving their life. That's actually fucking nuts. Like literally say that to any person who works in the emergency room, say that to any fucking doctor, any nurse.
Yeah.
Literally say that to anyone in the medical field and they will fucking think you're insane because you are. You're actually insane.
A lot of these
Literally.
people want undocumented immigrants and asylum seekers to like bleed out in the waiting room. Like unironically, that's
They
what
seriously want them not to be taken care of. Seriously, unbelievable. There's literally not a I can't even fathom a doctor or a nurse ever being like, yeah, I'm gonna clarify their immigration status before
Yeah, do you have your birth
saving their
certificate on you?
life. Yeah, they're literally dying on a bed, and they're gonna clarify if they're in the country documented or not. Like, that's fucking nuts. Alrighty, I'm gonna get off for tonight.
All right.
Are you gonna hop on live?
No, I tried going live earlier, but every single person that joined the live just said the N-word. I don't know if I was getting like raided by like white nationalists or something, but thankfully that didn't happen here. So I think I'm done for tonight.
Yeah, well, I appreciate you coming up, man. It was good. It was good.
Yeah, thanks for having
me.
me.
Of course, man. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. Everyone, make sure to follow Adam if you have not. Look up Adam Khan. You can also watch him on, if you're on YouTube, you can watch him on the recent Jubilee, the roundtable that just happened. Make sure to go check that out. But yeah,
And
I
real
appreciate
quick before I hop off, I want to thank real quick Courtney for the $1 and Kelvin for the $2. But yeah.
Based. All right, I appreciate you, man.
All right, man. Thanks for having me.
Of course. Rohan, thank you so much for the $5. Maybe. Christine, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $20. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Thank you so much, Christine. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I think I'm mostly caught up. Fantastic night, everyone. I'll see everyone tomorrow. I recommend to go check out my YouTube. It's like a crazy thing. I would really appreciate if you could watch the whole thing and you like it.
The sights, the sounds, the excitement, and passion.